The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Frontrunners are establishing dominance at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. 4 co-leaders faced off in the juniors, with the youngest ever GM, Abhimanyu Mishra, getting the win for clear first. Vladimir Akopian is still perfect in the seniors, taking down one of his nearest rivals to bolster his lead. Jennifer Skidmore-Smith's out in front in the senior women's, with the unstoppable Rachel Lee extending her lead in the junior girls with another win. Can she keep her streak alive? Day 4 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to day 4 of the US Junior and Senior Championships. I'm here in front of the largest chess piece in the world at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and if you're around the Central West End, it's really hard to miss. In the tournament, after 3 days of fighting chess, Vladimir Akopian, Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, Abhimanyu Mishra and Rachel Lee are leading in their respective fields. Will there be any surprises today? Let's go and find out.
Best US and seniors in the United States gather once again in St. Louis for the 2026 US Juniors and Seniors Championships. Welcome chess fans to day 4 of the 2026 US Juniors and Seniors here in St. Louis. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our studio here in St. Louis, where alongside my 2 brilliant co-commentators, Katerina Nemcova and Yasser Seirawan, we will be providing all the actions for the next hours. Let's get the party started.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Women's Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by 2 amazing Grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Indeed, Kate, it's wonderful to be with you and Cristian both in studio. It's been wonderful.
Yes, absolutely amazing tournament.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Hard to believe we're in day 4 because the first 3 rounds just whizzed right by, and the reason for that is we've had so many decisive games. It's kept us in this wonderful, wonderful flow. Kate, do the honors. Tell us our standings. Let's start with the girls.
Yes, we have sole leaders in every championships, so let's take a look. And in the girls section, Rachel Lee, perfect score. She won again yesterday, so 2 black pieces, 1 white, and she is perfect. Then clear second, Zoe Tang with an important win yesterday against Rochelle Wu. She is 2.5 points. And then 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Iris Mo and Megan Paragua with 2 points.
And still a big shout out to Iris for that victory yesterday, one of the best of the tournament. And how about the juniors?
In the junior section, we have 1 leader, Abhimanyu Mishra, who won yesterday with Naidorf, great game. And then a 3-way tie for the 2nd place, Bach and Go, Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi.
Standings for the senior women's?
In the seniors women, it's 1 name. It's Jennifer Smith. She survived yesterday that Queen's Gambit where we thought she's going to get checkmated 7 different ways. And she won that rook endgame. So far, she's the leader with 2.5 points and great games. And clear second, Ivona Jazirska with 2 points. And then a 4-way tie for the 3rd place. Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Sodikova, Olga Sagalchik, and Chochanik Airapetian.
And the senior championship?
In the seniors, we have a player with perfect score, and it's Vladimir Akopian. 3 points out of 3, just a fantastic start to the tournament. And then a 2-way tie for the 2nd place, but already 1 point ahead is Vladimir on Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Fishbein.
And our format for these 4 national championships, Kate?
So we have the same format for all these events, 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed. It's a lot of combative games here. And classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
We're in day 4 of the tournament, but our remaining schedule?
Yes, day 4, we always play 1 round a day. Tomorrow, round 5, and then everybody gets to enjoy a rest day. 4 more rounds, and if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday, 24th.
Fantastic. Cristian, we've got 4 leaders, but one leader in particular stands out, strangely enough, in the seniors.
Absolutely, and every year, these 4 tournaments right now, they get more and more competitive because we get stronger and stronger players playing every single year. But right now, one player in particular is making it look very easy, and that is Vladimir Akopian in the seniors section, who just won his first 3 games in a row, steamrolled the competition. I have to say, those Sicilians with the white pieces, those crazy Sicilians, he's been handling them the best. Take a look at his profile, 54 years of age, USCF rating 2607, US senior rank 2nd, and he's the 2024 US senior champion. As you can see, he has won 3 games in a row. Just absolutely incredible performance so far, and he's leaving his competition in the dust right now. Take a look at him. This was last year actually, and he's been performing just absolutely incredible so far. But there are some very big names in that competition as well that are following closely behind. One in particular is Alex Onischuk, who has won his game yesterday. So he can definitely not relax. One thing is for sure, he almost every day comes to our studio. And yesterday, let's see what he's had to say.
Vladimir, feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. We see you each and every day. You come in, you explain your victory, how you want to play safely, and it was a nice win and a 3rd in a row. You're feeling good with your colleagues.
When you are 3 out of 3, you should feel good.
Correct.
That's not the time to not feel good, you know?
Yes. Yeah, but very nice win. I was asking myself, and I couldn't remember it. When did you have Bishop and Knight versus King before?
Never, yeah?
Yeah,
Never.
Thank you.
No. Yeah,
never.
Yeah.
Me
But you know, Yasser, yeah, normally when you play such positions, yeah, actually the maneuver that in the end, you should know this exactly, and Knight b5 and Bishop f5. Otherwise, you are stuck forever. Forever. You are stuck forever, and actually, otherwise, it's draw, yeah?
Right.
Because you cannot, like, prevent Black's king from going to other corner, yeah?
Yes,
That's the black corner. So this you should know. So once you know the whole idea, it's possible to resign, of course. But if not, we will have we will play this 50 more.
Just a W, yeah. Very instructive endgame by Akopian, and he just goes to show why he's at the top of the field right now. It's a field full of champions, by the way, and today he's facing another champion, Alexander Shabalov. That one will be a tough one.
Absolutely. Kate, they're not just playing for the national championship title, but also pretty good prize funds in all of these events.
Yes, a lot of money is on the line, so let's take a look. And we start with the girls' junior section and their prize fund. A total prize fund of $50,000. First place winning $12,500. Second place, $8,500, third place, $6,250, and a winner's bonus, $2,500.
And in the junior section?
In the junior section, we also have an extremely generous prize fund of $75,000. First place winning $20,000, second place $13,000, and third place $9,000. And again, if there is a clear first, there is winner's bonus, $3,000.
Women's Senior Championship?
Women's Seniors, that's the first time happening here in St. Louis. Big event for the ladies. Total prize fund of $60,000. First place winning $15,000. Second place $10,000. Third place $7,500. And winner's bonus $2,750.
Very exact amount on the winner's bonus. And in the seniors?
The seniors, the biggest prize fund of $100,000. First place winning $25,000. Second place $17,000, third place $12,500, and again winner's bonus, this time $5,000.
Again, a big thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club for all your generosity. As the players are getting ready for this round 4, we can see them at the St. Louis Chess Club. 3 massive rooms, in fact, literally wings, if you will, of the club. And spectators are allowed, so if you're in the Central West End, do pop in and see these champions as they get ready to do battle. And I'm looking.
So beautiful, this chess club. Every time I see these shots, wow.
Yeah, and I've been looking at some of the matchups. Oh, let's listen to the arbiter, Chris Bird, giving last second. Oh, no, he's just saying.
I think that was it.
Get ready. We've got some great battles in store for this round 4. Angelina Belovskaya was one of the tournament favorites, playing our leader.
The announcements today, you all know how this runs. Just again, try not to block the cameras with your drinks and anything else that you have on the tables, please. This is round 4. Good luck, everybody. Please go ahead and start White's clock.
And there you go. Start White's clock. And where would you like to take us?
I mean, let's look at the maybe leader we just talked about, Vladimir Akopian.
Okay, that was not the game I had on my screen, but here we go.
Yes.
There we go. Alexander Shabalov with the white pieces against Vladimir Akopian. And it seems like...
Oh, I thought there was Sicilian for a second. I was like, this is not going to be a peaceful game from Vladimir.
Now, remember, earlier in the tournament, Vladimir did play the Caro-Kann. He played it against Joel Benjamin. Joel played the advanced Caro-Kann and won the 2 bishops. Got a slightly preferable position, but as Vladimir explained in his post-game interview, he felt comfortable throughout, that he didn't ever think that he was in any danger of losing. And once again, it was this advanced Caro-Kann that was essayed by Joel Benjamin earlier in the tournament. And bishop f5, e6, and a very quick c5 came from Vladimir. The Caro-Kann is one of those openings that goes ups and downs. Sometimes it feels like Vishy Anand, Magnus Carlsen, they can play. Now I'm seeing c5 on the board.
So it is Sicilian.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on? We had a relay. At first, it gave us c5. And then it gave us c6.
Caro-Kann?
And now it's giving us an open Sicilian with knight f3 and e6. Okay. So a Taimanov. And Shabalov is thinking to himself, okay, in case of d4 takes, knight takes d4, am I going to go into one of those really...
Yasser, I see Caro-Kann on the board.
c6,
so
I think we're getting just the wrong relays on that.
Oh, no. Something is going wrong.
Safe would probably be to just watch the actual board. Right?
The video.
Yes, the video.
Okay, so it is c7, c6, and it does look like on the video that it is a Caro-Kann. We're getting a different relay error. Okay, so then I can go back to what I was saying, which was d2, d4, d7, d5. Did he play d4?
Yeah, d4 is on the board.
d7, d5. And again, Joel has played e5. We've been seeing also e4 takes d5, Botvinnik, Panov-Botvinnik attacks with captures in c4. Very curious to see what Shabalov plays. In an old U.S. championship game that Shabalov and I played, I was on the black side. He liked this advanced Caro with knight c3 and g4. We had quite the game.
So e5 is also on the board, so we will see some closed variations of the Caro-Kann.
A major fork in the path here. Bishop f5, for me, is the main move. Others, including Alex Yermolinsky, likes to play c6, c5. He has played bishop f5 as, he played this earlier in the tournament. against Joe Benjamin. The players are actually moving a little bit slowly for this one. Where else would you like to take us, Katja?
So what about the ladies?
All
the
right.
leader, Jennifer Smith.
Yep. She is up
Angelina Belakovskaya.
Exactly. And again, Jennifer is leading the tournament. She's playing with the black pieces against Angelina. I would say on rating the pre-tournament favorite. So this is a big game for Jennifer. If she can successfully pass the challenge of today's game, she'll be in good shape for the rest of the tournament. Knight B1 to D2. This is a little bit of an offbeat idea versus the knight C3. When I see the knight coming to D2, what I think as white, that what white wants to do is go C5, B4, knight B3, and attack on the flank. So kind of waiting for black to play the move bishop to D6 so that she can get this advance going. Also, by putting the knight on D2 instead of C3, if you do follow it up with B4, it means that after E5, the bishop on B2 is going to have a nice diagonal. So a little first surprise, I want to say, goes to Angelina on this one. And what's next?
So let's check in with the juniors. Abhimanyu Mishra playing black against Brewington Hardaway.
Yeah, Mishra, our tournament leader, I think he started with a draw, then won 2 games in a row. The junior competition sees Mishra and Andy Woodward as the 2 top rating favorites in this competition, but they've kind of started slowly. But then Mishra, again, winning 2 in a row, including yesterday's very important victory. He was on the black side against Evan Park, who had also tied for first. Knight E5. This is like one of those very, very strange Grunfeld King's Indian. The idea is that after castles, knight C6, you play knight E5. And also there's lines where you castle, black plays knight E4. Who gets their knight into the center fastest? And in this particular case, Brewington has played the move knight E5. And Cristian, I just know that in this, I don't know if to call it the Grunfeld or King's Indian. I call it a Grunfeld. Back in the day, Kasparov, Karpov, they played quite a number of games from their World Championship matches.
For me, it's like a hybrid between a Grunfeld and a Slav.
And a Slav.
Right,
Okay.
because then once white starts with G3, then you commit to C6 and D5.
Right.
Then you start playing in a type of Slav manner. So I like to call it a hybrid between a Grunfeld and a Slav. Now I'm looking at the chess.com, it says King's Indian.
They dropped the word hybrid.
There's nothing there.
And the theory runs deep, I can
Absolutely,
say.
and the theory is generally just considered to be very straightforward and very equal in this position, in fact, in quite a few ways. One of them would be to go knight c6. Knight c6 seems to be the main line. You can also start with e6 to cement that pawn on d5. And in fact, if you do go for e6, and perhaps we can check my analysis board. If you do go e6, the idea is that right now, your knight on f6 is free to roam around. So the next move is most likely going to be knight to d7. Knight to d7, it's all about dislodging that knight from e5 in the center.
Right.
And of course, white has ways to just play f4 and say you're not dislodging anything. The problem is whenever you play f4 as white, you're also weakening your pawn structure slightly, right? And I still have ways to force you to remove that knight with the move f6. So very often we see knight to c6, bishop to e3, at the right moment f6 in this position, and then perhaps even the idea of e5. Nevertheless, that's not easy to make it happen in this one because there's a lot of pressure on d5. So these are the type of moves that we could potentially see. One way that, at least the last time I checked, was quite easy to equalize with, one idea in this position was just the simple knight to c6. Knight to c6, castle, and then again you have many, many ways to continue this one, including even knight to d7 in this position. which does sacrifice a pawn for the moment. Nevertheless, it does seem like this is quite fine. E6, once again, perfectly fine move. Bishop to f5, and then trying to go in the center with knight to e4. It's a very symmetrical position, and very often that simplifies later in the game. Like, for example, knight takes e6, b takes e6. Sometimes you go queen to b3, bishop to f4, knight d7 with the idea to go e5. Again, both white and black generally have quite a few pathways in this one. Nevertheless, the theory right now, it says that this one should be very close to equality if the player with the black pieces knows the precise moves. And generally, Abhimanyu is one to know, is one that knows his openings very, very well. But right now he's thinking. So let's see, maybe Brewington managed to find a pain point in Abhimanyu's opening armor.
Interesting. Thank you, Cristian. Turning to the game between Andy Woodward and Alice Lee, I'd just like to share a story. A couple of years ago, Andy, Alice, and Brewington stopped by my office here, and the next thing you know, we were playing Bug House. You know, all four of us, and there went the entire afternoon, by the way. It was a great deal of fun. Andy, Alice, and Brewington have been Bug House partners for quite a while. When Alice took up the challenge to play in the junior championship, she knew this was going to be a big test, that she was going to be facing Andy and Mishra. And what would Andy choose? London? That was a big
thing to play these days.
I can't believe how popular the London has become. Back in my day, we just didn't think that highly of it, but thanks to chess engines, a lot of new ideas have been infused in this opening. I like the way Alice has played it with this move Queen c7, and I'm thinking to myself, how is Andy supposed to proceed to try to get an advantage here? Knight takes c6 is just a move he simply doesn't want to play. After bishop takes f4, you end up getting these double pawns on f4 and f2.
But sometimes that doesn't matter because you can put pressure on the e-file and think about maybe pushing f5 one day.
So you think that this might be one of the main ways that you could go? So how would you handle this? It feels like Alice would have equalized rather easily here.
So queen f3?
Queen f3. I didn't spot a Peshki, right? There's no.
This already here.
Yeah, there's no.
Maybe I'm confusing lines.
Yeah,
exactly. There's one line where we do like this doubled pawn, but.
Yeah, if you get the nice wedge with a knight on e5, I'm with you. Maybe he has to play in this position knight f3. But then I'm thinking, well, maybe I can answer knight to e4, looking to play f7, f6. Early days in the opening thus far, but it looks to me like Alice is going to be happy with her opening.
Andy is smiling. What's happening in the playing hall?
There might be a spectator that he's recognized. Tell us about the pairings for the juniors.
Yeah, let's take a look. We have some cool games happening today. So, Brereton Hardaway against Abhimanyu Mishra challenging the leader. Liam Putnam against Bach and Go. Kirk Ghazarian against Tani Adewumi. Andy Woodward playing Alice Lee. And Nico Chasin, who's struggling in the tournament so far, against Evan Park.
Before we move forward, could we go back to Brewington versus Abhimanyu? Because I have a completely different opening right now on my screen. So we had some technical issues at the beginning. I just want to make sure that the position that we discussed was actually the position that they have on the board. And because right now I'm seeing a completely different opening on my screen.
Instead of the King's Indian.
Instead of the King's Indian. So I just want to see the video feed of this to make sure that we do indeed have what we were discussing or something else. So let's see the actual board.
Well, I'm seeing Mishra's position with his bishop on g7.
And Brereton has both of his bishops not developed, so this is not the correct not the correct position.
As long as we cannot see the video, we won't be able to see everything.
So I have clicked on, and I'm getting this Queen's Gambit, which it's not, because actually Brewington's bishop is on g2, and Mishra's bishop is on g7. So I've got the wrong position. Apologies for that. I'm going to go look at the game of
the leader, maybe in the
Rachel
girls
Lee.
section?
Yeah.
Rachel Lee against Chloe Go.
Okay, very early moments here. This one we all recognize from my scholastics days. I loved to play Gioco Piano. It was, I like the knight f3, the fried liver attack. Knight f6, knight c3. For reasons unknowns to me, this move has actually become popular as well. Oftentimes you're going bishop to g5 and knight to d5.
Yes, sir, I'm worried we are also not in the correct game because I see Chloe's bishop still on f1 on the camera.
Oh dear. Okay, then we really are having issues with our relay. Apologies for that.
We really should actually double check everything with the video feed, because I think we were getting different feeds on the actual analysis board, broadcast board.
If I were to go to Shabalov and Vladimir's game, I am seeing a Caro-Kann. I'm seeing exactly the same Caro-Kann that was essayed between Vladimir and Joel Benjamin earlier in the tournament. So I think we are in a Caro-Kann.
So let's look at
let's look at this
development here.
Bishop e3. No, I'm not even 100% sure Joel played bishop e3. He may have castled and knight d7 and knight e7. But in any case, this definitely happened in Vladimir's game with Joel. And Joel ended up, what was very interesting, having a knight on d4 against a bishop on e4. It was the knight versus bishop, and remember f4, and then Joel overlooked
that bishop g6 retreat
and ended up losing that game. So they're still in the opening, these two. And I will go to the game of Alex Onischuk versus Igor Novikov. Alex woke up. He played 2 draws, and then he won yesterday a very fine game. He's now pursuing Vladimir. He's a point behind, is the highest seed. Alex, I made light of him yesterday by saying he was the junior in the tournament because
yesterday's game,
he's making his debut.
He was pushing with black pieces, right?
Against Goldin,
I thought it was a very nice technique.
Yeah,
instructive game, how to push when you have positional, spacious advantage, but material is balanced.
One of the things that's interesting to hear the seniors in their interviewers, the post-games interview, they almost all of them say the same thing. I'm here to play good chess. I just want to play good chess. That's number one. And the second thing you often hear them say, I was looking for a safe way of playing the position. I want to win without giving my opponent any chances of attacking me. So they're looking for safety, and they're looking to play good chess.
And I think the third thing is they keep saying how everybody is just so strong.
Very strong.
Playing so well, and
exactly.
They seem also good friends.
Exactly. So what we have here in the game between Alex and Igor, Igor accepted the isolated queen pawn. Is it weak? Is it strong because of the dynamic possibilities? Bishop b2, and the idea from White's perspective is very clear. Wants to complete his development with knight d2, bring the rook to c1, and thanks to the bishop on b5, looking to saddle Black with a weakness. From Black's perspective, Black is often looking to play the move bishop to g4, follow it up with knight e4, and say to White, well, you're going to be in a nasty pin, and I'm not going to let you out of this pin for the rest of the game unless you withdraw your bishop. So a sharp, tense opening position, if you will. And I see on your screen that you do have the game of Alice Lee, and knight on d2 to f3 was Andy's choice after queen c7, h6 on the board by Alice. Huh. Cristian, jump into that game between Alice and Andy for a moment, because are we still in a theoretical position? The move h6, I don't like this move for Alice. Is it still theory?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Many games. Well, not that many, but quite a few. I would say more than between 20 and 30 games have been played.
With h6?
In this one, yes, with h6.
Well, the reason why I look at a little askance, because g4, rook g1,
it's a move.
g5.
G4 is definitely a move.
Feels dangerous.
G4 is a move. H3, in fact, with the same idea, is a move as well. Just the simple castle. Even H4 is a move with the same type of ideas. To either get something on G5, very often we're seeing these sort of ideas, or maybe just support the later push with a G4, G5, and hit that pawn on H6.
Exactly, because
so this has been played before. Now, I just want to see the video camera just to make sure we have the right position. And perhaps we can do that with all the games that we're going to see moving forward.
I see a h7, h6.
I see a pawn on h6,
bishop,
so that's...
f4.
I think this is correct, yeah, bishop on f4.
And there
that
you
definitely
have it.
looks like the right one.
We got the right position.
We got the right one in this one. But yes, no, h6 has been played quite a few times. How do we make g4 happen is the question.
Well,
and I think this is what Andy is trying to make work as well. I was looking at rook to g1. The problem is it doesn't seem like you're ready for that, because I do have ways to displace this knight from e5 very quickly. And one way is to go knight to e4, get ready for the move f6, and that's going to kill your whole attack.
Ah, that's where I disagree.
Yes.
So the problem for me with the move h6 is, I love what you just did, which was to play knight e4 and f6.
After rook to g1.
But when your pawn is on h7, you're stopping me from playing knight g6.
Sure.
So let's say I start with g4. Just like...
Oh, you want to get aggressive
let's
with
go.
g4. Okay.
Let's go.
I'll go knight e4, the same thing.
Exactly.
Or maybe even knight to d7. It's all about getting that knight from e5 moving.
Yeah, but
so let's go knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I'm a lunatic. g5, let's go.
What if I take?
Bishop takes e4, pawn takes f. I wanted to be able to... okay. No g5, apologies.
Well, don't get me wrong. This is still going
a big attack,
in a very
right?
crazy fashion, right? Knight takes g5. Now I have to go f6, and this is becoming quite intriguing, right? You take this, and guess what?
Queen h5.
You have moves such as bishop to h6 in this position.
With rook g1.
Exactly. So this is the idea. Check first. You have, if you go to h8, then you just not queen to h5. It seems like rook to g6 just finishes the game. Yes. So still a lot of threats in the position for white.
That's why I'm wondering why h6 is played, because I'm thinking g4 looks so compelling.
I'm wondering if this is her preparation, because she hasn't spent that much time.
1
hour and 27.
Hour 27.
Yeah. So she's played this quite
20?
quickly so far.
Okay. Kate, when you see Alice's h7, h6, doesn't the plan of g4, or rook g1, and g5 just leap out to you, and you go, oh my goodness, if I can attack for free?
I mean, it's certainly a plan you would like to consider, but I'm also thinking about the king in the center. You know, black already has castled, is attacking the center knight on e5. So I would be a little careful about immediately pushing on the king side. I think the idea of the London is also to just push for small advantage.
Unless you can get ambitious when your opponent is giving you this opportunity just to go hog wild on the king side. I don't know. For me, I find the move g2, g4 just very, very compelling. And, well, let's go and have some fun. Again, I'm going to check in on the game between Brewington and Mishra. Fingers crossed that I've got a proper relay. And it is a Queen's Gambit declined that I'm picking up still on my board. We just want to be absolutely sure that we've got the right position. According to the video, they both have fianchettoed bishops on the king side.
Yes, so
So
this is
we've
not
got the
the
wrong
correct relay. So maybe let's go to the girls section.
Yep, let's go to the ladies. And Rachel?
Rachel, yeah, let's check
Chloe?
in with her.
Still, this is, of course, the Choco piano. I was saying that when Chloe put her knight on c3, I think that this was a clear indication that she's going for this. No?
No,
You're
I think
shaking
this
your
is still not the correct relay, unfortunately.
We don't have the
So
correct.
we will fix this because I see Chloe has a bishop on f1.
Okay, apologies for that. Okay, I don't know.
Where to go?
I honestly don't. I am going to go, fingers crossed, Angelina Belovskaya versus Jennifer. Not too many moves. Ever since knight to d2 happened, the bishop did end up on d6. So once again, I am expecting Angelina to, after, for example, castle, to go c5, b4, and, you know, just let's go type of thing. And yeah, that just does look right.
Okay,
Again,
this is correct.
for those of you joining us late, Jennifer has surprised us with a very nice 2.5 out of 3 possible point score to take the lead in the women's senior.
An extremely interesting game. I
And
mean, the way she won her second round, the way she survived yesterday, those are really games to go over.
Yeah, she won that ending against Yvonne in a study-like fashion, this rook ending.
So castle has not been played yet, right?
Has not been played.
No, I don't
Nope.
see it on the video at least.
No.
But it does seem to be what we're looking at. It is the game that we're looking at right now.
Black and also
We got the
played
right game. This is,
Queen e7.
yeah, this is all standard stuff, right? Queen e7. Now here, because you haven't committed,
You
I'm
already have e4.
yeah. I'm thinking.
Wait, then I can play e5 immediately. I don't need queen e7.
Yeah, this is also standard stuff.
Yeah.
E5 takes, and then you get into an isolated queen pawn position, if you like. It kind of a little bit like the Alex Onischuk game there. If you, after knight f3, if you drop back with your bishop,
But we have castle
d6.
on the board, so Jennifer decided not to go to this isolated
Queen pawn.
pawn.
Yeah.
But by the way, I'm hearing that we have a player, Rochelle Wu, who visited the confessional booth.
Oh.
Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Rochelle. I am not doing very well in this tournament, must confess. But, you know, it could be worse. Well, actually, technically it couldn't because, you know, I lost every game. But I'm just here to have a good time this tournament because this is my last year playing. I haven't played chess in a while and kind of missed it, so I just decided to come and I've been playing, I feel like, moves that I typically wouldn't because I'm trying to, like, myself that chess is supposed to be, like, exciting, so I'm, like, not playing it very safe and, you know, playing pretty badly, but it's okay. I'm trying to keep a good attitude. I am a big fan of all the girls at this tournament, and I am excited to see who wins because, I mean, I think they're all very talented and promising, and I'd be happy for everyone. Also, I'm so excited for the rest day because I just really want to play pickleball. Like, not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of bored of losing. Like, I need to go play something that I can win at, and one of my friends, shout out Viom Pianchali from UC Irvine. He's my tennis and pickleball coach and mixed doubles partner. He's coming to play pickleball with me, so it's gonna be I have been eating berries and PB Fit and stuff for breakfast. Sorry, I'm just reading off the thing. Oh, I'm really awkward. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Rochelle. Good luck with the pickleball championship.
What just happened?
There we go. Andy.
Wait, so
Sorry.
what is it about the berries that she's eating? What
No,
did she
I
say
think
about
they
that?
have some questions inside the confessional booth. Topics that you might want to talk about. So she saw some question. What are your snacks? What is your favorite foods to eat? Your drinks? Do you drink water or OJ or what are you doing?
So we're trying to stir the direction of the conversation.
Not me. I mean, probably the arbiters. Something like approved topics of discussion.
You can discuss.
Pickleball, no, you can't play pickleball. That's it. You're out of here. I was more than curious what Andy was going to do against Alice Lee, because for me, Alice just threw a red handkerchief there when she played the move H7, H6, said, come and get me. Andy resisted as best he could from playing the move G2, G4. But what he did do is he stepped back with his bishop on D3, which for me is a very, very clear bell that he's prepping queen on D1 to D3 in order to create a battery on this diagonal, try to deliver a checkmate on H7. So the move bishop to D3 tells me he is going to castle queenside, and he is going to go for these G4 style attacks.
And Black is really struggling with that bishop on C8.
Right.
Right. How are we going to develop that bishop?
Yep. That's a question that's going to need answering. The immediate B7, B6, intending bishop A6, would make a lot of sense, except now after knight takes, I am getting a position that I actually do like. You were saying the double pawns can be good, and this is one of them where the double pawns are actually giving you a very nice grip in the center. That's not the only way of continuing either. Andy could continue with this idea of queen D3, which in a sense stops bishop A6, but it does a little bit encourage A5 and
because Black
bishop
knight on
A6.
F6 is still guarding that H7, right? And it's not that easy for you to force it to go away.
Well, yes and no. Knight G4 is like one immediate way of saying, hey, I'm hitting your knight.
But then I jump with the knight to the center, knight E4.
Understood. Another way is still going with G4. Again, I'm very intrigued as to how this game is going to develop, and I'm hoping we're getting the nice relays of the games. I'm going to go again to Brewington. Mishra, nope, sorry, that one's still tangled up. Zoe and
Wow,
Amy.
what's happening here? Zoe Tang against Amy Yang.
Okay, this looks like, well, it's a Grunfeld. Nope, it's a King's Indian. No, you're supposed to play D7, D6. It's a reverse Russian. Knight takes E5, Queen E7. Anybody? No. Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to play Queen E7 here? And like in a Petrov, kick the knight back, play knight takes E4. Amy has sacrificed a pawn, and Zoe said, well, I'll keep it. And E5. Excuse me, I like extra pawns. I'm not exactly sure I see compensation for Black.
I think she just forgot her theory in this one, because I think after D3, if we go back a few moves, I have the analysis board.
Oh.
I had the analysis board. Now it's a completely different game that's showing me. So I think you got the same issue.
Okay, so still some
You
relays.
Unfortunately, yeah, we all have the same issue. It seems like it's quite imbalanced as of right now.
Well, what you have on your screen is kind of a Grunfeld defense.
No, I have the same thing as you. I have the same thing as you.
With E3.
Yes, but that's not the game, right?
It is the game. There's a bishop on G4.
And Zoe just played bishop A3 as the last move.
Right.
So we were analyzing a different position.
Yes, we were.
Yes.
But we were doing a really good
We
job.
were doing a good job.
So we will come back once we find who's
Our next
playing
job
that
is actually
game.
to find what game we were analyzing.
Exactly. And then we can stay with it. By the way, if you don't mind me saying, Andy Woodward, Alice Lee. Alice played knight H5 in response to bishop D3. So I'm assuming after queen to D3, her intention is to play F5. And do you like this for her? I don't. I am not a big fan of the Dutch defense to begin with, and certainly not a big fan of the Dutch defense when you're losing time in the opening with a move like
So how do you
F5.
want to continue with white pieces? Do you still think about pushing that G4? Because that's going to be harder now.
Why? Why is it harder?
Well, because you don't accomplish that much with. I mean, you can play G4, but I'd probably take your bishop, then on D4.
Well, let's see what I can do. Just a second. Let's see what I can do. How do I want to break through? Apologies. Let me play the move G3. Just asking a question. I'm inviting you to capture on F4 if you like.
No, I'll
Then
wait for
I
you
will-
G4. I will wait for your G4 to happen, and then I will
Okay.
capture your bishop.
So if it's my turn, you're going to wait for a while because I'm going to play knight takes E6, bishop takes D6, and then I'm going to put a knight on E5. And I'm going to say, why did you put your knight on H5 and weaken your king?
Okay.
I was hoping to provoke you to play G5.
No, I want to figure out what to do with my bishop on C8.
Okay. So the idea behind G3, once again, is as simple as it looks. Alice is threatening to capture Andy's bishop on F4. I would like to recapture with the G3 pawn. And in that case, that would open up the G file for a rook. And then I would double my rooks against Alice's G7 pawn. So with the move G3, I just kind of put the knight. I question her decisions. As Andy is stewing things over, statistically speaking, we have 4 leaders in the event. Are they going to win the tournament?
Let's take a look at the statisticians, Ben Underwood's pie charts. So in the girls section, pre-tournament favorite, Rose Atwell, clear favorite with 43.4%, Zoe Tang second, and Rachel Lee third. Only these players seem to have good chances of winning the tournament. But let's see how that changed.
Rachel Lee comes in at an 18% favorite, and after winning round 1, she jumped.
To 39.3, especially Rose Atwell losing her first game, and Rachel Lee continues winning after round 2, 48.3%. And I'm curious how much she increases her advantage after round 3.
And I think Zoe as well. But those two, it almost appears to be a 2-horse race. I wouldn't count Rose Atwell out with only 10%. And how about in the juniors?
In the juniors is the story of only 2 people, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra. Pre-tournament favorites, Andy with 38.8%, Abhimanyu with 35%. And you see after round 2, there were draws. They just
After round
slightly
1, yeah.
increased it.
And then after round 2, now suddenly Mishra and Andy are winning. And look.
But you see, no, it's just Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Andy Woodward.
Yeah.
The third is Tani Adewumi, who is having a great tournament, really good games, but only 6.2% chances to win the event.
Because of his loss, Kirk's loss, he really dropped below even a percent. And in the senior women's?
Here, Angelina Belakovskaya with 42.2% chances to win pre-tournament. The defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, second. And let's see how that changed after round 2. It's still these two players who are the clear leaders to win this event. And after round 2,
look at Jennifer coming out of nowhere.
I mean, Jennifer Smith is leading the event after round 2 and only 2.6%.
Well, hold on, but now after round 3?
Let's see. How is that possible?
Jennifer's not getting a lot of love.
Statistically speaking, she still has only 3.7 chances to win.
Wow. And
she wouldn't be happy to see this graph. She
not
would
at
be
all.
saying, like, I'm leading. Why don't I have more than 10%?
Exactly. Give me some love. And she's up against Angelina Belakovskaya, who's the big favorite. So we'll see if she gets past this one. And finally in the seniors.
Here is the story of two names.
Fishbein is at 2.7% again.
That's so unfair.
That is very unfair.
Friends and family get 5%.
Come on.
The defending champion, only 2.7, Alexander Fishbein, because it's Vladimir Akopian and Alex Onischuk. This is the story of these two players who are having the highest chances to win the event.
And
2.1 for Fishbein, okay.
And for Vladimir, who's winning game after game, his winning percentage is just increasing. After round 3, he'll have a 1-point gap.
Let's see.
Is he going to cross 70%?
Well, Alex,
Yes.
still not the 5%. Jeez.
Wow.
2.6%. I cannot believe that.
He was very unhappy, Alexander Fishbein, in the studio here, right? Saying,
Yeah.
why don't I get at least 5% chances? I am
he's
the
on the
defending
same
champion.
score.
Come on,
as
come
Alex
on.
Onischuk.
Yeah.
He's on the same score as Alex Onischuk, and Alex has 22%, while Fishbein has 2%.
I know.
No, come on.
1/10?
That's wrong. I refuse to accept that.
Exactly.
I'm
we want
with my friend
to
Fishbein.
And here we have Vladimir Akopian focusing on his game.
In fact, let me just bring up the game. He's playing two U.S. champions, Alexander Shabalov, Vladimir Akopian, facing off.
And by the way, just looking at the clock, he already has 30 minutes advantage over Alexander Shabalov. So Vladimir Akopian is prepared.
Yeah. The move Queen D7, this is still all theory. The move Bishop G5, as far as I remember, contains a nasty little trap. And the idea is you might be thinking, okay, I understand that you want to play Bishop takes E7 and Knight takes F5, messing up my pawn structure, but what if I move my bishop, for example, to G6? Well, there's one other purpose behind this bishop move, and that is to play nasty little move Knight to B5. And tell me exactly how you want to defend the D6
to get there.
Square. That is why Vladimir played Queen D7, Bishop takes E7, Bishop takes E7, Knight takes it. And I know, well, obviously it does appear that Black's pawn structure is messed up, but actually, bishops of opposite color, there's a weakness also in White's camp, and this move, Queen B5, basically says, okay, defend against Queen takes B2, and your king is still in the center for that brief little moment, and my next turn, I intend to play Knight C6. And I can see from my chess thermometer, Queen B5, and the engine says, yeah, Black is doing just fine. Despite the damaged pawn structure, it's even. Now I've got a different position on my board. I'm pretty sure Shabalov and Vladimir are playing a Caro-Kann and not this. I think this is somebody else's position. All right, let me get rid of this for a moment. Stuart Rachels versus Alex Fishbein. Where would you like to take us, Katja?
Checking which games. Maybe Alexander Goldin against Gregory Karidanov.
All right. First knee-jerk thought is this comes from some Queen's Gambit accepted, where black and white are just trading everything. And although white has an extra tempo, if you will, development tempo, I think the position is so balanced after, for example, a move like bishop f6. I like white's position. I prefer white's position, but I don't think there's enough of an advantage that you can realize.
And bishop f6 is on the board.
Exactly. Reminding white that, hey, wait a minute, I've got some ideas as well. So a likely draw going on here. I think a big game in the girls section that we haven't mentioned is the game between Megan Paragua. Megan's actually doing quite decently in an event. She's 2 out of 3, not bad. But she's up against Rose Atwell, who is furiously in need of a victory.
And winning yesterday, she wants to continue.
Keep that momentum going. So let's see what we've got in this game. This looks like, by the way, a modern Steinitz with bishop d7 and the fianchetto, kingside fianchetto, g7, g6, knight e7. I really thought that Vasily Smyslov was a very underrated world champion. But if you look at his best games book, 200 best games of Smyslov, you'll discover he played everything, like literally every opening under the sun, and he was a specialist in the Slav defense. He also liked to play the Steinitz line with g7, g6, and he did quite well. Megan said, okay, I'm not going to go for any of those positions where I've got a big center. d4, d5, knight e7, black will aspire to play f5, white will aspire to play c5. No.
It's kind of King's Indian defense position.
Right. No. Megan said, I want to clarify the structure. I'll take on e5. And Rose wants to keep a little bit of an imbalance. So she recaptured with the knight and recaptured with the bishop, keeping the diagonal open. But at the same time, this is going to cost her some development because it's very clear that white is going to go knight to d2, knight to f3, and that bishop is going to have to go backwards. Ooh, okay.
Megan is wasting no time, wanting to start an attack on the king's side.
Well, f4. I was thinking that she was going to bring her knight to f3. Is she thinking about
Continue. I think she is thinking about that.
All right. At the moment, it strikes me as a little bit premature in the sense that black didn't do anything wrong that would justify going all out. And I start to think, no, I think I'm asking too much. Queen h4, bishop takes d7 check.
You're going to give away your castling rights?
Yeah, I wanted to go bishop back to e5. But no, I would probably play just knight f6 and say, okay, go ahead and do your worst. And let's see why you played the move f5. It's good. This could be a fun game. If she plays f5, I think it's asking a lot in the position. All right, I would also want to, because I'm in the girls section, one last look at the game between Chloe and Rachel Lee. Excuse me, I think this is the first time we saw Rachel Lee.
It is, and I don't think that's the position.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's the position that we have on the analysis board. But if we zoom in on their game, perhaps we can actually see what's happening in the Chloe Gaw versus Rachel Lee.
It looks like Chloe's pawn is on e5, so we do have the right position.
So I'm trying to find the position that where white just played queen h5, and it's a huge blunder. This used to be the game between Chloe Gaw and Rachel Lee, but now it seems that it's not. So maybe our producers can find that and tell us which game that is, because there's a big blunder somewhere in the tournament. We just have to
in
find
the tournament hall, there's a blunder?
There's a huge blunder. There's a queen that
heard?
just landed on h5, unless my computer was hallucinating, which is an option as well. And we're getting...
Oh, it's Iris Mo against Irene Faye.
Yes.
I see
So
queen
maybe we can
h5
go to
there.
that
So if
I
the
don't
video
have
of
that game on my, it doesn't load for me.
Let's see the video of that.
If you've got the game, by all means, Cristian.
We're in the same boat, yes, sir.
Oh, but how did you see Queen H5 then?
Well, it used to be
the video.
Rachel Lee versus Chloe Gaw.
Okay.
No, it used to be broadcasted as that one, but...
Okay. Take it away, Cristian, because I'm not really sure.
We're having the same issue, yes, sir.
Okay.
We're having exactly the same issue. Maybe
Well,
we
there
can
is
see...
a queen on H5
There it
in
is.
the
There it is.
video.
Let's zoom on, because the analysis board doesn't matter at this point. We don't have
Why
that.
is Queen H5 a bad move?
Queen h5 is a horrendous move, because black can just simply push that c-pawn to c6,
Yep.
attack the knight, and I think you're just simply losing a piece. There's a bishop on a7, so the only retreat
Right.
would be to go knight to e3, right?
Well, I thought White's plan is c6, queen takes e5.
That's an interesting plan.
Not to back up. I hear what you're saying.
I see what you're saying, yes,
Yeah.
yes. So let's look at that. c6, you take on e5, but can't I play bishop? No, bishop to b8, you're going to take on g7.
With both hands.
Right.
Gleefully.
What if I just simply castle after queen takes e5?
Castle.
That's right.
Ooh.
I'm still threatening to take on d5.
That's a nice move, because you stop knight c7, you stop queen takes g7, and you reinforced your threat of capturing on d5. Uh-oh. Castles. Knight e3.
Castle might be a problem,
Bishop
guys.
takes e3, and that's, I'm signing a score sheet.
c6 right now is just winning the game. Well, at least it's going to give a decisive advantage to Irene Faye.
Wow. Wow. Oh. All right, Kate, take it away. What do you have for us?
So we will take a short break, and during that time, you get to enjoy Tales from the Board, our post-game show available every day after the round on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel. Take a look.
Tales? Vladimir Akopian eventually forced Stuart Rachels to resign after gaining an early advantage.
Forgive me, Yasser, for I have sinned. Every single game, I forget my preparation. My position is hopeless. My opponent will soon make it resignable. But not yet.
Not yet. But not yet. Stuart, you're not forgiven. He forgot his preparation.
I
He
think
liked your c4.
He did?
Stuart was onto something. He is making it resignable very soon.
Uh-huh.
King c2, a3 is coming next, b4 is coming next, the creation of the passed pawn, and it's going to be impossible for you to defend against that and to stop my passed pawn from promotion. So he was onto something. He was apologizing to you as well. Yes, sir.
Well, I think to himself.
Because king c6,
king
just
c6,
bishop
just
f5.
bishop to f5.
And there is this wall.
This is the main idea in this position, this endgame.
Not allowing the
Guarding
king
everything.
to escape.
And a handshake.
Iris Mo had checkmate on the board against Amy Yang, grabbing a critical win. I'm right in saying Amy is coming in as the youngest participant.
I believe so. She's
at
only 12 years
12
old.
years. Wow.
Already making the top juniors in the United States.
What just happened? There's a crazy move on the board. I'm
Alert,
seeing,
alert.
Alert. Okay, for sure, for 100% for sure, when Amy played the move E3, E4, in her mind's eye, she's got the pawn on E4 very, very nicely protected by the bishop on D3.
Wanting to push it even more to E5.
And she's thinking, I've got a big advantage because as soon as I play E5, I'll rout my opponent's pieces. However, Iris said, not so fast, not so fast. I've got a knight sacrifice, and Iris is banking on the idea that there's going to be a discovered against this bishop on H4. Amy is just being rocked
and
with
it's on the board, right?
one smashing, crashing move after another. Iris sacrificed one knight, she sacrificed another knight. Now that rook sacrifice that you mentioned, rook takes E5, is on the board. And Amy is saying, what did I do this morning? Why am I being punished? But she is. Whoa.
2 exclamation points.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. Bishop H2.
That's
check.
a brilliant move. I love it.
Iris
Yeah.
is styling. I mean, she sacrificed one knight, another knight, a rook, a bishop.
I'm telling you, we need to bring the brilliancy prize back. Look at these amazing moves.
And finally, Amy, by the way, did resign.
So congratulations to Iris Mo for a fantastic game.
And let's see how it did finish. Takes, check, bishop. So now we're threatening queen H1. Oh no, too nice.
That's it, checkmate.
Too nice. Wow, Iris, we're not worthy. That was fantastic. Alice Lee won her first game in the junior section, defeating Nico Chasin.
Alice is just completely winning.
Whoa!
Out of a sudden.
Snap.
Yes, and let's kind of recap what just happened, because we did make the time control. So right now Nico is probably going to be spending some time realizing the fact that he's just completely lost. It was at this point, I think we said, knight takes d4, it seems like black is the one with the lead, at least the practical lead in the position, but Alice did find some really good moves. She started with e3, kicked the knight away. She understood the fact that that knight cannot stay there for a very long time in the center of the board. Take, knight to f3, check. And after knight takes f3, g takes f3 is very ambitious, but it also creates a lot of opportunities for white as well. I think the much better practical decision would have been to take with the queen. Look, I'm invading with my queen. I'm ready to take both the d1 and the e3 pawn, d1 rook and the e3 pawn. So right now it is white who still has to be on the defensive end of things, right? Doesn't have time to attack. After g takes f3, queen takes b6. Now you're the one as black that needs to prove your compensation. And it's not that clear where it is. In fact, the only move in the position is to go e4. This is really not easy stuff. e4, potentially to start looking at queen to d2 ideas. And that's going to force queen to d4, queen to f5. I'm looking at going to h3. But it's not that clear, right? Because even when you go to h3, I go rook to d2, and that protects the square g2. This is a complete mess, and white still has the extra pawn on the queen side. So, after rook to f8, not e4, rook f8 is just a losing move. Queen takes d6. Where is your compensation? Queen to f5, queen to d7. I'm a couple of pawns up, and you're not mating me. After queen to d7, I think this one might be over very soon because I don't see a clear way for black to continue.
And a handshake. He just resigned.
So
congratulations to Alice Lee for her first win in the Juniors Championships.
Absolutely.
Big victory, and it must feel like a relief for Alice.
Great relief, I would say. Jennifer Smith escaped a losing position and was able to take sole lead in the standings. We had just seen the move C2, C3, a move I did not like. I preferred bishop takes it. Yeah. And I thought that after this move, which Natalie played, by the way, G7, G5, things were going nice in the sense I don't like the king on F1. I don't like the bishop on C1 for white. But Jennifer had her own ideas. Knight D2, castles long, B4. As soon as Natalie gave the address of her king, where's your king hiding on the queen side? Jennifer said, right, let's launch a flank attack on the queen side. Bishop G7, queen B3, a move you mentioned too, because you were thinking...
Just a little starting worried about there are so many pawns that are pushed, but the white pieces are still not developed, and it's unclear what... Yeah, and the bishop on C1...
Okay, let's see what happened next. Rook F8.
Just defending the pawn.
Yeah, it's not just defending. It's kind of like it's intimating, like, give me a chance to play F5 and, you know, let's get going. Natalie, as we had suspected, she sacrificed a piece on the D4 square, and she set up for a really nice queen sacrifice. She played... Natalie, as black, just played the move rook on F8 to E8, and after the move bishop F7, rook takes E2.
Go ahead, my queen.
Please take my queen, as she's threatening rook F2 check, and then another discovered, and she would capture white's queen. So
or just rook F3 checkmate.
Or even rook F3 checkmate. Apologies. King takes. Queen H4, threatening queen F2. Second, G3, F3 check, and I believe we've just caught up. No, I think we've got another move, haven't we? Don't we have?
We caught up, but now it's really difficult for white to continue because if you go back to F1...
Jennifer's standing up as if she made a move, or she hasn't
I
made
think
a
she's
move.
just thinking while standing up.
Okay, to decipher.
I think Jennifer is also struggling with Sig, but she's calling the arbiter.
Yeah, she
and
is.
I think
She's finally making the claim.
Threefold repetition.
Good for her, Jennifer. And by the way, securing her lead. That's very, very nice.
That's true.
The four fields have sole leaders. Join us tomorrow to catch all the action.
Welcome back to the fourth round of the U.S. Seniors and Juniors Championships.
Kate, I'm very pleased and delighted to say that we have a special guest by Zoom, Wonder Liang, America's Olympian. Wonder, hello and welcome to our show. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's good to see you guys.
Indeed. Where are you? Where are you?
I'm in town. I'm around St. Louis. Yes.
Well, you should have come on in.
It was a little complicated, but I'm glad to join online.
You better not be right outside the door. What do you think of the championship so far?
Yeah, no, I'm following it. It's a great tournament. Yeah, it's really exciting, and I think there's a lot of action happening for sure.
Do you have any favorites, personal favorites in any of these in any of the competitions?
Yeah, I guess I'm probably a fan of Andy right now. I actually expected him to accumulate a few more points, but I guess he started a little bit slower. So yeah, I don't know. I think these things are just very unexpected, and it's very hard to tell who is strong or what form someone is in at any given point.
Wander, good to see you first of all. Now, you mentioned Andy. There's also Mishra, and they're the exact same rating. And there's a big race happening right now, 26-38 for both of the players. Mishra just won yesterday with the Najdorf. How do you see this race play out between the two players? And do you see anybody else joining the fray in the juniors?
Yeah, I think it's very close between them. Yeah, I think that they somewhat have similar styles. They're very good at, very accurate players in general. Very good at calculating. I think they also have similar sort of weaknesses. Mostly, I think they're very young, and sometimes they make bad decisions based on that. But I think they're very, very strong and exceptional players. I think, yeah, to me they feel like pretty much on an elite level already, both of them. Although I think somehow their rating is taking a while to catch up, and probably it'll just take a bit of maturity for them. But yeah, I think, I don't know, for me, they feel much, much stronger than the rest of the field. And yeah, but you know, these things, they don't always work that way. I think especially the US Juniors is such an unpredictable tournament. There can always be upsets, and anyone can beat anyone at any given point, regardless of, you know, how much experience at the top level or how strong someone has been in the past. I think that's probably part of the allure of the tournament.
And I want to congratulate you for, I mean, having amazing chess kind of career, especially these past years. And you made for the first time the US Olympic team coming for the 2026 Olympiad in Uzbekistan. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I kind of lost like a ton of rating right before the cutoff, so I wouldn't really say I made it, whereas like I kind of flopped over the line, I guess. But yeah, I think in 2 years probably, I mean, one of these guys will be there for sure. So I'm not sure if this will be my only time, but yeah, it's of course big honor to represent the US team, and it should be very fun and exciting for me at least. And yeah, very glad to be able to play.
Yeah. I wonder, speaking of Olympians, does it surprise you that in these competitions we have two Olympians, Rose Atwell and Alice Lee, playing for the women's Olympic team, and they're so young. They're both so young.
Yeah, no, not a surprise at all. I think that they're both incredible players, and they've been playing so much over the past years. I think Alice in particular, I guess, would probably be even stronger if she wasn't distracted by other things. I guess she had this like 2400 rating for 3-4 years already. But yeah, no, I think they're incredible players, and yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how Alice does, especially in the open section.
Wander, I think you won this event 3 times, back-to-back, 2017, 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And whenever you win this tournament, you go on to play the US Championships, the big one. How important is that ticket, and how important it is, paint a picture for us, how important it is for these guys to get to the US Championships via winning this title?
Yeah, for me back then, it was obviously huge just to have the experience to play those top players. And I think for me to feel like I can be on the like a similar level to them, or just, you know, play with them, and you know, they were better than me, of course, at that time, but I think just getting the experience and kind of understanding that they can also make mistakes is very important for any young player. I think for Andy and Abhi in particular, they're already like pretty much, I wouldn't really say like I'm a favorite against either of them. I also don't think they're any worse than some of the other top players. So yeah, I'm not really sure why they're playing, to be honest. I guess just for kicks, or I don't know. I think they're also, for them, it's a tournament with a lot of friends, and it's good to see them. So Yeah, I think for them, they probably are on pace to qualify by rating anyway. So, yeah, but I think, of course, it's a hugely important tournament for anyone. And I think, anyways, just to get the experience that, of course, playing at the club is an amazing experience for everyone.
And I wonder, you're coming back here to St. Louis to play the Rapid and Blades in early August. How are you preparing for the event, and how much do you look forward to play there?
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they invited me with my Rapid and Blitz rating is rapidly decreasing into the 2400s. I guess they figured, Firouzja needs to pick up a couple more wins or something like that. He didn't score enough points in Croatia, right? So, but yeah, I'm always excited to be some cannon fodder for the top guys. For me, it's always good fun. So yeah, it's obviously great. I think the Grand Chess Tour keeps getting younger, or maybe I just keep getting older. But yeah, it's good to be able to play the Gukesh and Sindarov and all of these young guys that I haven't really faced before. Even if it's just Rapid and Blitz, I think it's an amazing tournament for sure.
A wonder. Thank you so much for joining us, taking the time out of your day. And we look forward to following you as you are cannon fodder for the Grand Chess Tour players. We'll see you in August.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Take care. A wonder Liang playing for the U.S. Olympic team for the first time. And I remember how excited I was playing first time in the Olympiad. That was kind of a dream
Olympiad is such an amazing event. You get to play alongside your teammates. You also get to see all the best players in the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fabulous.
And let's make everything clear. Wonder is not going to be cannon fodder for anybody in that tournament. The guy is 2,700. Sure, maybe his blitz and rapid rating are not tracking based on that because he's not playing that many blitz and rapid rating events. But the guy is like a 2,700 level player, for sure.
He's so self-deprecating. He says, I don't even know why they invited me. My rating is rapidly going down. That's pretty funny. Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian returning to our Game 4. I think that Black is actually, Vladimir has actually just totally equalized the position now.
But can you move back just to Queen D5 for 1 second? Because I remember Vladimir had 1 hour 30 minutes, so I believe he spent 15 minutes on the move.
I'm not sure
but I think he was having perfect time, and right here he's probably spent 15 minutes on the move Queen takes B2.
Wow, I'm not sure because we had some trouble with our transmission, so I'm not exactly sure how accurate it is.
I think it's pretty accurate.
Yeah,
Shabalov with 45 minutes, 46 minutes, and Akopian with 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that the move Queen takes B2, it took Vladimir 15 minutes to play it.
Yeah. 15 minutes he spent on that Queen takes B2, and everything up to that point, it felt like it was pretty quick. It was done pretty quick.
I wanted to say that I thought Vladimir had equalized because, again, his pawn structure was a little compromised after knight takes f5. He lost the light squared bishop, and he lost the d5 pawn. But having captured the pawn on b2, now the structure is not the problem. As soon as Vladimir castles, he's actually going to be just fine. At the moment, we didn't want to take the rook a moment ago because queen takes a1, queen takes a8. I don't like that trade for Black. That's why I'm thinking he should play knight c6. But now that we're back in business, Kate, where would you like us to go?
Yeah, let's take a look at the girls section and the game Iris Mo against Irene Faye, because Iris made a big blunder and it looks like Irene is punishing her.
Okay, so when we left it, we didn't leave it. We were, let me just go back. I had been told by Cristian that there was a big mistake by Iris, that in this position, she played the move queen h5, and that was
And we see, two question marks on that move.
Yeah, she overlooked that after c6. I'm 100% that her intended answer was queen takes e5, expecting that in case of e takes, she's happy.
She's getting back the bishop because there is a pin.
She doesn't lose a piece. But now having got to the position, she suddenly realized, after queen takes e5, threatening queen takes g7 as well as knight c7, the very, very powerful castles address both threats and says to white, well, what are you going to do about this pin piece? You're going to lose a piece.
Yeah, because just moving the knight to knight e3 is not going to solve anything, because knight e3, bishop takes e3, and now you cannot do an intermediate capture bishop takes e6 because there is queen d2 and queen takes f2 checkmate.
Mate on the next turn, you bet. So, oops, that's the cold shower treatment. So when she got to this position, Iris, that is to say, and after c6, she said, well, I'm going to lose a piece. I'm going to try to get as much forward as I can. Let me castle. And now, after, for example, captures with the pawn, at least in this case, Iris is going to say, okay, I'll get 2 pawns and, you know, I'm still fighting. Although I must say,
Black has that extra bishop on
extra
h7?
bishop, yeah. It's not the kind of fight that Iris wanted to play, but it was the move queen h5 that was the disaster. Cristian, I'm going to toss it over to you and ask you what games caught your eye.
Well, let's take a look at Andy Woodward versus Alice Lee. I think this one is quite a crucial one, and a Wander was also mentioning, look, I was expecting Andy to get more wins in this event so far, but you know, he started a bit slower. He had the great chance in game 1 with black pieces. He did not manage to convert that one. That was decisive advantage, a big miss. Nevertheless, that was just the beginning of the tournament. Right now, he's tuning up his play. And we had this position, Yasser, you really dislike this move h6.
I did.
Just for the simple fact that you do create the hook. I do have ideas of g4, g5 later on. And it seems to be a weakening move for my king. Knight to h5, g3, take on d4, e takes d4, knight takes f4, quite an unusual pawn structure. We don't see this very often. You have the g file open, the double pawns on the f file, and obviously black will at some point try to dislodge that knight from e5 to start looking at the pawn on f4, either taking with the bishop or with the queen later on. So let's see what we have. Knight to h4, and this is the position the players currently have on the board. Question is, after f6, do you go knight to g6? And f6 is a big commitment, right? Because you are weakening a lot of the light squares around your king, so you have to make sure you're ready to do that.
The move I really want to play, Cristian,
you want to go queen d3.
Funnily enough, that's a great move. I didn't even consider it. I was looking at queen h5 with the idea of rook to g1, and also in case you take my knight.
So that's the funny part about this.
Yes.
I will take your knight, and then I will laugh in your face with the move bishop to a3.
Wow.
I didn't see that one.
Exactly. I didn't see it either. It was just shown to me by the engine. But that's a beautiful shot right there.
Right.
Because if you don't spot this from afar, then you can, you know, start looking at queen h5 ideas. But after bishop a3, you're just lost. Because if you take, I take on c3, you cannot defend both the bishop on c2 and the rook on a1. Right. So it's a very nice shot, which we don't see very often. And the thing is, if you go castle, let's say, to defend the pawn on b2, guess what? I can still utilize that pin and actually go queen takes c3. You take on a3, and after bishop d7, in fact, your king is the weak one. Your king is the weak one, yes.
Gotcha.
So you're in trouble. But again, you have many other alternatives, including queen to d3.
Yeah, what about that move? That suddenly piqued my interest, queen to d3.
Queen d3 is definitely an intriguing move, and it does, like, maybe I can actually take, perhaps I'm forced, in fact, to take that knight on e5 if you throw in a check. If you take on e5, by the way, There's no more bishop a3.
That is true.
Because the pawn on c3 is protected. But I can take on e5 now. The queen is not on h5, so I can take 2 pawns for my piece, which will mean at the end of it, I'm going to be a pawn up. And the big question is, do you checkmate me in the process? It seems like not. It seems like you can give a couple of checks, both king to f6 and even take, and going back right now, no longer a light square bishop to support the action of the queen on h7. It seems I'm safe as black. I have enough defenders in the position. So f6, perhaps it's a commitment, but maybe it's the move that she needs to make right now. Because if you spend too much time, give me a few more moves. Rook to g1, I'm going to already start looking at queen d3 ideas. You don't want to delay this for too long.
Right.
Because you're going to get a deadly attack coming your way. So after knight to h4, it seems f6 is the best. Knight to g6, and then we might be going into this type of situations. Take, bishop to d7. It does seem like black has enough resources, the more I look at it. And if you do get the exchange, well, I have a lot of compensation for it. I will also capture that pawn on f4 in the future. I like this position for black. So f6, more or less needed in this position. You can also, I guess, go for knight f5, but this type of structures, I'm not a big fan of, especially with this weakness on d5. I think you're going to suffer for a very long time as black. So normally, if I could avoid them, I would try to. So I recommend f6 for Alice. Let's see what she does.
Absolutely double-edged game. And where are these two players? Thank you, Cristian. Where are these two players on our leaderboard, Kate?
Let's take a look. So Andy Woodward tied for the second place with 2 points, only half a point behind Abhimanyu Mishra, the leader, and Alice Lee scoring yesterday her first win against Nico Chasin. And she's tied for the 8th place.
Absolutely, but Andy's feeling the heat in what we think might be a 2-horse race between himself and Mishra. So he's looking at this game with Alice and saying, hey, look, we may be bughouse partners, but I got to take you down if I'm going to play for first place in the tournament. I was just following that analysis of yours there, Cristian, between Andy and Alice, and this position where you played f6 and queen
Which, by the way,
d3.
did not have a knight f5 is on the board.
She played knight f5.
Yeah, she just played knight f5.
So the question I was going to ask you is like, I'm looking at this position and maybe I'm seeing it in the wrong way, but rook g1, this looks like a really, I mean, if I was Alice, I'd be like frightened that the attack is just coming so powerfully.
Absolutely,
I mean,
absolutely. Yeah. It does look scary. You just have to keep your nerves and go rook g8.
And just hold on with
defend that pawn, yeah.
Yeah,
it does look very dangerous.
But she didn't go for this, and no. I understand why she didn't go for this. She did, in fact, play knight takes f4. Sorry, let me just go to the current position, knight h4, and you said she played knight f5?
Knight f5, yeah.
Knight f5.
Yeah. It's on the board.
Okay, so she's basically saying, I can withstand the assault on the G file. Again, this looks very, very scary to my eyes here. What do you think of this position, Kate?
I mean, I agree that the open G file is scary. It looks dangerous for the king.
Exactly. Aren't we just going, I mean, this almost looks a little bit routine. I would take on f5, play queen f3, gaining a tempo, I would be thinking.
Black has to develop the bishop to e6.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not a great-looking bishop on e6, but at least it's developed, so we can connect the rooks.
And now I'm thinking White's king is a little bit more safe. And
okay, I go b5. I need to start an attack on the queen side.
Exactly, but I know what you're thinking. You got to go on the queen side, I've got to go on the king side, but thanks to the half-open G file already.
And the knight in the center, the bishop on c2. I agree, it looks better for white.
White's way ahead in the race, if I put it that way, to attack one another's king. Alice is in trouble. Where would you like it
Let's
to
take
go?
a look at the girls section. Rochelle Wu, she was in the confessional booth saying, my tournament is not going well, but it can be worse because she started with 3 zeros and today is the next round.
Right.
So she was saying, I'm playing all in. I need to make a win in this tournament.
And
so
she's
let's
up
see how
against
that is
Jasmine.
going.
And the opening was going really well for Rochelle. And Rochelle made a move that just absolutely tasered me. She had won a pawn in the opening, and Jasmine just played the move d5, d4. And I'm thinking to myself, why on earth didn't Rochelle just plant her knight in the middle of the board and go, yay, look at me. Not only am I pawn up, but I'm the one with an attack against the king. She dropped back with a knight, and I think that gave Jasmine a chance to gain some counterplay. Knight h5, bishop e2, bishop h6, g3. And even though I still, if the pawn were back on c6 and Jasmine could play a move like knight c6, then I'm really warming up to the pawn sacrifice. With the pawn on c6 and not even on c5, I'm thinking Rochelle is a little bit better. Okay. But now after bishop h3, Rochelle played another move that had me scratching my head. King f2.
King f2. We would expect maybe knight d2 to knight e4. At least let's bring the knight back.
There's no maybe. You want to put the knight on e4 and plug up the center, stop black from sacrificing her pieces. Anyway, king f2 was played, and knight dropped back to g7, kind of an intimation that we might be going for knight f5 to e3.
Rook e1.
Rook e1 and f7, f6, trying to break up the team.
But remember, white has an extra pawn in this position.
She does.
So trading pieces is to white's advantage.
Oh, big time. Okay, so what Jasmine is hoping, I think, is to sacrifice an exchange. This would be a dream for black. Why did she put her bishop on h6? Well, you're seeing
there's
the chess.
Checkmate coming up probably somewhere, bishop e3.
Yeah, this is what the whole f6, rook e8 is all about. Now, Rochelle is not going to play cooperatively into those lines. Maybe she should just take.
And then let's get the knight to the center.
Again, plugging up the situation. But I'm thinking in case of takes, Jasmine is going to play knight f5, and again, she's scrambling for counterplay, right? This is what she's hoping is that she can trick Rochelle in this position. I'm going to go to our tournament leader, Rachel Lee. She's playing against Chloe. Rachel's having a superb
Just fantastic tournament.
start, but
Perfect start, 3 out of 3.
but maybe not such a great position in this game 4. Oh, wait a
I
minute.
think she has a great position.
Hold on. I thought white was doing well. I was going to capture on d6 and castle long.
And g4, g5. I know you, Yasser.
I'm a one-trick pony. At least where round 4 is concerned.
Once you see that hook on h6 and
I'm
white's
all-
battery on the b1, h7 diagonal, you want to open up the g-file.
Okay, so Chloe just played the move queen c2. Why the knight is not on f3 and the bishop is not on h7 first and then on e4, I don't know.
I think she may be trying to kind of flip the battery, putting bishop to c2 and then queen to d3.
A lot of moves.
One way, maybe developing first the rook from a1, moving the bishop all the way to b1, and then just dropping back the queen to c2.
Exactly.
So my big problem in the position is my bishop on c8 for the moment, right?
Yeah.
At least I don't have a clear spot for it. But I do have very nice control over the d file, and especially I really like that square d4. So maybe just rook d8.
Yeah.
Could
Rook
be an idea
d8.
here.
I'm assuming Chloe is intending to put her knight on f3 and her bishop on e4 makes the most sense. I guess you end up putting your bishop on.
So let's try to
e8.
match that. Maybe b6, bishop b7 again. I was considering bishop d7, bishop e8, but that feels a bit slow and perhaps too passive.
Right. Not 100% sure.
But then if I can always go knight a5, right?
Right.
Exchange that bishop.
Yep. Yep. I'm not sure exactly what I'm playing for as white. I think the position's still pretty balanced. You're right. You have control of the d file for the moment. Maybe.
So let's go rook d7 maybe?
Yep. Rook d7. And I'm guessing b4. Yeah, let's go b4.
Ah, you're not letting me settle. I see.
Oh, you'll be settled enough.
Knight c6.
Knight c6. And it's, I mean, I'm trying to frighten, scare
But you don't
up
have
and
enough
attack.
resources, I feel. I mean, the
Yeah.
knight on f3 is not really helping with the attack. So you only have the rook that's
Yeah.
threatening anything in the position.
Rook over, queen over. It's not enough.
I'm not
It's
really
enough.
afraid of your
Yeah.
attack, no.
Not enough. We'll keep an eye on this game of Rachel. I want to go to Zoe Tang game because that is weird. It's okay. So she went bishop a3, and Amy said, "You can have my pawn." She didn't take on d4. She didn't like to take on d4.
Maybe she was worried that the c pawn takes and then the rook's on the c file, b file.
In any case, she had her own tricky ideas, taking advantage of the pin with the pawn. d4 takes, e5, queen take. That's great compensation, I would say, in that particular case. But Zoe said, look, do your worst. You damaged my kingside pawn structure, but unless you're playing queen g5 and checkmate, I can cover the king. b7, b6, bishop drop back to a3.
Now you cannot really take the pawn on c3, queen takes c3, because there is bishop takes e7.
And again, unless you're bringing your queen to g5, I mean, the damaged pawn structure on the king side for white, it's not terrifyingly bad. King h1, rook g1, you can really protect a lot of squares.
Especially when you look at the white's center, right? We have pawn on c3, d4, e3, and these pawns will just push in the center and then...
Kind of a protection.
I think that's just an advantage with space, and then with the two bishops supporting it from a3, b3, gives a very nice play for white.
Yeah, we're all rather skeptical of Amy's pawn sacrifice. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check in on the juniors' first board. Abhimanyu Mishra against Brewington Hardaway.
All right. Brewington's coming into this round 4 undefeated. He made 3 draws, but he's had some advantages, has Brewing.
Yesterday, that was the rook end game
That
where
was
just
great.
one tempo and he was winning, but it was, who was it, Bach and Go?
Liam?
Or Liam Putnam, right,
Yeah,
who just played perfectly and secured a draw.
Exactly. We're in the King's Indian, or the hybrid Slav, Grunfeld hybrid Slav. Knight f6 to d7 was Mishra's choice, and there's a lot of other moves as alternatives. It's a very rich theoretical position, and the players, I'm sure, are following the precepts of theory up to a certain moment.
I think that was a very important moment, actually.
Which one? Go ahead,
After
Cristian.
the move bishop to h6.
Okay.
Because you have a couple of ways you can deal with this. One of them is the move that he played in the game, and the other one is to go bishop to g7. Bishop to g7, it does make a lot of sense, but then you start looking at the position and you realize how important your dark square bishop is. For example, bishop takes b7, king takes b7, and now after queen to b3, the bishop on e5, the dark square bishop that you had all along, it was supporting the knight jump in the center, which right now is not really possible because you have difficulties on the dark squares. It was just securing the dark squares around the king and in the position as well. So this one, after the exchange of dark square bishop, queen to b3, it is only white that's playing for the advantage because I can couple ideas of just starting to look at your dark squares. Queen c3, h4, h5, h6. Those things can definitely be played in position, but also I'm much faster. I already have the rooks coming on the open files. Rook f to d1 followed by rook a to c1. And it does seem like this just simply gives white not a tremendous, not a decisive advantage, but definitely an advantage that he can work with. So after a bishop to h6, Abhimanyu spent some time, and he understood that I need to keep my bishop on e5. Despite the fact that that bishop on h6 definitely looks a little bit uncomfortable next to your king like that, but rook to e8 was a very important move. And after queen to d2, bishop e6, another important decision by Mishra was to exchange his bishop for the very central and beautiful knight on d5. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, and queen to b6. And this is what we have right now. It just seems like white is slowly running out of resources to claim the advantage in the position. Rook e to d8, I'm going to exchange a pair of rooks, maybe a couple of pair of rooks on that side. It seems like black slowly but surely is equalizing this one.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm looking at a game from the senior women's tournament, Natalia versus Catherine. And it seems to me that Natalia's got this really, really nice tactical setup. It's almost, if you think about it, a kind of a Benoni in reverse. And Michael Tal really enjoyed playing these Benonis because he liked the dynamic nature of the defense. In this position, the queen on e2 and the rook on e1 are ideally placed to blast open the e-file.
Yeah, that's a very strong battery on the e-file.
The problem is the pawn on e5 is in the way. How are we going to get rid of this pawn on e5? And the knight on c6 is defending both the pawn on e5 as well as the pawn on d4. But there's a hidden tactic that the moment your eye cognites on it, you go bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight takes d4. Now you can see how the e-file gets blasted open. E takes d4.
Bishop f4.
Yes, exactly.
And it's again about the knight d6, right?
And bang, suddenly Catherine's king is on this open highway in the middle of the board and about to get run over. It's not a, at first blush, it appears that black's center is very solid, f6, e5, d4, everything is nicely protected. Maybe on a good day, you get to play knight to e6, further cementing the center and maybe even castling long. But bishop takes c6 and knight takes d4. Great opportunity here for Natalia to pick up another victory should she spot bishop c6.
And she's still thinking, and I think you are looking at that direction, right? Every time, like you have a
rook
queen and rook piled on one file, open bishop, strong knight on c4. Right. You're looking for these tactical threats.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, if she plays the move f2, f4, this is very understandable as well, right? Because your queen, your rook, perfectly positioned, and you want to target the pawn on e5. The problem is that you're also giving some counter chances to your opponent with the moves like rook. You're weakening g3, essentially. So maybe after castles, how badly do you want to take twice on e5 and things like that? You start thinking about that. Let me just put that position on the board for a moment. There's also even a b5 sighting. This is the type of position where maybe Natalie, though you do have bishop f4.
Yeah, that bishop f4 is still an extremely strong diagonal.
Still exists. So
I think f4 could be also a good second chance to go.
You understand it.
Generally speaking, we look for developing our pieces, right? So after queen c7, we would be probably thinking, what we can do with the bishop to get it out, and that's how we start getting also some ideas of maybe sacrificing on d4, starting with that bishop takes c6.
Exactly. And because we're in the women's section, let's just go to our tournament leader, Jennifer, as she is up with, she's got a big challenge today. She's playing against Angelina Belaskaya. Angelina comes in as the high-rated seed in the tournament. And I like what Angelina has done. She's got one of those positions where if the pawn were back on f7, it's
maybe slight spacious edge for white.
White, but with the pawn on f5, the pawn on e6, in my view, is simply too weak. And Angelina is going to be playing rook e1, rook e2, aspiring for the knight g5. Maybe even throwing in c5 and bishop c4. Like, I think, for example, c5, I'm assuming you want to go...
f5?
f4,
pardon me.
Okay, so...
yeah, I have to go. I don't like it so much, but I have to.
I'll throw you into the wild there. Here you could play b5. And I'd love to maintain my bishop here on the c4, and I think Angelina's got a lot of happy moves.
Yes,
yeah,
but you know, Jennifer,
position.
the leader of the event, she's not getting great positions in her
out
games,
of the opening.
But she really focuses for the whole game.
Fights
and
back.
She's waiting for that one mistake for her opponent to make, and then she wants to kind of take advantage of it.
Exactly.
So you have to be very careful when you are having an extra edge, not to get too comfortable with your position.
Exactly. And finally, just because we are here, Ivona, who has 2 wins and 1 loss, and what a loss that is. She's up against Alexei Root. Ivona chasing with 2 points out of 3, I want to say, and Alexei's just played c2, c3. 3 versus 3, but these positions where you have, I want to say, kind of hanging pawns, I've always liked the dynamic chances with the hanging pawns in this structure, because even when you're forced to make the unwanted move, f4, sometimes you follow it up with e4 and e3.
I mean, this seems like an invitation to just push the pawn forward.
Yeah, you're getting blasted as white, right? Like here, here, here. I don't know if you have to go whole hog, but these attacks.
I mean, why not? You have the rook on f8 supporting the pawns.
Yep, yep. So Ivona looking good in this, her 4th round game. Where would you like to take us? Oh, actually, Cristian.
I think Cristian wants to say, what caught your eye?
Well, continuing on that note of happy positions with happy moves, or at least moves that are easier to play than the moves that your opponent has, take a look at this one, Andy versus Alice. Things have changed since the last time we looked at it. I think we left it off after knight to h4, knight to f5, and we were saying, take on f5, double up the pawns for black, but more importantly, create this weakness on d5. Later on, you can go long castle, you can go rook to g1, focus your attack down the g file. And it is white who is having the happy moves, right, in the position. He played queen d3, Andy, that is. The problem is, right now after f6, you're starting to lose those opportunities in the position because the position is becoming extremely concrete. Once you move this knight, your pawn on f4 will be hanging, so you have to be very careful the way you do it. He played knight g6, and now she played rook to e8. And you can see the bar swinging in white's favor, but why is it in white's favor? I'm looking through the main line. Take on f5, take on f5. Now you have to go probably king to f1.
Okay.
It's probably the best square for the king. I will continue taking the pawn.
Okay.
Queen to f3, I think this is what he wants.
Oh,
that's
very
a double
forcing.
attack, beautiful. Yeah. But then I continue taking pawns.
Wow, I'm a pawn grabber.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
And you take on d5, but look at this block of pawns on the king's side for black. That's 4 versus 1. If they manage to actually survive in the position, you know, bishop to e6, queen to f3, bishop back to d6, it's a very strong block of pawns. And your king is starting to look quite airy as well, right? It's definitely not looking safe at all on f1, with queen to c4 followed by bishop to d5 coming in the position. So definitely something to look for. So what's the happy move right now? And you can see it on Andy's face. He's struggling to find the right continuation. 41 minutes against 52 for Alice. It's clear who's the more comfortable player in the position right now after rook to e8, and that's Alice. So let's say you do something else. Let's say you do castle. But again, I go knight takes h4. I close shop on that side. There's no more checkmates. And next I will take on f4. Again, where's the compensation?
Right.
It just feels like move by move, it's easier to play for black. The transitions are easier to handle for black. And I'm struggling to find a great idea for white.
You know me. I'm not the one to boldly sacrifice pawns. But if you don't mind, castle's long.
Oh, you want castle long first?
In this current position, bishop takes f4. I'm losing the pawn with check.
I will have to take that pawn. Yes.
But at least in this case, after king b1, I've lost a pawn. I still do have the half-open g-file. I mean to say.
But that's kind of the only thing you have, right?
Well,
because
knight takes h4, knight takes h4, yep.
And f5.
And f5, and
yeah.
Okay, rook to g1. You're welcome to take on h2.
I might actually take on h2.
Yeah.
I know you want me to.
No.
Question is if I want to as well.
No, we can
okay,
do
let's just
like,
try it out.
Let's go b5. Cristian, let's attack on the queen side.
Oh,
so you're sacrificing pawns?
Well, I think it's a very...
No, I wanted to castle.
See exactly where you were.
Queen side, yeah.
Boom,
so,
boom.
Boom, boom. Rook g1.
And now you want to go b5.
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
b5.
Take the pawn, Yasser.
No, I wanted to double my rooks on the g file. So rook to g6 or rook to g2. Yeah, something.
Whichever you want.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Maybe I want the g6 square for my knight. Not 100% sure. Right.
It doesn't seem like you're getting anywhere.
Not blasting through.
No. You don't have resources to blast through. The knight is not going anywhere. There's no pawns that you can
sacrifice
use to force the position open. So unless you have some piece sacrifices that I don't see, some knight takes f5 ideas.
Right.
It's difficult to understand exactly what you're going to do next, and I know exactly what I'm going to do next as black.
Exactly.
a5 followed by b4, maybe b4 first by itself.
Right.
I have ways to open up the position where I want it to get open.
So my knight on h4 is marooned. Knight f3.
Somewhat out of play, right?
Yeah.
So b4.
b4, and now, boy, you're coming fast. Knight. No, knight f5.
But that's the question. Where do you put the knight?
Exactly.
If you go to e5, I'll take it. I'll happily take it.
I feel like Andy's kind of messed up by not capturing on f5
this
and
was
putting
the
his
crucial
queen
moment.
on f3.
Queen to d3 was a bit too much.
Yeah.
And I understand where he's coming from. Look, it looks good.
Right.
You're setting up for long castle. It feels like you're just in time.
Right.
And obviously this battery that's looking at the h7 square. But after f6, things become very concrete because you move the knight, the pawn on f4 starts hanging. And unless you can find something after knight to g6, rook to e8, I think this is the position we currently have on the board. I think it's just Alice who has the upper hand. And imagine,
wow,
what if she takes down the defending champion? I mean, she certainly has a chance in this one. Objectively and practically, the position, I feel, is easier to play for Alice.
That would be a remarkable upset indeed, as we see what this game, how important this game is for both players.
And Woodward is tied for the second place with 2 points, and Alice Lee so far 8th with 1 point. But if she manages to win, then it makes a big difference because she is gonna join the co-leaders for the second place.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm still looking at this game of Andy and you know, the pawn sacrifice. It turned out my putting the rook on g6 was just wrong. I've got to save that square for the knight so that the knight will tickle the bishop, maybe force the bishop to a lesser square, and then I can focus my attack on the king side. I thought it was a decent enough pawn sacrifice, but okay, 3-result game for sure in this one. And shall we go to the game of Mishra?
Yes, the leader of the event.
Okay, again, we're staying with the juniors. We're going to go to the game of Brewington and Abhimanyu. We've just seen rook d8. What do we think?
I mean,
I've got the two
looks
bishops.
very balanced.
Yeah, there's just not enough play.
But it also starts to feel like black is the one who actually finished development, has the active bishop
Somehow,
on e5.
right?
So how come white? I mean, the engine is preferring white.
Yeah, I can pull the plug. I can play bishop takes c6, stop any things, you know,
yeah,
b
pawn takes
takes,
c6,
and I just munch away, right? It's rook d c1. I'm not going to make the claim, the argument that I'm any better, but okay, should I get to play b3 and rook c1? The structure's
I do have this weakness
little
on c6, right?
a small weakness. Not enough going on here in this game for Brewington to claim anything. I'm going to switch to the junior girls. Going to pick up Rachel Lee against Chloe. The players have pretty much followed, although Rachel didn't bring her rook to d8. She actually played a5. Do you like that move?
So a5, so she's making sure b4 is not going to happen.
I didn't think it was a big deal, but okay. So Chloe said, look, I understand strategy in chess, open file, rooks go to the open file. Somebody, I think you were mentioning maybe she wants to play bishop to b, like Andy Woodward in his game against
style. Just make the battery, try to,
you know, like if you play b6.
Target that h7 square.
Right. At least in this particular case, you may provoke your opponent to play a move g6, not necessarily what Rachel wants to do, which would be to
creates now weakness on h6, maybe the square on f6 becomes a bit weak.
There are issues. It's not a fun way to answer. Another very, very positional approach is bishop e4, rook d2, rook d1, doubling the rooks, as we understand, on the d file and claim an advantage for Chloe. So I think Chloe's doing well. I'm going to jump to Zoe Tang. Zoe, again, she's a pawn up, and she's played king h1. And Amy is struggling, really struggling to find compensation. The last move, bishop c4, alert, bishop b5 is going to skewer the rook that's just landed on e8. I like Zoe's position very much.
I want us to jump into the juniors boys because Nico Chasin is struggling in the tournament, losing the first 3 rounds yesterday against Alice Lee, but right now he's having an amazing position against Evan Park.
Wow, I'm looking at the position for Nico. First of all, he's a pawn up. Second of all, this pawn on h4 is absolutely dead. There's just no dealing with that.
And then the rook on c1, there are potential discovery attacks on the
What
queen.
exactly was d5, the last move?
Wow. That looks like a mistimed.
Did he just forget that the rook is on c1?
Because it almost it almost
helps
feels
white.
Yeah,
you know, like thank
like,
you.
I
I was willing to sacrifice a piece potentially with knight d5
Exactly.
myself to open up the c5. But
right.
Thanks for helping me, I guess.
If we make a move like rook c8, the idea of knight d5 absolutely.
Sometimes you have these ideas of
it
knight
does
d5.
cross your mind, right?
Right.
Okay, but d5. Oops, excuse me. D5 is certainly helpful for Nico's situation, and he's captured. And Evan started really well. He was tied for first. After 2 rounds, he lost yesterday, and I don't like his position now. I mean,
if you recapture a pawn takes d5.
Well, that's just
inviting knight takes d5.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I guess this
terrifying. Oh, capture.
This is almost over.
Yeah. And queen takes.
I'm already a
h4.
pawn up, and I'm getting a second one.
Yeah.
And I have the attack.
And you have the, as Roman Djindjiashvili would say, and you have the compensation. Captures on f5 doesn't help either. Rook takes f5.
Yeah.
The rook posts up very, very nicely. There's a explosive exchange sacrifice about to happen. And yes, I still have a discovery as well. Evans, look at his body posture. He's just saying, oh dear.
So do I have to play queen d6?
Oh dear. Queen to d6. Well, you know me, I'm a pawn grubber. I'll just say, okay, what you got? Queen takes h4. Wow.
I take on d5.
Yep. Take on d5. Knight e4 is going to hurt.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Not at all. Big problems here for Evan. Over to you, Cristian.
Well, I'm just moving around the horn and trying to
Sure.
find the imbalances in the position. There's not that many. Most of the games are very, very balanced up to this point. I'm going to start with this one, Brew versus Abhimanyu. I think we left it off somewhere around here after bishop takes d5, and we're saying that rook comes to d8, and it doesn't seem like there's that much imbalance in the position. That's exactly what happened. Rook a to d8. I still think that Abhimanyu has, or at least is very close to equalizing out of the opening. Perhaps I would have went rook e to d8 to preserve the other rook to come to c8 and start looking at the queen on c4. But rook a d8 is a perfectly fine move. Moving forward, this one was quite intriguing. Liam Putnam versus Bach. Bach is doing amazing in the event so far. I believe he's on 2 out of 3, in fact, beating 2 grandmasters. He's coming in as the lowest rated player in the event.
Absolutely.
He defeated Nico, Chasin, and Kirk Ghazarian so far, and he only lost against Andy Woodward. Definitely a great result for him. We had him in the studio yesterday. He seemed very confident. E takes d4, rook f e8. It does seem like white is the one pressing, especially if you take that light square bishop. Knight takes e6, I think, would have been the best choice in the position. If you take with a pawn, now I have a target for a very long time. Not only that, but your light squares are becoming very soft around your king. So knight takes e6, i6, I think perhaps was not necessary, but a better alternative than what he did. And after queen to a4, big question. What if I go g5?
I take the bishop on
You have
e6?
to take the bishop, exactly. And then this would be the discussion. Is this, and this is almost a forced variation. It looks tough, right? It looks tough to allow the king to get so exposed as black. But at the same time, do you have enough pieces to take advantage of that? And I'm not sure you do.
Exactly.
Because this knight, you would love to be able to put it on f5.
Yeah, right.
That's
It's
not
a
how
long way
knights
away.
move, right?
Yeah.
Knight h5, that's controlled by the knight on f6. Even the knight e2, knight g3 maneuver, try to get to f5, that's controlled by the pawn on h4. So
But I can do knight takes d5, right?
you can certainly do it right now, yes. You can certainly do it right now, and then we would get a lot of simplifications. First of all, I can just go into this equal endgame after queen takes d4. But I think most importantly, I can also go knight to f6. And I am picking up some pawns in the process. So somewhat of an opportunity. But queen a5 is a good move as well. I like queen a5 also for Bach. I think just queen to a4, the last move by Liam, was very mistimed. Queen a5 is fine as well. And if you're forced to go into this endgame, I don't see your advantage anymore.
No.
I just don't see it. Because sure, you're going to take on e6. I will take on c3. I think this one is going to get simplified very quickly. You do have the 2 bishops, but it's one of those structures that the knights are just having enough play in the position in. Like this knight is going to jump to e4. If you allow it to, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to utilize your two bishops very well. So I'm liking the way Bach is defending this one out of a difficult opening, and Liam right now with the white pieces, perhaps a missed opportunity earlier on in the game. And right now, balanced.
Yeah.
Balanced like many other games, in fact.
It feels like today is more of a steady day instead of like the earlier rounds where we were seeing 14 decisive games, 13 decisive games per round. I turned my attention to the game between Kirk and Tani. Again, Kirk came into the tournament with high hopes, high ambitions. He did very, very well last year. Bit of a dark horse versus our two rating leaders. And he has a very unbalanced position against Tani, who's having actually a very good tournament himself. And it's not an imbalance that I've seen very often, this, two pawns in the center versus this isolated pawn. Oh, Tani just made a move that I didn't like. He recaptured with the queen. What I thought was happening here was that on Tani's side of the board, obviously this tension with the bishops, but I thought Black is playing for a5 and b4 and saying, hey, look, your bishop on c3 is a target. I expected Kirk to play the move queen g4. Instead, he captured on
But I thought
b7.
Tani is going to recapture here with the rook, right? Because
Me
we
too.
can be doubling up the rooks. I also like the queen on b6 because, as you said, we are supporting a5.
Exactly.
But we may be also thinking about playing e5.
Exactly. And I actually thought it was easier to play Tani's position, Black's position, than White's. But after queen takes b7, which, again, for me is a bit of a confusing choice. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes b7, queen takes b7. Queen g4? That's a kind of an easy move to play. Give me the pawn. Give me the pawn. Yeah, do you play queen d5?
That only goes for... Oh, I cannot play e4 because bishop takes d4 check. Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm feeling that my bishop on c3 is passive, right? And I'm feeling that the pawns on d4 and e3 are a bit of a weakness, if you will. And I'm kind of happy that I've gotten a passer out of this whole deal.
Aren't you going to lose that passer?
I hope not. Check.
Because king h8, your pawn on b2 is hanging.
Yeah, but now, okay, who can I take advantage of the open file? Maybe no. Queen e4 check. No. Then I'm not so sure anymore. Sorry, I thought I was getting a pass pawn. Okay, Kate, what are we doing next?
So we are taking a break, but during the break, Ben Underwood will have some amazing analysis for you. So enjoy.
That's those stats.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Junior and Senior Championships. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out during the break and talking about some statistics behind all of these players, especially looking at how much of a factor does time play into the success of this tournament. So let's get it started, but without further ado, we have to go with a puzzle to start it out. So this comes from last year's game between Ruyang Yan and Rose Atwell. It is Black to move in this position, mate in 3. Can you find the right move? Go ahead and take 5 seconds and try to solve that one. Pause if you need to, and we're going to be coming back at the end of the break to solve this one together. So to start off the graphs, I think I need to clear the air just a little bit on this senior women's pie chart right here, looking at Jennifer Smith's only 3.7% chance to win the tournament after day 3. Now, this just seems super disrespectful. Well, the model also takes into account the dropout of Diana Lani in the first and second rounds where she would have played Sodikova and Belikovskaya. So them at the top of the graph right now, the model is saying, they've already taken their 0-point bye. But Jennifer Smith must take that 0-point bye in round 7, which is being factored in to this pie chart right here. I would say that that 3.7% is still just a little bit too low, but it will be exciting to see what happens in this round, as I am sure that these percentages are going to jump around quite a bit. Now, let's talk about time usage in these games. Here are the 4 longest things of the tournament so far. Stuart Rachel's on move 19 in his game versus Goldin thought for 37.3 minutes. Jezierska thought for 33.1 minutes in her game versus Skidmore. Ira Peshin thought for 32.2 minutes versus Belikovskaya. And Chloe Goff thought for 30.9 minutes. Now, looking at this graphic right here, one thing that all of these moves had in common is that no player found the best move after thinking for that amount of time. Well, that is something incredible, and I want to look at how many moves did they have as options. With the exception of Stuart Rachel's, the bottom 3 had more than 3 viable move options that they could have chosen. So here's the big argument here. If you're thinking long think, wrong think, and you had a bunch of moves to choose from, is thinking for this amount of time necessary? Well, I, as a statistician, would say no. But if you ask a chess player who thinks a long time and is a much better chess player than I am, they'll say, well, it completely depends on the position. You might have different moves that send the game one direction versus the other. Well, that is the argument here. I want to know what you think in the comments section. Is it ever necessary to think for this amount of time, or should these players have chosen a quicker, maybe better move in the positions that they were given? Now, let's take a look at the average minutes ahead on the clock of your opponent by move 20. So if we're playing a game, I have 1 hour and you have only 40 minutes. I am 20 minutes ahead on the clock. At move 20, Vladimir Akopian, 23.2 minutes ahead on his clock on average. You have Tani, 17.7 minutes. Kaidanov, 17.6. Iris Mao at 16.9 leads the girls section right there. They're keeping the pressure on at move 20, possibly having better preparation, but we'll get into that in just a second. How does this go into move 30 now? Well, at move 30, Tani has been keeping the pressure on his opponents by a huge margin, 39.3 minutes on average. Iris Mao, 20.6. Andy Woodward now at 18.7. Looking across this graph, Akopian has dropped off a little bit, but every single name on here, except for one in Kaidanov, did not have a minus score by after day 3. So keeping ahead on the clock seems to be a little bit of a secret to performing well. Now, being this far ahead on the clock, does it mean that their opening preparation is better? Not necessarily, but here is one of my favorite measures of this. This is the average deep think timing versus your opponent. So a deep think is when you first sit down and really have to think about your position on the board. This could be thinking for 8 minutes or more, 5 minutes in succession, but you're really looking into the position. So if I think for a long time at move 18 and you think for a long time at move 10, on this graph, I would be listed as an 8 because I thought for a long time 8 moves later. So Tani crushing this statistic right now at 11 moves later on average than his opponent. Iris Mao as well, Belikovskaya, Kaidanov, all very, very high on this graphic. They are much deeper into their prep, it would seem, than their opponents on average so far. And now looking at Tani crushing this graph, it kind of makes me think a little bit, is he getting into his opponent's heads? I was walking through the tournament hall before the game started today, and Tani was having a conversation with Kirk Ghazarian, telling Kirk all the games of Kirk's that he used to prep versus him. So he said, hey, you played this move in this line back 2 years ago. And Kirk said, oh, I thought I played this versus this guy. And Tani said, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You played it in this game. I can't imagine going into a tournament and my opponent knowing more about the games I played in the past than I did. So might be getting into his opponent's head. It'll be interesting to see how these bars change as the days roll forward. We're going to go ahead and solve the puzzle a little bit earlier today Did you have enough time to think about it? Go ahead and take 5 more seconds and try to solve this one. And the move is queen to f3. You cannot take that queen because mate in 2 is coming on the next move. You can only block with the rook, except mate is coming with any move that you choose. So this was a beautiful game by Ru Yang here. Let's look at these past winners in the junior girls section. One thing that really stood out to me about this graph is that every player in the past finished with 7 out of 9 or better. So we look at 2021 Wang, 7 out of 9 with a 2290 TPR. Jennifer Yu, 7 out of 9. Alice Lee in 2023, 7.5 out of 9. Alice Lee 2024, 7 out of 9. And Zoe Tang in 2025, 7 out of 9. Looking at this graphic right here, it seems like the TPR to beat right now is Alice Lee in 2023 with that 2438. That is huge. I mean, a 7.5 score is crazy itself. So we'll have to see which players might be able to do this. And there is one player that comes to mind right now, Rachel Lee, 3 out of 3 at a 57.1% chance to win the tournament. Zoe Tang lags behind just a little bit at 27.3, but both of these players are having an amazing tournament, and it'll be interesting to see what they do in this round and how this pie chart will change. Now, let's take a look at what this was in the senior section as well. Not quite that 7 out of 9, but still a lot of good performances from the past winners. In 2021, Kai Donov, 6.5 out of 9 with a 2654 TPR. Shabalov, 2022. Kachan in 2023, 2726 TPR with 7 out of 9. Akopian in 2024, 7 out of 9 with 2691. So what are a few of these names in the senior section that look to be chasing the past winners? Well, Akopian, 3 out of 3 right now, 70.1% chance to win after round 3 as it sits right now. He cannot stop winning, and he is chased by quite a few good players as well. Alex Onischuk at 22.9. Fishbein at 2.6. Also, may be a little bit low. I know the commentators talked about this as well. He was a winner last year at only 2.6. This might be because of his low elo, seems a little bit too low, but today's results will definitely be a tell of what happens to his projections in the later rounds. Thank you all for hanging out. We're going to throw it back to the studio where Yasser, Katerina, and Cristian have continued coverage of the 2026 Junior and Senior Championships.
Welcome back to round 4 of the US Seniors and Juniors Championships. And we were talking about a lot of games being kind of equal and balanced, but one game is not. No. In the girls section, Iris Mo against Irene Fay. She lost that piece or blundered the
piece. But at the same time, Iris is fighting back. Basically, she said, I got one pawn. I'm going to get the second pawn, but it's 2 bishops. That's the problem. Oftentimes, passed pawns can be easily blocked by bishops, either on one complex of squares, the dark squares, or the other complex, the light squares. Bishop f5, menacing. Hello. Don't allow bishop e3 check. Rook. I was going to say rook to e1, but
I think you cannot go the. No, you could go the other one.
Iris is hoping that maybe with her bishop on c4, she could plant her rook on f1, and maybe a lucky cheapo against the pawn on f7. But she's played rook e1, b5, bishop a2, bishop to d3, and we've caught up with the players. I like this move, by the way, by Irene. She's just stopping the rook from developing. Maybe wants to close off the bishop.
And remember, you cannot play rook d1 to just try to kick the bishop away, because still bishop e3 is there.
That hurts. Yes. So for the moment, Iris, who just played an absolutely tremendous game yesterday, she's the one now on the back foot in her game of the fourth round. And Cristian, lots of great flashes, especially
a lot of things
amongst
have
the
happened, actually.
leaders. Tell us about them.
Let's take a look at the Nico Chasin versus Evan Park game and see exactly where we stand in that one, because lots of things have happened since. I think we left it off after c takes d5. We were trying to understand why did he play the move d5 to open up the c file towards his queen. Well, I guess we should ask him at some point. Bishop takes b4, bishop takes f6, take on f6, and queen to h4. That's a piece sacrifice for the moment. The problem is that if you take, I can always get this check in and then pick up the bishop on c3. He played queen to c5, check, king to h1, queen to e3, and he's trying to control the dark squares around the king, right? He's trying to make it more difficult for the white king to deliver that checkmate. The problem is that you're giving me another pawn, queen takes f6, knight to d7, and I do think that we have a move, yes, it is queen to h4. The game continues, queen takes d2, and at this point, I have a lot of ways to finish the job.
Move.
But I think f6 is just the easiest one.
Oh, that's a fantastic move. I love it.
Now you have a checkmating threat.
Absolutely.
No time to take on c3 because of queen to g4. You move the king anywhere, queen to g7, checkmate.
Right.
So my guess is that he's just simply going to take on f6 with the knight.
But then queen takes.
Queen takes is an option. That's probably the easiest one. Even rook to d1. Take a look at that.
Ooh.
I
it's
like
all
that.
about
You want
getting
to chase
the
the
checkmate
queen
in.
away so the rook can go to g3 and checkmate.
It's all about the checkmate. Exactly. Exactly. This queen right now is protecting some important squares. The queen on d2. So I can even try to do this. And then rook takes f6, and there's no way to defend against rook to h6. A lot of ways to win this one. A lot of ways to get to the black king. It does seem like Nico, by the way, look at the clock. 51 minutes, he's playing fast. He's calculating on his opponent's clock. Unless a big accident happens in this one, I think Nico got it. And he needs it. I mean, he really needs this victory. He's 0-3 right now. So him winning this one, at least is going to give him a boost of confidence. And look at him shaking his head, perhaps doubting his calculation, perhaps even reliving the past games. You know, sometimes you do that in a tournament. You have a good game and then you start thinking about, but what about those really bad games I just played up to this point? Those type of thoughts always go into your mind. So right now after f6, it seems like it's Nico's game. Andy Woodward versus Alice Lee. And we were saying that Alice has the easier moves in the position. It was at this point we were looking at knight takes f5. We were looking at long castle. I think this was the move that you proposed, Yasser.
I did.
We got a completely different approach. Knight to g2.
Whoa.
Really wanting to defend that pawn on f4.
Whoa.
And now king to f7 came. King to h7 apparently was quite a strong move because, and somewhat unnatural, I have to admit, because you are putting your king on this diagonal where I have so much presence in the position. But you do force knight to h4. And at this point, what I can do is solidify that knight on f5 even further, and then it's going to be very difficult for you to, in fact, defend against bishop to f4. Not an easy sequence. So I understand the idea of playing king to f7, the same idea, but with the king on f7. Knight to h4. Now with the king on f7, g6 doesn't make that much sense because you don't really have, it's not safe. So after some thinking, it seems like, why not bishop takes f4, first of all? Why didn't she just simply take that pawn?
Yeah, because...
My guess is queen f3.
It feels like it's a transposition of a previous game that position we were looking at.
Exactly.
Knight takes h4.
And now you can just hide the king. That's a pawn up.
Yeah.
That's a pawn up, and then if you start attacking me on the light squares, I'm going to
f5
shut
as
that
before.
Down with f5. She played king to g8 back. So king f7, knight to h4, king to g8, perhaps hinting at, hey, do you want to repeat the position with knight g6?
think we just
And
had a move
Andy,
played.
with alacrity, says no. Long castle, the best move in the position, and in fact, right now the tide has turned completely 180, because after bishop takes f4, king to b1, it is white that has the speed in the position. If you try to go back, let's say bishop to d6, this knight on g2 becomes a force in the position. We were always thinking about ways to reroute the knight, and there you have it. That's one of them. So castle, best move in the position. I'm expecting black to take that pawn, king to b1, and the question is, okay, but right now I have an idea. I want to take, I want to go queen to f3. I have the rook to g1 and the knight to e3 ideas in the position as well. Where's your next move as black? What if you continue taking pawns?
Style.
Now, I am a pawn grubber.
Why
don't
not,
get me
right?
wrong, but that is one pawn that I'm not eager to capture.
Why not? Now I'm going to start looking at your pawns, and I already have my king
tucked away.
in. Yes,
Yeah.
to safety. I'm going to start collecting. f5 is dropping. d5 is dropping as well in the position. For example, you can do something like this. We take. Maybe you can try to defend that pawn on d5, but the knight has a beautiful spot, and you will lose that pawn. It just seems that this sequence of moves, king to f7, knight to h4, king to g8, was a bit too slow.
Exactly.
For Alice. She allowed the knights to reroute themselves, and white right now, Andy understands he has dynamic play in the position. Castle, long, best move in the position. He's the one with the attack. He's the one with the easier moves. Again,
Exactly.
we come back to this topic of who has the easier position to be played. And in this case, right now, the pendulum has swung. It is Andy who has the easier position.
And speaking of easier positions, let's jump into the Girls' Junior Championship and our leader, Rachel Lee, who I don't think is having a very easy position.
By the way, do we have a result? I think we have one result in
Correct.
the
In the seniors, we have Alexander Goldin, who drew against Gregory Kaidanov.
Right. Okay, we're going to go to the game of Rachel Lee, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Chloe, by the way, did manage to achieve the battery with her queen and bishop. She did it in a different way than what we expected. Rook to d1, rook a6. I'm not sure what Rachel is doing with her a5, rook a6 business. Where does the rook go? Rook to b6,
I think rook b6
to b4.
And then maybe pushing for a4.
Very, very, very doubtful. We were expecting that maybe Chloe was going to drop her bishop back to b1 so she could play queen to c2. No, she had a different approach. And look at Rachel. Rachel's on, she's good. I want to say on the wrong track. Queen e4, g7, g6. So while all of these pieces
I mean, that bishop on c8, that's the worst.
are way over there, isn't black just getting checkmated on the king side? I mean,
as white, I'm considering h4, h5.
Of course.
Right, there is this hook, this pawn on g6, and I just want to target it.
I mean, some of us stop and respect the pawns and say b3, go ahead, do your worst. Others say, I don't mind rook takes b2. I'll just go h4, like you say. I'll play h4, and if you follow up with your threat, which is to go rook takes b2, well, deal with h5. That's not going to be very, very nice. So I think Rachel is in trouble in her game with Chloe.
And by the way, we have a result in the Women's Seniors Championship. The defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, won against Catherine Dodson.
Did she play the move knight takes d4?
No, she didn't, but she managed to kind of rotate her knights different way and still get them to d6.
Very nice.
She played knight d4 at one point, yes. She did sacrifice, well, didn't really sacrifice that knight, but it was a very convincing victory for her. And again, Catherine, who's struggling, 0 out of 4 right now.
And Natalia joining the leader, Jennifer Smith.
2.5 out of 3. Chloe, by the way, I actually liked her move better than h4. In a sense, I love trying to draw weaknesses from my opponent. And what I specifically mean when I say that is I'm trying to provoke them to move their pawns in front of their king. Because when you do that, you create weaknesses. So like the pawn on g6 a moment ago was on g7, which was protecting the f6 square. Now that it's on g6, the h6 pawn is weak, the f6 square is weak. And the move queen f4 says, I'm set up. I want to play queen takes h6. And if you play king g7, well, I can hurt your feelings with queen f6 check. And if you go king h7, then I really, really love what you proposed just a moment ago, just going h4, h5. This looks like a fantastic ready-made attack for Chloe here. She's just played queen f4.
And
we saw king g7
is on the board.
So Rachel understands she's not a happy camper. I mean, she didn't want to walk into the bishop misery, but at the same time, she knows that she's also provoking queen f6. Does queen f6 and knight 8? Is this a winning? No. The bishop on c8 does serve a purpose. It does defend the square d7, because I was about to propose a crushing attack that doesn't quite work because the bishop takes a d7. But a very nice position for Chloe. I'm going to go back to the game of Andy Woodward for just a moment, because Alice did capture the pawn. The king moves to b1, and is she going to take the pawn on h2?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That would be she would be far braver than me.
Maybe bishop d7?
Bishop to d7? I think we're doing the same thing as before, where we're just going after the f5 as well as the d5 pawns, right? And with the g6 square so weak, if I can trade off the light square bishop, this knight might end up either on f5 or, yeah, it's just going to end up on f5.
Yeah.
This looks really good for Andy Woodward. Now that I'm here, I'm just going to check in on Brewington and Mishra. We thought that game was very, very balanced. It looks very, very balanced. Queen to c4 defends both a2 and c4 pawns. Maybe I have something better. Can I capture that pawn? I guess you would take on e2. What do you think? Who has the better passer?
It's completely equal, yeah?
I know, completely even. And again, Zoe Tang, our defending champion, she's up a pawn against Amy Yang. And at the same time, actually, White's king is super safe now. I think it's very, very clear that a winning advantage for Zoe. I would be tempted to just bring my bishop maybe back to the king side, bishop to c2 to e4, so I could cover g2. And there's also a lot to be said. Is this bishop getting trapped? You know what I mean?
You have to be a little careful about that bishop. That's
exactly,
true.
Exactly. So I like Zoe's position.
But it's clear that White is having spacious advantage, right? Those two bishops, especially the pawn on c5, defend it.
Yeah. By the way, in the senior section, our runaway leader, Vladimir Akopian, I do not like his position. I do not like the way he handled his business. When we left it back here, there was the move queen b3, and Vladimir played this move bishop c5. I just don't like this move whatsoever. And what Shabalov managed to do was achieve a position where he has a majority on the queen side, pawns on b3, and the black majority on the king side is doubled, And the pawn on a7 is vulnerable. I was looking at king b7, rook on c6 to a6, bishop back to b8, something like, I don't know, g3, king f1. And I love the idea of this rook, these doubled rooks, just keeping Vladimir's position very, very defensive. And where would you like to take us?
I think the game of Nico Chasin and Evan Park is about to finish very soon. So maybe let's take a look how Nico is putting the final touches on his game.
Having a terrible, terrible result is Nico, but that pawn on f6 is an absolutely monstrous pawn. Rook
I think
f4.
he just played rook f4.
2 exclamation points.
Well, he's trying to checkmate.
H6.
He has a very clear plan in the position.
It's a strong plan.
It's a strong plan, and I'm not 100% sure how you defend against it.
How do you stop? Queen h6. If you take the rook, that's temporary. Bishop takes f4. Queen takes f4 again.
And the same plan.
It's pretty
that looks
straightforward.
Deadly right now.
Yeah, there's no...
Maybe king h7, but then I can just simply take the knight.
I can still give a check, right? Queen h4. If you go forward, bishop h5. This is going to be...
You want the mate, yes.
Checkmate by a discovery
That's
attack.
a very good point. Let's see, he went rook c8.
Did he take the rook?
No. He did not take the rook first. He went rook to c8.
Rook to c8?
No, the other rook. Rook f to c8. He's trying to run with the king at the right moment.
Well, you can run... No, you can't.
Well, if you do that, don't I have rook to c1?
My desired bishop to f1, rook takes f1.
Look, I don't think it really helps by any stretch of the imagination. You go rook c1, king h2, it's still game over. And maybe that's the best way to do it.
Just go ahead and force.
Maybe that's just the best way to do it. Rook to c1, king h2.
He's
going for
Queen
it.
h6 is on the board.
You take on f4, I take back on f4.
e5.
I'm going back to h6.
By the way, c1 is
Next
hanging.
move.
e5 is hanging. And as you say, you're going back to h6.
I'm going back to where I want to go, yes.
Yeah.
So
queen h6 on the board, and Evan Park facing checkmate in 1. Going to lose the game. Nico's had a bad result, no question about it, but his games have actually been really intriguing. I mean, his game against Alice Lee yesterday, it's clear that he was trying to win the game with his f5, g5, f4, and he just misjudged his attack. He overestimated his attack. King h2 on the board.
Really, he just missed that move, I think, queen d7 by Alice, right? The move that was defending everything.
Right, stopping queen h3, mate was a coming. King h2, and Evan is going to fall to a second loss.
Well, bishop takes f4 has to be played. There's no way to defend. You can see him, that realization sipping in.
Yeah, queen g7 is mate. The only way to stop checkmate in 1 is to capture the rook, but then...
But you can see how he's shaking his hand.
He understands.
This is just not good.
Yeah.
This hasn't been good for a very long time.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that he's, showing a lot of disappointment right now, the position was never good.
Yeah.
For Evan.
Virtually all tactics, virtually 90% of all tactics are simply double attacks. I mean, that's what a fork is, simply a double attack. This one is a triple attack. I'm hitting the rook on, I'm hitting the knight on e5. I'm threatening queen h6 and queen g7 checkmate. So that's why.
But it really comes down to his move d5, right, to open up the center.
Yeah, that was
a shocking move.
A hallucination. He miscalculated. Evan, when he played the move d5, miscalculated something.
Or perhaps just lost patience, because it wasn't an easy position.
Yeah, but
it was tough. Like, he was getting pressure. It was, the typical hedgehog type of structure where you have to sit and wait, and white is throwing the pawns at you, and you're hoping that you're just simply not going to get steamrolled. And you do break like that. You do generally break with either b5 or d5 in this type of positions, but when the rook is on c1 and the queen is on c7, generally you like to stay put.
Exactly. I know you love handshakes. Should we stay here? Or should we?
I do love the handshakes.
Yeah.
I do love the handshake, Yasser. I think we're going to see it.
Well, he's got... Evan has another 11 minutes that he can torture himself, struggling to see if there's a trick in a lost position. But
we've been surprised before, I have to say. We've been surprised before with how long they take to accept it.
The inevitable. I am going to move over to look at the game between Chloe and Rachel Lee, because Rachel, our runaway tournament leader, has not only been winning her games, she's been taking down key rivals as well.
But not because she was getting you great positions out of the opening.
It wasn't by the opening. Chloe played the move Queen F4, King G.
By the way, we have the handshake.
We actually did get the handshake.
Congratulations to Nico Chasin for winning his first game in round 4 at the U.S. Junior Championships.
Absolutely. And Evan's a little shell-shocked, wondering...
Yeah, Evan is stonewalled right now.
Yeah.
He's like, what just happened?
And why did I play the move D6, D5?
But things, once again, were rough for a very long time. We do, however, have Irene Sukandar with a special guest. Irene, take it away.
Hello everyone and welcome, and I'm now with Natalia Sodikova, who just won her game against Catherine Dodson. Natalia, how do you feel after the win today?
I mean, I feel great because the win is like, gives you so much positive emotions, and it seems like the game was not bad. So even though like there was a tense a little bit in the middle of the game, but then I feel like I found a way to capitalize on my advantage.
Let's take a look at the game. So which position or which moment that you think is critical in this game?
I think like. Basically, when she had like a big chain in the center, the pawn chain.
Okay, let's go there.
Yeah, let's go there. And I believe, I was, here. So I was trying to not to play h5 because I didn't want like her knight to appear on e5. I didn't see exactly, the continuation. How would I continue? Because I tried to, here like she has a lot of, defense on e5, so I didn't want to allow this to happen. So that's why I tried to attack the pawn on d4, and maybe at some point for her to move the pawn on e5 and then play h5 to push her knight into f8.
And this is the moment, you're so
but yes, but at the same time I thought, okay, maybe she can do, a long castle, and then kind of this hard to attack the chain, the pawn chain, because it's like. But I believe she helped me here a little bit. I played b3, so, and here this where I believe she blunders. So even though it's always hard to give the bishop, away to this fiancetta bishop, always hard to give it away. But basically, here's the concrete variation. You take on d4, and these bishops are undefended. So, and after this, it's like it was pretty straightforward.
That is a very important pawn as well. It's not only like you're gaining a pawn, but that is a very important pawn because the king is still in the center too.
Exactly, yes. And her position is kind of destroyed after this. And just, even though, my light squares are weak, but, it's like her king is in the center, like your rooks are not coordinated, and, there's no way she can do anything here. So
right, and after knight d6 here, your opponent resigned because
the only like king d8, because on king f8 I do the check on h6, and here I will do the fork on f7 and capture the rook, and it's like she's very, very far away from threatening my king, so she just resigned here.
Wow, overall I think it's a very solid and yet tactical too. So you're kind of like very flexible and ready to play in both scenarios, positional and tactical.
I'm trying, you know, even though like yesterday I had a winning position, I didn't check, I'm sure, because I didn't want to get upset, but it felt like there was many ways to capitalize yesterday too, because I know one way, I mean, one variation that my husband told me that I could have, you know, just do discover check on G1 and then push F2. It's like from yesterday's game. But I didn't check anything else because I'm sure there was many ways to win, but I didn't want to get upset. But anyway, it's like, you know, draw is a good result in the end because, yeah, it was a long game. So it was a good result. Also a little bit, you know, like in the first round, I played Diane. So yeah, I'm hoping like she's doing good, but in terms of the tournament, I'm the only one who played her. So it's like you know, they just you know.
Yeah, but it's a tournament, so
yeah, that's the rules.
We cannot expect how the thing goes. Yeah, but how is your experience here at the St. Louis Chess Club? This is your first time at the club, and how do you find the playing conditions, the tournament itself?
I mean, it's great. I mean, wherever you know, because I don't. Lately, when I've been playing chess, we usually play, you know, 2 games in a day, and it's kind of, you know, tiring and everything. So here is like, you know, great condition, like great pieces, great boards, great lighting, organizational, exceptional. So yeah, it's like I'm very happy to be here.
We're happy to have you as well. Well, thank you, Natalia, and good luck for the remaining of the games.
Thank you, Irene. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Our congratulations too, Natalia. I'm looking at the game of Iris, Mo, and Irene. And I was thinking that White just played this move H2, H3. And I think this is like a great moment, learning moment. What does the move H2, H3 telegraph? She wants to play G2, G4, and then Rook takes E6, winning back a pawn. Let's go, let's scramble, scramble. And, you know, literally opponents look across the board and they go, I know what you're going to do, and I'm going to block you from doing it. And this is a great moment for Irene to play the move Bishop F2, so that after Rook to E2, she can block the pawn from going to G4, and at the same time increase threats with moves like Bishop F4. One way not to fall into a cheapo is H5. Now after G4, H takes G4, you think you're stopping the threat of G4 by playing H5. You have to trade rooks, and suddenly you get here. You go, oh no, I'm getting skewered.
Because there are now 2 attacks. The bishop is under attack, and the square on H8 is kind of under attack because that's a skewer.
Exactly. So you see your opponent's going to play G4, so you're going to prevent your opponent from playing G4. One way it's good, Bishop F2. The other way it's bad, H5.
And is Bishop F2 the only move to defend against G4?
I don't even know how strong a threat G4 is. You might want to just, for example, castle, right? And just say, go ahead, win back your pawn. But Bishop F2 just struck me as such a nice way of stopping G4 that I went for it. You think
so maybe let's stay in the girls' championship and go to Zoe Tang.
Okay.
She's playing against Amy Yang, and what developments do we have there? Because we really liked her position.
Very much so, and especially with the inclusion of King H1, Rook G1, she's really covering up her king completely and saying there's no attack, and, by the way, your bishop might get trapped. So we saw Queen E7, Bishop B4, Queen H4. So I don't know. For me, I would be playing Rook G3 myself, but also start to think about F4 as well, just stopping any potential counterplay whatsoever with E5. I think Zoe's doing great. Just great.
We will just pause here because Irene Sukandar has a guest. Irene, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm back now with Nico Chasin, who just won his game against Evan Park. Nico, you had a rough start in this tournament, 0 out of 3, but now eventually on the round 4, you won against Evan Park. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it was clear from the opening, he's not a Sicilian player, that he saw that I've been playing terribly and just wanted to crush me. And that's why I played this knight b5 move. It's extremely kind of toxic. The point is that after c4, a6, a6 is already a mistake, actually.
Let's go to the game, yeah? So you were mentioning about this knight b5.
Yeah, so basically I needed a draw for my final GM norm, and I got sent a file called Make a Draw with white, and knight b5 was the move in it. And a6 I think is already a mistake because you should first declare my knight to c3 with, after d6, c4, I believe you should go knight f6 first, making me go knight 1, c3, and now after a6, then you know, there's a line knight a3 here, and basically it's the position in the game, but forcing me to go knight a3, which of course I'm never gonna do. But I mean, the toxic line is knight d4, and it basically is just a draw. And I was just hoping that he would try to play for a win here. Normally I would never play this, but yeah, he was clearly kind of desperately trying to beat me.
But towards the middle game, we're looking at this position where you just played solid chess here, but what went wrong in the black's position in the end?
Well, I mean, I don't think he had too much understanding of the position. I'm a lifelong Sicilian player with black, and while I don't play e4, I kind of understand these structures. I mean, it's a typical Maroczy bind, and you've basically spent like a bunch of tempo bringing your knight to g6, and I just have this amazing position. And it's not clear what black's really trying to do. There's no breakthroughs, and I'm just playing very safe and kind of passive. I mean, just slowly improving. And yeah, I mean, this bishop g5, I mean, I saw this whole d5 line from when I played queen e1, so, and I mean, it's important, I guess, that you can take on f6 and have queen g3 ideas. Otherwise, this could be a little bit more scary, but here after bishop b4, bishop f6, it's kind of just, I mean, with your king open like that, it doesn't really matter if you get a piece.
Right. When the king is being exposed like this, I think you just have to calculate precisely on how to get all of the attacks to the king, yeah?
Yes.
And eventually, towards the end of the game, you had like a very good position, like you can win in any style that you want.
Yeah, it would have been a little more precise for him to go knight g6 before bishop takes c3, just to not allow rook f4. That's what I was mostly calculating.
This one, right?
No. Before bishop c3. Yeah, knight g6 here, queen h5, and now bishop c3 I thought was a little more precise. But the point is I have rook d2, bishop d2, d takes e6, bishop e4, and bishop c4 should be, e4, sorry.
Oh, bishop e4.
And then bishop c4 should be lights out, I thought.
This also looks very nice for white.
Yeah.
So in the game, it happened, okay, with king h2, and then he just resigned here because, well, queen g7 eventually is inevitable.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it was sad. I mean, he seemed really distraught at the board. I don't know if there was a camera on it, but I mean, as someone who's been going through that the whole tournament, it was really sad to see, quite frankly. He's such a nice kid, and I mean, you could see the pain in his eyes, just like kind of rethinking why he played this opening. And
yeah. Well, there's still 5 more games to go. There's still good chances for both you and him, so anything can still happen.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's been not the best tournament for me, but I mean, I'm just happy to not break the 0.5 out of 9 record that I think was in this tournament, which I was trying to break, it seems. So yeah, happy about that. And yeah, happy to get a win. But
And Nico, are you still a full-time student, or do you work on chess professionally?
No, not at all. I mean, I took a gap year because I was in high school normally. You know, you kind of see the divide in this. Basically, but the top 5 seeds are all homeschooled, and then the bottom 5 seeds are all not. Literally, that's the kind of the way it goes. I took a gap year. Evan's taking a gap year. I'm going to the University of Chicago, so I think that's part of the reason why I'm not playing well, is I've kind of just lost my motivation. After getting GM, it feels like, what am I really playing for so much, which is something I need to work on, and not getting tilted like that and not thinking in that negative way, but definitely not a full-time chess player. I'm a full-time student, so.
And what's your next tournament after this?
Well, I just canceled a bunch of them because of how I'm playing. So to be determined. Yeah, I was going to play Washington International, but no way. I need to take a break. I've played too much chess, so.
Well, hopefully in the remainder of the tournament, you play well, and then you can gain back your motivation.
I hope so.
All the best, Nico. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Get back to you guys.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Nico. And don't worry about breaking a record. Robert Holt has got you beat. He went 0-9. So you're good. You're good. No history-setting performances,
You sure know
please.
how to cheer them up, yes, sir.
Doing my
Sure
best.
know how to cheer them up.
Doing my best. While the interview was going on, I turned my attention to the game between Megan Paragua and Rose Atwell. The position strikes me as rather balanced, but maybe I would prefer actually to have White's position. Strikes me that Black's king is still a little bit more vulnerable. There's always, the queen obviously moving to d4 with a check. There's always these f5, f6 that we can, as we've seen by Nico's game.
Right, the pawn is ready to go, supported by the rook.
Yeah, the pawn on f6 can be ultra dangerous for Rose. So I think Megan is playing a good game so far.
And by the way, Yasser, we have a result. In the junior section, Brewington Hardaway drew against Abhimanyu and Mishra.
Yeah, that was a balanced game, literally since the opening. Since we're on the juniors now, let's jump to the game of Andy Woodward against Alice Lee because, well, Alice grabbed the pawn on f4. She didn't grab the pawn on h2.
No, that would be too much.
But we have been expecting...
But she thought for like 25 minutes whether to grab that pawn on h2 or not. Remember, she had 39 minutes. And right now she's she was below just before she played this last move, bishop this below Andy. Andy's thinking right now.
Right. But we had this position on our board some time ago, and you were explaining to us, Cristian, that the move knight e3 is really powerful because before we were having a maroon knight way over here on h4. By contrast, it could be beautifully centralized and immediately, if we ever get a knight takes f5, that battery of queen and bishop could be decisive. And why is Andy spending so long to grab this beautiful attacking position?
Well, I think he's probably going to take on f5. I don't think that he's thinking too much about anything else right now. But after taking on f5, the question is, knight e3 is one way, is the obvious way, right? Mm-hmm. Do we start with the queen coming to f3 first? Try to increase the pressure on that pawn on d5? In fact, there's even other ideas in this position, such as h4. Saying it that
h5.
I'm actually going to play this one slowly. I have my h4, h5 idea, and then I get my knight back to h4 or e3. Mm-hmm. And with that pawn on h5, that's going to make it very uncomfortable for your king in every scenario. Any scenario, any exchanges, any sort of endgames, your king is going to be weak. So he's just trying to understand the best way to conduct this attack right now. He understands that he has full compensation for the extra pawn that Alice has for the moment. He can always get it back. Mm-hmm. Again, knight takes f5 followed by knight to e3 seems to be the straightforward way. So he's just trying to figure exactly what he wants to do next. Whoa. And we have a move, in fact, rook d to g1.
He did not capture on f5. He's loading up for knight takes f5. Wow, that's...
He's trying to hold on to the tension. He wants to maintain the tension in the position. He's saying, I don't need to take on f5. I can take on f5 at any point in the future, and you cannot take on h4. I think if you take on h4, you get mated after queen to h7.
But I can take on h2 now with the tempo.
I wanted to say the very same thing. A moment ago, I wasn't attracted to the move bishop h2. Now that you've put your rook on g1, the move bishop takes h2.
So let's see why that doesn't work.
Well, let's have a look. Bishop takes h2. My chess thermometer on the border of my board didn't really change. It still likes white's position. But
what if I go rook to e1 now?
Rook to e1?
I still have a threat. I'm threatening knight takes f5, right?
Okay, right. Bishop d7.
So that defends the rook. It's a funny thing that he's played this move rook e1 because knight f5, and for me knight e3 was so compelling. He made an argument for h4.
Let's do it right now. Let's do knight f5 and knight e3.
Okay. mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still enjoying the position for White, but I'm not exactly sure. I think you've helped me a little bit by putting your rook on E1. You know.
You don't like that tension between the rooks, yeah?
I'm losing my pawns, right? I am losing pawns.
You certainly are.
But I've got 4 of them.
Queen F3, maybe?
Queen F3.
Where do you put the bishop?
That's my problem. I have to put it on. Now that I've taken
maybe
the pawn...
Maybe it works. Maybe this actually just simply works.
Well, I took the pawn on H2 and made it a little bit awkward for you to attack the bishop, at least. So Alice is in a bad position, don't get me wrong, but it's not, I thought, as cut and dry as it was a moment ago when Andy could have captured the knight and played knight e3. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I know there are a lot of other breaking games.
Let's jump into Women's Seniors Championship. Angelina Belakovskaya against the leader, Jennifer Smith.
When we left it, Angelina had this really massive grip over the e5 square because the pawn, black's pawn had gone to f5, and it looks like she's really increasing her advantage, actually, with this last move, d5. Oh, king g7, and it's actually even white to play. Oh, I thought it was a pawn sacrifice that she was playing. No, this looks dreadful for Jennifer. Again, I find myself drawn to creating weaknesses in my opponent's position. So for me, I would find myself drawn to the move bishop b4, give me your rook, c5, again, kind of provoking weaknesses, bishop to d2, give me your, give me your
it
pawn.
Seems all white pieces are just in the best possible positions.
Exactly, g5, and if I could provoke g5, weakening f5, bishop takes f5, Angelina's cruising, I think, at the moment to victory, and a very important one because Jennifer is a clear tournament leader coming into today's round. So I like her position.
The only thing Angelina has to be careful about is her clock. She only has 6 minutes on her clock compared to Jennifer, who has 24 minutes.
And that usually goes to show a little rust. If you're not used to playing often like Natalie is, then it's very easy to see your clock just tick, 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 tick.
Right, and it's move 26, so there are 14 more moves to make until they get additional 30 minutes.
Exactly. I'm going to go quickly to the game of Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian to see what has taken place. When picking up where we left off, I really liked Shabalov's position, but he's just played the move rook e1. And that is a bit of a disappointment, I think, for him. And maybe f3. And what is Vladimir's idea to artificially isolate this pawn on h2? Maybe we can play king b7 followed by, oops, sorry, that was supposed to be bishop takes h2. I think that move f3 is a star move that really just equalizes the position now. G takes f3. No, he's played rook to d4. Did he? I mean, rook to d5. He played it very quickly. The pawn on h2 isn't going anywhere. And Vladimir is thinking, well, he can just swing his rook over. I like the defensive move.
Me too.
F3.
Like destroying the pawn structure and now going after the pawn with the rook, because you cannot capture. I mean, you can capture the pawn right now with the bishop, but yeah, right.
At the
then
cost of
it's going to cost you this pawn on a7.
I'm
exactly.
actually sort of curious. Why didn't he go king b7 and then pick up the pawn on h2?
I thought that was his intention. I really did. Rook d5 is fine, but I thought king b7, trying to chase the rook.
Rook moves back, and then you just pick up the pawn on h2.
And then take the pawn on h2. But maybe
okay,
he's very
d5
happy.
Probably is fine as well.
Yeah, maybe he's very happy with his bishop on b8, and he says, to his rook. Go forth. You go after that pawn and capture. I'm looking down, and I'm seeing a lot of even positions in the seniors. Where's all the action?
Cristian,
I have some action for you, Yasser.
Please.
In the junior girls,
Okay.
Chloe Goff versus the leader, Rachel Lee, the leader that really was dominating the field so far.
Right.
But she was in a bit of a pickle in this one. In fact, at this point, she played the move knight to d2, Chloe, and that was not the right direction. What I think, and this is quite instructive, in fact, why not just simply push the h-pawn? Look, you've played h4. You made your intentions pretty clear. You want to destroy my king's side. h5 is the right path and the right way to do it. h5, let's say you go g5, I go back to e3. And now that we have this structure, now I can transfer my knight to g4. And this is a beautiful square for the knight. So for example, let's say you go, I don't know, bishop to d7. Then I will continue with knight to h2. I'm going to get the knight to g4. And then I'm going to open things up with f4. This is going to be deadly for your position, for your king. So what she did, spend the next couple of moves to exchange the knight, it makes no sense. So this helps black. Bishop takes e4, bishop to c6 is what we have right now. I'm already not, I understand white still has the upper hand. White still has the perks in the position. The d file right now, still more space on the king side, but it's no longer as easy. No. I mean, bishop takes c6 being the best move in the position. To my estimation, bishop c2 makes somewhat more sense, more logical sense, but apparently this is not good because I have ideas of rook to b4 followed by b5, and I'm getting my own counterplay in the position. The question is, what are you going to do right now without a knight on the king side? How are you going to get to my king? You just simply don't have enough resources. So already I'm feeling the trend of the position is shifting into Rachel's favor.
And Cristian, maybe we can show a trick that Chloe set up, because with that recapturing with the bishop on bishop takes e4, instead of bishop c6, what Rachel played, it looks like you can capture a free pawn, right? Knight takes, bishop takes, and
rook takes b3. Yes.
But now there is this strong intermediate move, queen f6.
Oops.
Yeah. Queen to f6.
Forcing to trade the queens, and now
that is a very good point.
Free.
Yeah. Big part of this this position, and Rachel spotted it. She did not touch that pawn on b3, played the move bishop to c6, and again, she's back in the game. I feel like she's fully back in the game right now. Bishop takes c6 was played, so this is a good move by Rachel. If she would have went, by Chloe, sorry. If she would have went bishop to c2, that would have blown the advantage apart. But bishop takes c6, she still has the upper hand in this one. Nevertheless, I feel less pressure than it was just a few moves ago. And the point that you made, Kate, I think that's quite important, because even right now, if you try to challenge white on the d file, exactly the same idea. Queen to f6, and you can never do that. You can never challenge me on the d file. So that's the advantage that white still holds in this position. Full control over the d file and some pressure on the king side as well.
Right.
And staying with the girls section, the game between Iris Mo and Irene Faye, Yasser, she did play as you prescribed. He moved all the way back.
Nice. She
spotted bishop f2, stopping the g4 with this really nice maneuver.
It was very, very nice. And now black is a piece ahead, a bishop ahead, but it's no longer two pawns. And, well, it's going very, very well for Irene. It is two pawns now, but the bishop on a2. So these are the two pawns, but look how pathetic they are. If there's a pawn on b4, pawn on c5,
It's a different story. Maybe the pawns can be pushed.
Yeah, but no, we're not even getting close to any of that. It's been working for a few thousand years. Went ahead a piece, trade. I would be all about rook f8 in this moment for Irene. It looks completely winning there.
And let's jump to the game of the seniors, Joel Benjamin and Jessie Kraai. It seems that Jessie blundered.
Uh-oh. It was really, really balanced a moment ago. Where did it all go wrong? Here it's
Knight in the center, both of them kind of.
But at least the king does have a measure of nice protection. Jesse's king is okay. Rook to d1. There. Wait a minute. What just happened? Sorry.
There's some discovered
There's
attacks.
There's a check on the back rank. So, and it's an exchange sacrifice by Joel. Oh, the engine, you just saw my border. It went through the roof. Right here, I bet you the engine is saying you got to come back with the rook. Rook g1 was an overreach, and after check, is this rook somehow getting trapped, or is there? Okay, if I take, I understand this queen e7, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to give you a check. I'm assuming the king's going to go to e7. Oh, I think Joel just played bishop f1. Or let me refresh my board. Pardon me. Just refresh my board. He took a pawn with f6 with check. So queen e7, basically forced, right?
But that says that black is okay. That's a mischance with this queen takes f6.
Oh. Queen e7.
What are we missing there?
I don't want to trade queens, but is this a draw? Just a repetition? It looks like.
Oh my goodness, like guys!
What?
Instead of queen takes f6, queen f8.
Yeah.
So queen f8.
King d7, knight b6. You're getting mated.
King c6.
Now I have a bunch of ways to finish the job. The nicest one being b4. Good luck defending against the checkmate on c5.
Wow.
King c4. C4 is a very nice touch.
c4.
Yeah.
This is
a
shocking situation right now that he just missed.
Knight b6. Pawn on a5 anchors the knight.
Yeah, queen takes f6. I mean, this completely throws away the advantage after queen e7, queen h8. Now it seems like the best path for black would just be to go queen to e8.
Exactly.
We might see a repetition. Queen to e8, queen to f6. It's all about the clock. I think Joel is starting to feel the tension because of that. And that's why he did not spot, or he did not spend enough time to spot queen to f8, followed by that crucial move, b4.
Wow, a big missed opportunity. But while we're here on the seniors, I'm just going to turn our attention to Alexander Onischuk and Igor Novikov, because Onischuk, having won yesterday, is a point behind Vladimir. And today he's enjoying, I think, a little bit of a positional grip. Look at these double rooks, very, very nicely hitting this pawn on c6, which is, I want to say, Igor's rooks, his pieces are defensive, White's pieces are offensive, but then the question is, can White break through? Like, is Black's position a bit of a fortress or not?
But sometimes even if White doesn't see a direct way to break through, Black has to be very careful.
Oh, everywhere.
Right, and every single time you need to be checking those breaking point moves like b5 or e4 or just a4 pushing more.
Exactly.
And with 10 minutes on the clock, it can become very uncomfortable.
Exactly. White's the one with the pawn breaks, as you mentioned, b5 as well as e4. I like White's position a lot in this game. And I'm just going to check in on Joel because I'm thinking they're going to make a repetition. Queen e8 has just been played. And because of the bishop is hanging, you'd almost, you would prefer, to keep the queens on the board with something like queen takes e5, but rook takes g2. I don't think the rook is getting trapped. it's almost a study like, you know, you go king f1, rook takes h2, king g1, keeping the rook out of the game.
I'm sure he senses, he wants there to be something.
Of course.
But he missed his opportunity right now, and queen to f6 seems to be the best path forward. It's a bit disappointing because, again, look at that king on d8 is completely exposed. I just need one check, one combination in the position between my pieces to deliver that checkmate. He had it.
Yeah.
That queen f8, knight b6, not anymore.
It's absolutely really funny in the sense that this rook is contained. It's out of the game.
But I can go rook h1,
right,
go after that pawn on h2.
And I would get this pawn on e5, and even then, I'm just saying that the rook is still a little bit out of the game. But the engine says no. It's an exchange, even if it's looking trapped. So big mischance for Joel. Let's go back to the tournament leader for just a moment, because I'm getting word that after rook to d5, well, I mean, it looks like a very nice, just a second, hold on. There's a trap in the position. The desired rook takes h4 is going to be met by a discovered attack. You can't just win the pawn. g5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What on earth is that?
Yeah, g5 doesn't make too much sense.
What on earth is that?
g5 certainly does not make too much sense.
Rook takes g5, knight e3.
Well, the thing is, right now, you only have one passed pawn instead of connected passed pawns.
And you completely ruined the structure.
Completely ruined the structure. Now, my knight is ready to go to d5, c4, d5, get my pawns going on that side of the board, and you're going to have some really serious problems pushing your pawn, pushing your h-pawn. I'm just controlling everything, and there you have it. The players are repeating the position.
Players to make a three-move repetition, all smiles in this one. I think the arbiter's saying, you got one more move to go.
But Joel Benjamin is going to be very disappointed after finding out that there was a missed checkmate.
I think
guys, let's move to Andy's versus Alice. He just delivered a bomb in the position.
When we left it, whoa, a long time ago.
Look at that.
Rook g8, queen f7, takes, knight e3, a move that we've been advocating for some time. Ooh, g6.
G6 trying to defend that pawn on f5.
Not sure I'm a fan. Here,
Alice is...
And this is official, so a draw between Joel Benjamin and Jesse Kraai.
Right. Can't Alice sacrifice an exchange? She played rook e4, f3.
She's going for the attack. On
rook
the
h4. Bishop takes.
Rook takes g6.
Bam.
Wow.
Rook takes g6. King takes g6. Are we expecting knight takes f5?
Knight takes f5, yes.
Yeah.
That should be it.
And now suddenly, Alice's rook is under threat of a discovered double check, in fact. Queen takes f5 is met by rook g1.
Oh, this is really bad news.
There's no way to keep a connection with the queen.
This is really bad news.
Was she planning king h?
No, king h5, knight g7. Game is over.
Royal fork.
That's nasty. A royal fork indeed. A knight on g7 attacks the king and the queen. Uh-oh.
Wow, what a great sequence.
No, I think
rook takes g6 and knight takes f5.
She perhaps just forgot that knight takes f5 is an option. She was only calculating rook g1 first, maybe?
Uh-huh.
She just forgot that knight f5 is an option.
Well, I tell you, it's a great move.
Yeah. And it is true that in the rook g1 line, if you start with rook g1 and then you take on f5, which also looks somewhat threatening, so let's say king f7 and you take on f5. I do have this extra move, rook to g8.
Yeah.
Which saves the game for black.
There's a queen e1 check
At the
sighting.
end of it. Yes, at the end of it.
Yeah, but knight takes f5 has rocked Alice backwards. Oh dear. And
I don't see it. I don't see how she gets out of this.
Is the mate obvious to yourselves after? Do your worst. Oh, you could take the bishop.
I first take the bishop, then I get rook g1.
No, I think the easiest after rook to... you want to go rook
Rook to
h3.
H. Sorry?
Okay, you want to go rook h3. I thought you wanted to go rook h5.
I just take the bishop, yeah.
Just take the bishop.
Not rook g1?
I can go crying back home.
Okay, rook g1.
I'm not happy.
And then queen g6.
I have rook g8. No, you have queen f7.
But you can go rook g1 first, right, also.
I go king h8. Am I dead? Is Alice losing? I'm sure she is, but...
I think that has to be losing. Your king is so weak, I'm going to capture all those pawns.
But can we go back?
Yes.
So I think rook g1 is just finishing easier.
Without taking the bishop.
That's right.
Rook to g1 is easier without taking the bishop because...
You're just not hiding anywhere.
There's still knight g7 discovered check.
That has to be a mate sign. Knight g7 just picks up the queen, yes.
That's good enough for me.
Yes.
Yep. I don't see a move for Alice. Has she made a move?
She hasn't played yet.
Down to 6 minutes for... How many moves does she have to make?
So this is move 30.
10 more moves.
10 more moves. But Andy's down to underneath 10 minutes himself. Knight takes f5. That is just a star move. Oh, dear.
Yeah, and he played it quickly. He looked at it.
He saw
understood
it from a
that everything
distance.
works in his favor, and then she just went for it.
But
no hesitation.
Here we think she's lost, but I have to say the way Andy played it made me think that Alice should be able to give an exchange somewhere. I mean, she's got this beautiful majority, right? And she's got 2 bishops. Don't you have a feeling like this is a 3-result game? I'm just going to throw just the worst possibility for Alice. Takes, queen f7. So what I've got is 2 bishops, and I've just done it in the worst possible way, right? Just so I can make a trumpet clarion call. I'm dreaming of f5, f4, bishop f5, clear. But I mean, oh, she's played rook
She
f4
played
big.
rook f4.
Yeah. I didn't think that she had to fall into this sequence. Uh-oh. Knight takes d6 check. Cristian likes rook f1. Rook g1. Is that going to produce a mate?
That's right, calculated, right?
I think it
Now it can
does.
be faster because knight takes h6 comes with a check. If I have a checkmate there.
Yeah. Just thinking about this one, this looks like a nice mating sequence, right? Checkmating sequence where you end up bringing your rook down. Do you also, can we do it with knight takes d6, by the way? Is this one nice? Knight takes queen check. Because the king, you go backwards.
Well, you have to go to e6.
Yeah.
So king e6 trying to escape.
Well, you can run.
Okay, I run.
And now, do we like this one?
No, queen takes b7.
Or do we like this one?
Queen takes b7.
I think it's
yeah.
over.
What am I missing after queen f7? King c6. Right. This one.
Because you don't have queen c6, because c4.
Oh. That's nice.
Queen e7 mate.
Yeah.
Let's see, what did he play?
Rook g1.
We do have rook g1, okay. And he played rook g1. And Alice with 5 minutes on her clock, is in desperate straits. She's losing this one.
King f7.
King f7.
Is there an even easier way?
I like knight d6. That looks...
Like, is knight takes h6 delivering the mate in the position, I guess is my question.
Well, the problem I have with knight h6 is maybe king e8, with the idea of running...
Yeah, he's taking the bishop.
Yeah, he's done it. Oops, sorry.
No?
Knight takes, no. He did play knight takes d6. That's the simplest and best.
Because once you see now queen h7 check and rook g8 checkmate, or that king e6,
yeah,
you probably
very
have to go king
straightforward.
e7 for black right now, which is a very sad move to make, but
maybe it's the only move.
Keeps you in the game, I guess.
King e7. I find myself just drawn to taking a pawn.
Makes sense, because you're also threatening queen h7 again.
As well as knight c5 and...
but there is queen f5, forcing a queen trade.
That's not ideal. Sorry. So king e7 is still some kicking, isn't there?
And that's what Alice played.
Still some kicking being done. Maybe in that case, knight e4.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about d5?
d5?
Why not?
No queen takes, because again, we've seen this movie before.
That's
Queen
your
H7.
escape hatch for the king, that
Right,
d6
is
square.
d6.
So maybe I can draw your queen on d6.
That's a nice move, actually. Pushing the pawn with a gain of tempo is something you'd love to do.
And I'm thinking after queen to, let's say, e5 or something like that.
Yes.
Now I can drop back with the knight to e4. And then at least I have d6 coming.
Indeed. Check. You've got rook g7 on tap as well as d6.
Those are big threats in the position.
Yeah, this must be overwhelming. Before we get too tied up in the game, how is Zoe doing in her game? When we had left it, she was cruising.
Zoe, she's having tremendous advantage.
Okay.
We are actually expecting the game to finish soon.
It's that bad. Just kind of go down some of the other results. Did Iris lose her game against Irene? She was a piece down.
The game is still on.
Megan versus Rose?
Also still happening. But Megan has a big advantage now, according to the engine.
And Rachel Lee was just a little bit worse. I thought she was getting close to drawing that game against Chloe.
That's around equal.
Okay, we're staying with Andy Woodward and Alice Lee. Big game here, and I'm just going to refresh my board. Let me get knight takes d6 is on the board, and so is king e7. Andy has 7 minutes for the time control, and I guess this is like move 33 or 34. Yeah, they don't have too many moves to go.
But you're right, king e7 is...
kicking.
It's kicking, because we were looking just at queen takes d6, taking the knight, but that's just game over immediately.
Right.
Here, you have to be a bit careful, because as we were looking before, just capturing the pawn with the knight forces a queen trade, which is something you don't want to do.
Exactly. Even though this position might be favorable for white, the fact that black's king isn't getting mated, that number one is really, really great. But then suddenly this rook is actually making threats, and black might have a passed pawn. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to let your opponent get out of.
And
guess
d5
what?
is on the board. Best move.
Andy's playing some impressive moves, including rook takes g6 and now d5. All the best moves. Alice is, the only way for her to stay in the game is queen e5, and we've been looking at knight e4. Again, a winning position for Andy to be sure, but you gotta resist as best you can. Yeah. Whenever you have a really, really bad position, you have to ask yourself a question. The question you have to ask yourself is, what is my opponent not going to like? You got to find the moves that make your opponent have to play really well to beat you. Don't make it easy. Queen takes d6 would be a blunder because that just makes it easy for Andy. Andy would play queen h7 in a heartbeat and win the game instantly.
Has to be played. Queen e5 has to be played.
Yeah.
And she does it.
And she does.
Now, it's so tempting to look for something that just finishes the game.
Right.
Quickly. But
well, you want it to be there.
You want it, exactly. You want there to be something that finishes the game quickly. Maybe there isn't. Maybe just the simple knight to e4. Get the knight back. You still have a couple of pawns for the exchange. And a devastating attack.
And you still have an attack brewing. Knight e4, the pawn can go to d6, the rook can go to g7. There may even be a queen to b5 siding as well. Yep.
Back to e4, back to the center. And very importantly, that does not allow queen to f5 in any of the lines, which, if black manages to exchange the queens, then things are becoming a bit more complicated.
Agreed.
So you don't want to allow the exchange of the queens.
Agreed.
Knight to e4, a very controlled move. Best move by Andy.
So maybe let's switch to the game of Zoe Tang and Amy Yang.
Okay. When we left it, Zoe was a pawn up and was actually trapping the bishop on c8.
Well, guess what? Now she's trapping the queen and threatening to promote pawn for another queen.
Well, for the moment, the bishop and the rook. But yes, you had me at trapping the queen on h4. Yeah, that's game over. The queen is basically trapped. Nothing for Amy to do now.
And I thought that Amy has to make a move because she was very low on time, but actually they
just made the time
40
control.
moves
Yeah.
because bishop g5 was move 41. So Amy has plenty of time to think out this position.
Right.
There's nothing really to do about it.
I'm going to switch over to the game between Megan and Rose. Have they made their time control? No, Rose is down. I can see that Rose has got to make a move with a minute.
Still
on
8
her
more
clock.
moves to make.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think Megan's the one for choice. Her pass pawn is a little bit more advanced.
Megan for sure for choice in this one. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of things, a lot of the games are developing quite quickly in these last final moments of the first time control.
Right.
Kirk Ghazarian, guys, he's beating Tani right now.
No, really?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, maybe we can go to that one for just a second. 35 moves, 5 moves to go, 2 minutes for Kirk. So he's in some danger on the clock. And he needs to find really good moves. E4 is the right way. E5, excuse me.
Not G4.
Not G4. G4 is fine as well, but G4, H5, maybe black is starting to get some compensation, or at least manages to get in some punches. What about E5?
Just shutting down queen takes G3,
yes,
E5.
This is actually brilliant stuff.
The bishop.
If you go rook f8, king f4, let's keep going.
What?
A good king leads his army into battle.
Going. Oh, this is brilliant stuff.
And I guess bishop e7. And
probably at that point you start maybe looking at rook takes f8 and just going into the end game with a very strong king. E5 is just about to arrive on the board. E5 is on the board.
E5 is there. By the way, I noticed that Tani did it on his time. He made shadoob of the pieces. He adjusted rook on e8, very proper sports way of doing. I really dislike people who adjust the pieces while you're thinking.
Right, they make a move, hit the clock, and then they start adjusting it.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
That is not
good etiquette.
Exactly, not good etiquette. Okay. Are there any trickies here? Kirk's got a minute on his clock, so I start looking. Can I play h5? Is that like a ridiculous move? I want to play queen g4 check.
Well, he's certainly thinking about that as well.
Right.
The problem with h5, there must be something.
You can take my bishop perhaps and just say there is no mate. Maybe there is. I'm just saying.
Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Let's just look at that. He takes d6.
Yeah, if I'm in Tani's shoes, I'm looking at desperado attempts. Yeah.
King g4.
Where does this
King
go?
King g2, probably.
King g2. Rook comes down with a check.
Rook f2.
Don't go rook f2, though.
Oh, that's not good, yes.
But the problem is this bishop actually defends the square, right?
Or maybe just king f1.
And I have no follow-up.
Yeah, this is it.
I'm losing.
This is it.
I can't play h5. No trickies. Kate, do you see any shots here for Black's position?
So what if I just move my bishop? Bishop e7.
No, bishop e7, h5.
The problem
That's game over.
Is the queen needs to keep a contact with the rook. This is
okay. So that's a big problem.
I think that the king just.
That's such an ugly endgame. Like you basically are completely stuck, cannot do anything.
Wow, the position is more dangerous than it actually looks.
Yeah,
no, it's losing.
Yeah,
it's objectively losing right now after e5. It's just the pressure.
That ending after queen takes f5 and g4, it still reminds me of Ulf Andersson saying, "It's miserable."
No,
it's so miserable.
That one you resign as you enter that endgame.
Exactly, it's
without
miserable.
being a pawn down.
No,
but you're just
so there's no trickies here for Tani. I was trying to make h5 work. Rook e6, is that completely ridiculous? What could he come up with?
I think he has to go rook f8. He
Rook,
just has to go rook f8.
rook f8.
Because maybe after rook takes f8, bishop takes f8, if white does take on f8, which is not the main move, now my queen at least can see some checks in the position, right?
Right.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think
Please.
Andy Woodward is finishing his game against Alice Lee. He's
Let's-
collecting 2 exclamation point moves like Pokemons.
He's collecting everything, yes.
He has just played the move knight e4 when we left it. f4, d6, queen. Oh, that's a star move.
He's saying, take my knight, I don't care, because I'm going after your king.
And Alice's king is getting on her walking shoes, jogging shoes. Check. Well, only one move, right? Queen.
The mate is coming.
Now, pawn takes e4.
I don't want to go king f6, so rook takes e4. And now check.
Now again, queen f7.
This
nice.
is brilliantly calculated.
Really,
Wow.
really impressive stuff by Andy Woodward as he's showing
Very well calculated.
Why
and
he's
very
a
quick.
2700
he
rated
did not
player.
allow himself to go down to his last few minutes and start panicking. He kept 7 minutes on his clock, just played the best moves in the position and trusted his calculation, and that's, right now, he's getting rewarded for it. King to f6, rook g6 now.
And he's playing, whoa.
Wait. No, there's nothing.
Did you see what happened
There's
there?
nothing, no, you're...
I mean, I'm seeing a ghost in the machine because
Probably the machine thought the pawn is on c2.
Right? Because it said Andy was lost with a move, and I'm like, what did he do?
No, the
He
machine
just got a queen.
He just got a queen.
He just thought the pawn was on c2 and it was getting checkmated with rook f1.
Right.
This is over.
Unfortunately for Alice, queen versus 2 rooks can oftentimes be an interesting battle. The rooks can overwhelm a queen.
But 2 rooks against 2 queens?
Yeah, or 2 connected pass pawns that are about to be queens? No. Then the rooks cannot compete.
And big result in the women's senior section where Angelina Belakovskaya took down the leader, Jennifer Smith.
Yeah, big victory for Angelina. Congratulations there as she brings her rival down and she jumps up in the standings. But yeah, queen takes e5. Alice knows that this game is over.
I think we should stay with Kirk versus Tani, just because they're 4 moves away from time control and they're both under 2 minutes.
And Tani looking for cheapos. We're at the
Kirk versus Tani.
Versus Tani. You were saying rook f8 and g4, I think, is the good move.
G4 is nice, yes.
Yeah.
But G4 may be H5. You have to be careful.
Oh, I beg your
Those
pardon.
are type of tricks that maybe will give you some chances.
Oh, I know you were saying king f4.
King f4, yes.
That was a star move.
Keep going after rook f8, king f4. 1 minute and 20 seconds for Tani. Again, 4 moves to go. 5 moves for Tani.
And look, a deep
not
sigh
happy.
there.
He's not
you
happy.
just saw that.
This is not a happy position for him.
Actually, now that you mention it, what is rook f8, king f4, h5? I do have a threat.
You have a threat, yes. But then I can maybe just take on f8.
Bishop takes.
Queen f5.
You're shouldering me. You're bullying me.
Yeah, and it might not be the right way to do it. I guess it's not the right way to do it.
Getting some kind of cheapos, aren't I?
Look, this means there's still life in this position.
Right, there's tricks.
It's important that he goes rook f8. I think anything else, and he does it.
But he went down to
a minute,
a single minute,
yes,
before he played this move. And we're looking, and
oh, he's going to take on f8. Okay, this might not be as clear. So rook takes f8, bishop takes f8.
And now Tani's queen
Queen
at
to
the very
d5
least.
played. Okay, this is not that clear anymore, guys. Queen d5.
Queen d5.
Yes.
So king has to go.
The worst move in the position would be to go queen f7.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Because of king e4.
King e4 again.
This endgame is hopeless.
Yeah, completely miserable. Yeah, this game feels like it's going to last. Let's jump back to Zoe versus Amy, because Zoe is putting on the finishing touches in this one. Actually, remember the other day we didn't see that the position was a rook ahead?
This time we see that
This
there
time,
is an extra rook.
Very, very sharp today. Rooks. And yeah, Amy's coming in at 12 years
Punching
young.
on the pawn on f7 now for Zoe.
Amy's coming into this competition as 12 years young, but some of the veterans in the tournaments, including Alice Lee, remember Alice and Rose coming in at 12 years old as well, earning their spurs. King g6.
I mean, getting this experience at so young, like she's gonna play many more years.
Many
and,
more, yeah.
Playing these top players, that's the best what you can do for your growth.
Exactly. Now, if I'm in Zoe's shoes, yeah, all about pawn grabbing, right? Advance your king, king g2, h4, king g3, and then go grab that pawn on h5. What's better than being 1 pawn up?
It's 2 or 3.
Or 3 or more. Yeah, so if I'm in Zoe's position, h4, bishop, a4, bishop to e8, go and grab the
another
pawn.
possibility, because
Pass
once
pawn.
Amy captures that pawn, we have rook f7 check.
Guys,
yep.
It's a rook up.
It is a rook up.
It's a rook and a few pawns up.
It is a rook and a few pawns up.
What are we discussing?
I don't know.
It's
Oh, okay. Can capture this way too.
Yeah, she's.
But I think this game is gonna go on.
Yeah, I do too. Well, if you
longer.
haven't resigned by now,
why? No, come on. Let's stay with this one, guys.
What?
I mean,
when we got Rachel Lee, who's leading
no
the
offense,
tournament.
but it's a rook and a couple of pawns up.
King
What is she
F3.
playing for?
Should be a checkmate. I think it was in an earlier round. I think Amy did allow a checkmate. It was against Iris, wasn't it?
I think Iris played Queen H2 checkmate, right?
Or it was Queen F. It was a king on E4, but yeah, Queen F3 checkmate or something. Yeah, but yes, she did play to checkmate. I think your coaches has said, "Do not resign." Yeah. Well,
she wants to take that last pawn as well, pawn on H5.
In his book on bullet chess, Hikaru Nakamura said, "Rule number 1 in bullet: never, ever, ever resign."
Yeah, bullet is slightly different than this situation.
I mean, it's
I
like
see where he's coming from.
One of the commandments. Is it time to try to round this pawn up? Rook here or rook here with the idea of rook check in order to take this pawn? Yeah, I think I would be playing rook to d7. How is Rachel Lee doing against Chloe? Because I thought Chloe was still a little bit better, but I wasn't sure if she could do anything.
Well, it looks like probably it's still a little better, but I think the first handshake we may see it's Andy Woodward against Alice Lee.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because Andy is pushing with 2 pawns.
We do have the game of Zoe Tang and Amy
Okay, Zoe,
Leon.
where's the mate?
Where's the checkmate?
Just find the quick mate.
Yeah, you play f5, then bishop g8.
But then she's going to play bishop g7.
And then you play king e4.
Zugzwang.
Yes. And rook h7 checkmate.
She's going for it.
I'm predicting that.
F5, bishop to g6.
I like that. I like that
and
prediction.
Rook h7 checkmate. That's what Zoe. That's the pattern. That
If she goes king g7, we should move away from this.
King g7, bishop h5. Then how does the variation go after that?
Last for 50 more moves.
And we had Andy Woodward won against Alice Lee.
Yes, he did. And what a remarkable game it was. I mean, I know Alice feels bad, but Andy had to play a fantastic game to win against her.
So many brilliant moves.
Seriously,
in this game.
seriously, Andy's going to be very proud when
Great game.
When
Great
he
game
looks
by
at
Andy.
I think if somebody wants to practice proper calculation and accurate calculation, this is the game that has very good positions for that.
Yeah.
And with this win, he catches with the leader, with Mishra.
Because Mishra
drew his game.
Drew with the black pieces. And hold on, we've got
We're
Zoe.
back in the Zoe Tang game.
Oh, she did play king g7.
She did.
Really fighting.
And Zoe did capture the pawn on h5 as well, something I was advocating for.
So, king f6.
King
and
e4.
king e4, and finally rook f7 checkmate.
Yes, king f6, king e4, just as you say, rook on rook to f7 checkmate. And in the senior section, how is Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian playing? Because
Shaba is looking good.
Yeah, because when we left that one, Vladimir, who's off to a kicking start, 3-0, looks like he's getting stopped. And by the way, Amy retreated her king, did not walk into that checkmate with king e4 and rook f7, but has played instead king f8. I'm expecting f6 by Zoe.
King e4.
F6 by Zoe. King E4. You are true. You are true.
And King D5, King E6, just walking closer to that king.
Never give up. That is the motto of today's top champions. Never, ever, ever give up.
I was a bit shocked that she actually had a rook and a couple of pawns down and she was still playing. I thought
still
it
playing.
was just a couple of pawns down.
Yeah.
Come on. While I know that nobody won any games resigning, it's still...
Right. Did you ever get rewarded with a stalemate by not resigning? I never got lucky.
No. I don't think so.
I never got that lucky either.
I mean, maybe I did when I was a kid and I don't remember it, but...
Right.
Since, let's say, 2000 rating level, I don't think I've ever gotten it.
No. So, as you prescribed it, Kate, King E6.
Then F6.
Then F6, and you're setting up a checkmating box.
No, Zoe's capturing the bishop.
Oh my goodness.
You made it sound like something extraordinary happened.
I know. Well, I mean, poor Amy, I mean, she's playing with a naked king.
I almost got scared for a second.
3 pawns.
Wait a minute, is there a stalemate? What just happened?
Yeah, there's
So
3 pawns.
F6.
G8.
So we've seen King F8, F6, and I think the next turn that we're about to see is King E7, right?
Nope, F7.
F7 check.
King
F8.
King F8.
Bishop
and
E2.
bishop E2.
Not bishop D1. Bishop E2. King G7, and Zoe's going to make a promotion.
And then we will see checkmate with queen and a king.
And again, unfortunately, I never got rewarded playing on to a checkmate. Zoe's just double checking that she hasn't made a stalemate by making a queen.
There's still that G6 square.
Yeah.
So, all good.
King G6.
And Zoe's thinking right now, she's like, how do I do it? How do I do it fast?
Well, it's a forced mate now with bishop to D3 check is on her agenda. King H7, only move, bishop to D3. King G8,
Queen
only
F8.
mate, and Queen F8.
Mate.
That was a mouse slip, apologies.
And a checkmate.
Wow.
So congratulations to Zoe Tank winning against Amy Yang.
Now,
And,
Zoe's going to be rooting for Chloe to hold Rachel Lee to stop Rachel Lee from going 4 out of 4.
Right, but we were talking about Chloe having an advantage previously.
Yes.
No more advantage, no.
No?
No more advantage.
Not having an advantage anymore.
I think
Let's pause our analysis and throw it to Irene, who is with a very happy Andy Woodward. Over to you, Irene.
Thank you, guys. I'm with Andy Woodward right now, who just won his game against Alice Lee. Andy, how do you feel tying the leaderboard with Abhimanyu Mishra right now?
Yeah, it feels good to win a game again. I guess, I don't know, I feel like the game wasn't that great towards the beginning and the middle, but then at the end, I was lucky. So.
Before we dive into the game, I just want to ask you, like, how and why did you choose the London system for this game against Alice Lee?
Yeah, I guess I didn't really feel like preparing too much, so I thought I'll just play the London, play something simple, not too much theory. I mean, we did go into a somewhat straightforward line, which I did briefly check. But yeah, I didn't really expect this to happen. Yeah, I guess I forgot h6. I think it's a move.
This one,
but yeah, I think the main move is like knight e7. But h6, I wasn't sure what I wanted because if I thought at first maybe g4 or something, but then they can play cd, and I think black's doing fine. So,
yes, g4 was in the analysis in the studio before. But I think what you did was also fine. Bishop c2, you want to play queen d3, right?
Yeah, I want to meet knight d7 with queen d3. So yeah, knight h5. And here I think I played g3. Maybe it wasn't the best, but I liked it from a practical standpoint. It looked like I was trying to like mount an attack on the king side. But when I did play g3, I did kind of miss the inclusion of cd. So
so at this moment, you're already out of prep then?
Yes. Yeah, I was out of prep probably at move 9, h6.
But towards later on in the game, I think you did fine. Both of you made a little inaccuracy here and there, but I think eventually you solidified your position here by a long castle. And what we like best is your brilliancy in the end, in this position. Takes, and then this one. How excited were you when you played this game on the board?
Yeah, I guess when she played when she played rook h4, I kind of saw this trick with rook g6 before playing bishop b3. I guess I thought she probably didn't have to go for it with like queen e8 instead of bishop e6. But when I got to this position, I guess I just kind of double checked to made sure everything worked, because there was some like really funny variations, like after knight f5 if rook h5, which I thought was also a critical line. I have to go knight h4, and if king g5, I have f4, and if king h4, queen g3, and if bishop f4, then knight f3, king g4, rook g1, and queen f1 mate. So yeah, I thought once I had this, once I saw this variation, I knew for sure it was winning. And then yeah, when she played rook f4, I guess it kind of came by surprise. But yeah, I guess it was still winning. So
amazing, yeah. And then you finish it off really very smoothly, because yeah, we didn't see anything here for Alice at all, because you just had like a very good conversion until towards the end here. And yeah, when you played this, and then she just resigned because of the pawns on e6 and d6 are very dangerous. Yeah. Wow, Andy, what a game. It's really amazing. And your rivalry with Mishra, it's something that we keep talking about, your friendship and your rivalry, the dynamic on it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I guess so far, specifically for this tournament, it seems like everybody's playing really good, and it's like a really tight race. So yeah, I guess in general, I'm really excited to see what happens in the next few months.
And if you see the general field in the junior section, very strong field. Some even say it was stronger than the U.S. Championship many years ago. So, what are your thoughts about your other rivals? Not only Mishra, but also the rest of the field.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, it's been full games so far. From what I can tell, every game's been like extremely difficult. People are finding like really nice ideas and resources that other people miss, and it's really, I guess it's really turning out to be an interesting tournament with lots of interesting things.
Well, 5 more games to go. Andy, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Our congratulations indeed, Andy. It's always nice to be neck and neck in the thick of things, fighting for the gold.
Yeah, and especially having so many moves with 2 exclamation points.
Yeah, that adorns. Tell us about the standings now that we've seen our 2 leaders' results so far.
Yeah, and let's start with the juniors. So as you can see, Andy Woodward won important game, and Abhimanyu Mishra made only a draw. So that now makes them co-leaders in the event. And Nico Chasin scored his first win against Evan Park.
Yeah, with that game of Tani. And in the girls,
we have Zoe Tang winning at an important game. Now, she is the leader of the event with 3.5 points out of 4. Rachel Lee is still playing, so we don't know how that's going to end. Iris Mo losing to Irene Faye, and all the other games are still underway.
one day Iris is a genius player, the next day she blundered a piece.
In the women's senior section, Angelina Belakovskaya won against Jennifer Smith, very important win, and Natalia Tsodikova won against Catherine Dodson. So now these three players, Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Tsodikova, and Jennifer Smith, are co-leaders of the event.
But Jennifer has an extra game already
Extra
played.
games played, exactly. And in the seniors, Vladimir, just a couple of draws.
Just a couple of draws, but Joel Benjamin missed a checkmate against Jesse Kraai, so he's gonna regret that. Other than that, all the other games are still being played.
Absolutely, very good. All right, and as we go, I want to go back to that game between Kirk and Tani, because we had been we had been watching them as they were making their time control. Rook F8 was played, and Kirk didn't make the crucial move. The crucial move was to continue holding that rook on F5. He captured, and now a good share of White's advantage has slipped away. And let's see how things continued from there. And this is the problem. Tani's looking for, adventures, trying to get counterplay with Queen F1 or Queen H1. King went for March on G4, and I think we're up to date with our players
King
now.
F1. Well, we were looking at the Baron. The engine does not like Queen F1 for some reason, but the idea is clear. Tani just wants to continue checking the king, maybe with Queen E2.
Yep.
And
Queen
given
E2.
that, Queen to F1 and the last few moves were just the moves before time control, I feel like the players actually played quite well.
Yeah.
Instead of Queen F1, what he should have done, and you will understand why in just a few seconds, the best move in the position would have been A5 right now. The Queen on B1 is perfectly fine, ready to give the checks if necessary. What you have to stop, in fact, is Bishop to B4 and the exchange of dark square bishops. That's why after Queen F1, Bishop to B4 will be the best move in the position. If he finds it, then he has a very good chance at taking it all the way.
Clinching the game.
Yes.
But
Bishop
wait,
to B4.
what's the big issue if I go give a check on E2?
King F4.
And Queen F2.
Queen F3.
By the way, we have a move, H5.
H5, okay. Well, H5 changes.
For White.
Everything right now, because Queen to E2, wait a minute. Queen to E2, you go King F4, the same idea, right? And now once again, what if I go A5? I really like to keep my bishop. My bishop is protecting against E7 on F8. My bishop is ready to give some checks on D6 if necessary. My bishop on F8 is a very powerful piece. So I don't want to allow you to exchange it. Now if you take on A5, I take on B2. And
no, I don't like, as White, I wouldn't want to make that trade.
I'm
somehow I like
queen
this
trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen E5?
You want to make a queen trade? I do too. Well, the problem with Queen E5
I don't think
is
I'm going to allow you to do it.
Where does my king actually go? If you go to G4, I was going to go to
I
D1.
go Queen D1, right?
And if you go to H3, then I'll go to H1.
And if
Maybe
I
to
go
E3.
to E3?
Let's go to E3.
By the way, I think this one is between Stuart Rachels and Alex Fishbein.
It looks
about
like
to finish in a draw. We've been promised a handshake.
H4.
we will see
Our
knight
executive
and king on the board and knight and king on the board.
Our executive producers promised to resign immediately from his role. We'll miss you, Tom. Oh my God.
This is still not a draw yet.
Zugzwang.
This is still not a draw yet, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. So there we go.
And there we go.
And a handshake. So that is a draw between Stuart Rachels and Alexander Fishbein.
And let's pause. We have Irene with a guest.
Irene, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm back with Zoe Tang, who just won her game against Aimee Yang. Zoe, Grunfeld, huh?
Yes.
Did you prep this line against Aimee?
I did. Against who?
Aimee.
Oh yeah. I prepped this line specifically, just like something new, right? And I think it worked out very well, obviously.
Yeah, you played like a very silent variation against Grunfeld here and becoming like literally unprovoked. So what do you think is the most critical moment in this game?
So far this is all best moves. But the thing is that while I'm getting to blitz out my moves, she has to keep spending time. So it's just nice to have prep like that. And then after knight c6, bishop a3, the decision to give up the pawn during the game I thought was a little bit hard to justify. I couldn't really see the compensation. Like, I get doubled f pawns and my king looks a little bit suspicious, but it's pretty fine overall.
So you think like this, this sacrifice on c5 is the critical moment in this position, Like when after this it's either you win or she wins, but I think you managed to keep the extra pawn until the end.
Yeah, because she doesn't have much of an attack at all. The semi-open g file, my rook just gets there. Like there's nothing much to play for black.
Yep. And when I fast forward this game, you have now a pass pawn and your king is safe. And I think you converted everything smoothly until the end. Zoe, it's such a solid game coming towards one more game until the rest day.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts for the next few rounds? Because you still have 5 more games to go.
Yeah. Probably just keep playing. Hopefully play as good as I have been and play even better. Just focus on one game at a time.
You already have some plan what to do on the rest day, because Rochelle went to the confessional room and then she said she's looking forward for some pickleball tournament.
I don't have plans yet. I think I might meet some friends who live in St. Louis. I'm going to go to the gym, which I have not been doing, but yeah, stuff like that.
And that's just pretty much it there, and I'm prepared for the tournament in general.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. Looking forward to seeing you here again.
Thank you.
Get back to you guys.
Congratulations, Zoe, as the defending U.S. champions, looking good with a 3.5 out of 4 score.
Especially 3 wins in a row.
Nice. Alexander Shabalov comes into the game against Vladimir Akopian. Vladimir, tournament leader, 3-0, 1-point gap over his nearest rival. He's thinking, I'm just about ready to clinch. Uh-oh. He came up with this really bad move, g5, and zooming ahead. Ever since that move g5 got played, Shabalov has actually played a really, really nice ending. I mean, he's making it look technique. His technique has been flawless as white, and you can just see the barometer, my chess thermometer on the border there, just going up and up as Shabalov, already a pawn up, is now looking to grab yet another pawn. And you don't want to have your rook on h5. That's just so miserable. We have Irene with Irene. Irene with Irene.
Irene, over to you.
One Irene is not enough. Now we have 2 Irenes here in the studio. I'm with Irene Faye, who just won her game against Iris Mo. Irene, congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel after winning this game against Iris?
I'm really excited because I'm the lowest rated player in this tournament. So just winning a high rated player is always just feels good.
It always feels good,
yeah.
Right? And what do you think is the most critical moment in your game against Irish?
Probably when she made the mistake in Queen H5.
Queen H5, yes. Okay, let's go to that position, that after take, so everything is good in the opening. And then in this position, and Queen H5. I think she mixed up some of the lines here where she should have just castled first and Queen H5, and you played.
C6, yeah. At the beginning, I missed Queen H5. I didn't know that she could like play that move. So when I stopped for a little bit after Queen H5, I realized that I could just play C6, and his knight cannot like go back to E3 because I have bishop takes E3.
And then if bishop takes here,
then queen
you
E2,
have this, and then it's mate
yeah,
E2.
mate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she missed this line, and therefore after you played C6, you just collect an extra piece in this position, and you converted quite smoothly until the end, and you won this one.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations once again. So, are you still in high school?
No,
You're
actually
junior high school.
I'm starting in 8th grade next semester, so yeah.
It's very rare to me to interview some player that's so young. Well, congratulations. And what are your thoughts for the next 5 rounds? There's still more games to go.
Well, my main goal is probably just not to be last at the end. And I guess I'll try to like draw the high-rated players and win some
and probably gain
low-rated
rating
players.
too.
Just don't lose.
Just don't lose.
Yeah.
Sounds like a solid plan. Well, thank you, Irene, and good luck for the tournament. And before we continue with the broadcast, let's take a look at the commercial break.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the 4th stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org. The 2026 Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament offered 7 students from the St. Louis Chess Club an unforgettable day on Capitol Hill. Before the competition began, they toured the U.S. Capitol, exploring its historic halls and learning about the people, artwork, and landmarks that have shaped the nation's history.
Ooh la la, look at this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The big dome that you see outside.
The big dome.
Wow.
Amazing.
It's really cool. Wow, this is so cool.
The day continued as lawmakers, world-class chess players, and the students came together for the Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament in Washington, D.C. Hosted by Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri and Representative Wesley Bell of Missouri in partnership with the St. Louis Chess Club, the event brought together members of Congress, chess champions, and the students from the club's select chess program for a day of friendly competition and meaningful conversation.
And I have to tell you, as somebody that did not grow up playing chess, I am so proud of what St. Louis has become now as the chess capital of the world, in my view, but certainly of the United States. And that is in no small part to Rex Sigfield, who's here. Let's give Rex a round of applause.
More than just a tournament, the event highlighted the powerful role chess plays in education. Throughout the day, students demonstrated the critical thinking, focus, and resilience that chess helps develop while competing against members of Congress and engaging with leaders from across the country. Congressional leaders were joined by renowned chess figures, including Grandmasters Firouzja Akopian and Yasser Seirawan, along with international masters Eric Rosen and Irene Sukandar, creating a unique opportunity for students to interact with some of the game's most respected players while sharing their own passion for chess.
My name is Emmanuel. I'm 14 years old. I think the funnest thing is to be able to play against all the senators and all the congressmen.
I'm Jonathan. I'm 14 years old. I think it's just fun just being able to like talk during the game just because it's not serious whatsoever. I've just had a ton of fun here and it's been a great time.
Hello, my name is Marcus Silva. I'm 12 years old. Today was really fun because I got to play against a lot of really influential people in our country.
My name is Carter Furness. I'm 12 years old. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for sponsoring this trip. And me getting this opportunity.
Hello, my name is Teddy and I'm 8 years old. And today was fun because we played a lot of games and I liked how I played with like Congress people.
Hi, my name's Asha, I'm 15. It's just been an overall great experience for me. Thank you for letting me come, so I'll remember this forever.
Hi, my name is Millie Furness. I'm 10 years old. I think today was really fun. I got to play chess against like the senators and I got to beat them up, so it was fun.
As the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis continues to lead the way in expanding access to chess education. Through the St. Louis Chess Club scholastic programs, more than 100,000 students are introduced to the game each year, building confidence, problem-solving skills, strategic thinking, and perseverance in the classroom and beyond. The 2026 Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament was a celebration of learning, leadership, and the lasting impact of chess. It demonstrated how the game can bring together people from different backgrounds and perspectives while inspiring the next generation to think critically, compete with integrity, and lead with confidence.
Hello and welcome to round 4 of the US Seniors and Juniors Championships. A lot of games finished, so we will take a look at standings.
Absolutely, let's do it. Let's start with the girls.
In the girls section, Zoe Tang won an important game against Amy Yang, and she's now the sole leader with 3.5 points, but Rachel Lee and Megan are still playing their games. And Iris Mo lost to Irene Faye.
And in the juniors, we saw a big result.
Big result, of course. Abhimanyu Mishra made a draw against Brereton Hardaway, but Andy Woodward played a tremendous game against Alice Lee, and now he's tied for the first place with Abhimanyu Mishra. And Nico Chasin scoring his first point in the tournament against Evan Park.
And in the senior women's?
In the senior women's, we also have a change in the leadership, because Angelina Belakovskaya took down Jennifer Smith, won that game, and now she is leading the tournament together with Natalia Tsodikova and Jennifer Smith.
Big result in that one, and of course in the seniors.
In the seniors, so far we have few draws, actually a lot of them, but still it's Vladimir Akopian who is leading the tournament with a perfect score.
But he's playing against Alexander Shabalov, who is at the bottom of the table, and guess what? It's Shabalov who has a winning position as we come back from our break. In fact, I've got that game up on my board, and I've been looking at what I think is the way to win the game, and I just love the fact as white that this rook is so awfully misplaced. And I think Alexander should say, okay, this bishop is actually bothering me. I'd like to chase it away for a moment. Just move. I'd like to have access to either the e5 square so that sometimes I can play. But in the meantime, I really want you to define where your bishop is going. Are you going to stay on the c5 square? Well, then I want to play b4 and trade off a pawn. I think with the move c2, c3, not the only way of doing it, but just the technical phase, I think Shabalov has played it very well thus far. I'm looking at c3, and I think he's got a winning position.
I agree, Yasser. And we were talking about Nico Chasin scoring his first win. And in the girls section, Rochelle Wu, she's still waiting for her first point, and it looks good right now.
In fact, she had what I want to say, a big, big advantage, maybe a winning advantage coming out of the opening. Jasmine has fought back, even though you're right. I still like Rochelle's position. Whenever I see queens and rooks,
it's certainly
and
not
people,
over. Yes, it's certainly not over.
I was about to say, the king is still on f3. Yes, this pawn is on f4, and it's a shelter, but it's not over.
So just to kind of drill your point, this is a very similar assessment to what Shabalov has in that position, but Shabalov's position is so much easier to convert than this one. Without the queens.
Yeah.
There's not that much to worry about. There is no counterplay coming from the other side. So it's a completely different situation. In this one, you miss a beat, and then one of the pieces, one of black's pieces leads the attack and gets your king, and that's a problem. So you have to be careful.
Just to your point, you'd like to play the move knight e5, which would be menacing, moves like knight g6, but pay attention. Suddenly there's a queen d1 check that you didn't want to allow when you played knight e5. So still work to be done there for Rochelle. Nothing comes easy. When
These
you've
days,
lost a few,
right?
but when you've lost a few games, it's like now you're winning, and your opponent's not resigning, and you're finding a bit of a struggle, and so forth and so on. Let me just stay with the senior section for just a moment and go to the game of Alexander Onischuk and Igor, because I thought that this game was going to be a drawn quite a long time ago, and maybe it still is, but somehow Onischuk has gotten an extra pawn. I actually thought it was even Steven throughout. I mean, of course, this is a draw, right? We understand 2 versus 1. But I'm really surprised that Alex was able to achieve this. Much superior side, I would say, of a draw. Alexei Root and Ivona? Whoa. Black's king.
But we have opposite colored bishops.
So incredibly active. You start to wonder who's playing for a win. Opposite colored bishops. I think that says it all, and that game should be a draw. Where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look, staying in the Women's Championship, Olga Sagalchik against Beatrice Marinello.
And Beatrice is an exchange to the good, and she's the one with the passed pawn as well. She must be winning. This is just very straightforward.
We move the king to secure the pawn, and then the rook can wander around.
Well, come right back to the c2 square with the king on e4, the rook coming to c2. That will be all she wrote. That will be very straightforward, I would say.
Another game we didn't pay too much attention to is in the juniors section. Liam Putnam against Bach and Go. Bach has a really good chances now, because look at that king kind of stuck on the h-file.
Stuck indeed. Wow.
So what if I go rook f3 now?
Rook h2, rook f1. I want to
Well, I cannot go rook h2.
But there's rook b2.
There's a rook on b2.
I'm missing a rook. I beg your pardon. So rook f3, as you were saying, Cristian, you want to threaten rook takes h3 and mate?
Yes.
So I have no choice. I can't play rook g2, rook takes h3 is mate. I have to trade.
You have to trade, yes.
Knight takes, knight takes king g3. Are you taking a pawn?
Why are you even asking? Yasser? Come on. Of course I'm going to take that pawn.
Knight takes d4. So what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Two pawns. Okay, this should be winning.
Rook f3, he played it.
Did he play rook f3? I think he did.
Bach is playing a really good tournament so far. I have to say, I'm very impressed with his level. He only lost against Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's no shame in losing against Andy.
Absolutely.
Beating Nico and Kirk
on his
in the
way.
process.
Yeah.
He's looking good right now. He's really putting the performance of his lifetime, I might add, up to this point.
Well, again, he comes into the tournament as one of the lowest rated players, 23.81. And anytime you get a win in these championships, and you're the lowest seed, that feels good. You get a couple of wins, you start saying, hey, I can play with anybody. You know, King G3, Knight takes D4. How would, do you think that this is absolutely cut and dry, Kate? I mean, there are circumstances when you're 2 pawns up, when you're absolutely supremely confident. I'm not a completely...
I don't think it's that easy to convert this, because the pawns, they're kind of, you know, not all of them are connected.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, you know, the bishop doesn't have that much useful squares, that many useful squares here.
Right.
So here I can just transfer the knight to, where do I want to transfer the knight? That's a good question.
That's another...
Maybe knight c6.
Okay. And we'll take a pawn. Whoop.
Okay, I push pawn b4.
Yep. And this is where you also have these pawn breakthroughs. b3, a takes b3, a3. You don't recapture the pawn and let the bishop sacrifice itself. But I like this. Yeah, I think that this suddenly the conversion feels a lot better or a lot simpler. Very nice. And Cristian, tossing it your direction.
Well, I think Kirk versus Tani, that's the big one. It really is a very complex game that's being played by both of the players, and it's not easy. Take a look at what happened since. I think we left it off after h5. This was the mistake. Instead of that, bishop to b4 was the key to the position. That's the way to preserve some advantage and make it very difficult for black to equalize. h5, and immediately after h5, queen to e2, the moment was spotted by Tani because he played the best moves. King to f4 and a5. He understood that he has to stop that bishop to b4 coming in the position, bishop to e5. Not only that, but a5 also sorts of supports your own expansion on that side. You're creating your own counterplay.
Hello.
With the move b4. b4, take, take, queen to f3. This is what we have right now. Kirk, 9 minutes, Tani 17. Tani definitely the best position he's had in a very long time. He's really been on the back foot the whole game. Kirk has played an amazing game, just missed a bit at the right moment, immediately after time control, by the way, with that move h5.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the typical long thing, wrong thing situation. This one is pretty even as of right now. The question is, even from a practical perspective, who has the easier time in this one? Is it white, is it black, or is it somewhat just even from a practical perspective? Because, again, I have my own ideas with black. c3 followed by b3. I'm going to be able to create a passed pawn of my own. So who's better right now is my question to you guys.
Well, I think for me, I prefer white.
You still prefer white?
Yeah, it has to do a little bit with the kings. The point is whenever Kirk threatens to trade queens, Tani has to decline that offer. Whenever Kirk plays the move queen a8 or something of that nature, you're going to make a perpetual check. You better just, you don't want, you know.
So white is the one that can always force.
I think so. I think
equality. Yes.
But to your point, that doesn't mean that white can just do nothing. C3 followed by B3, those pawn breakthroughs are a way you can lose the game with white.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it is still white who has the upper hand, but it's minimal right now. Tani definitely defended this one very, very well.
In fact, Tani's position was so desperate at a certain moment, I thought he was just going to lose the game because I didn't see enough tricks for him.
Yes.
And at the time control, when he played that move, rook f8, he found the right moves to get himself in a position where...
This one still, you know, many moons to go in this one. But I do want to show you a missed opportunity.
Okay.
And I want to go to the game between Onischuk and Novikov. Because that one, well, Alex, if he's going to watch this game with the engine after the game, he's going to feel very bad about the opportunity that he squandered. Let's take a look at that. So
2 versus 1.
Right now it's equal.
Yep.
Unless something really bad happens for Novikov, this should be I wouldn't call it necessarily easy, but it is a technical.
Yeah, it's smooth sailing.
It should be smooth sailing.
Right.
Hopefully. Hopefully for him, this is going to be smooth sailing.
Right.
But take a look at what could have happened not long time ago. This was the position. And after rook to e6, there's a winning move in the position, b5, which is something that you always look towards.
Of course.
Always look for this opportunity in this position. b5 because you undermine the pawn on d5. If you take, I will just simply take on d5. If you try to defend that, rook to c8, that's going to deliver the check.
Queen h5.
Queen h5 followed by queen to h7.
Okay, that's nasty.
This is bad. This is really bad news right now because you have to make moves such as king to f8, and then I will take that. I'm an extra pawn and the attack in the position. It's winning. Instead, he played the move a3, which allowed Igor to go back to d6, and the opportunity completely disappeared.
It passed.
Huge moment that could have swung this one, and if he would have won this one, and then, you know, let's see what's happening in the other big match, Shabalov versus Akopian. Shabalov is steamrolling right now in that one. So if Shabalov wins and Alex would have won his game, he would have caught up with the leader.
Wow.
Right now, he's still going to be behind, if, of course, Novikov manages to save this one, which I do believe that he will.
Yeah, in so many of these national championships, it really is about a half a point.
Yes.
I mean, what separates the two players is oftentimes just a razor thin margin. By the way,
and we have, by the way, a lot of rook endgames. Chloe Go has a rook endgame. Megan has a rook endgame against Rose Atwell.
Okay. I was just looking at Shabalov game. He did not play the move c3. Which game would you like us to
For example, with Megan.
Yes.
Also, Rose has an extra pawn, but this should be a draw.
Yep, 3 versus 2. And Megan's actually got the pawn on h4 already, so as soon as she plays g2, g3, that makes it very simple. Black will have to play g5 or f4, and then it's a 2 versus 1, and eventually a standard draw. This is a standard draw.
What about the game between Chloe Go and Rachel Lee?
Now, that was the one that, whoa. I was interested in because I thought it was going to be agreed to draw literally around these parts. I thought that, sorry, just a second here. Yeah, I thought that the players were going to make a draw very, very shortly from this position. But something has happened. Chloe has moved her king away from her base pawn, f2. She's thinking rook takes, check. And wait a minute, the game suddenly got interesting, didn't it? But for who? Isn't Black for choice?
Yeah, I think now it's Black who is pushing for or some kind of advantage.
So there's no defending f2 anymore. F4 is only temporary because the rook will come to f3 and take on g3. If we go down this line, let's just look at the most direct. If you don't mind, we'll go rook takes, king, rook. I see that my monitor, my chess thermometer, is not budging. It's saying draw, but would you be
I mean, this starts to get very scary for white.
Yeah. Would you be completely comfortable?
No, absolutely not.
I wouldn't be completely comfortable myself. Okay, but the chess engine is saying, as you can see, triple zeros all the way, but this isn't the way I would be drawing the game as white. So we'll keep this one
By the way,
under
Yasser,
observation.
today, you know who is celebrating 18th birthday?
No.
Is the St. Louis Chess Club.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to the St. Louis Chess Club, who is bringing all these amazing tournaments here, championships, and the best players in the world.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, you've really grown. Grown up.
Ready for college.
I think it was like a 3,200 square feet playing hall at one time. Now it's doubled that. World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries across the street.
The chess capital of the United States.
Absolutely. Well, happy birthday, St. Louis Chess Club. And very nice. I'm actually wearing, I didn't know that, by the way, but I am wearing a St. Louis Chess Club jacket. And it was for the World Team Championships back in 2012. I was interviewing Alex Onischuk, and I said, Alex, how do you stay so slim? You look great. I mean, because he was wearing the jacket. And then because he was wearing the jacket, it provoked me to think, I have to go deep into my closet and see. It's a little tight. That's all I'm going to say. It's a little tight.
Yeah, but that's really good news. I mean, 2012, that's a lot of years ago, and it still fits you quite well. So
well, tight,
good job on
like
that.
I said.
Good job on that.
I'm holding my breath.
Guys, Bach is putting on a show.
Is he?
Yes.
Wonderful. Liam, okay, Rook, we left it.
Liam is in trouble. Yes.
Okay.
Rook F3 was played. Rook to E3. And now we have the exchange of the rooks, and the pawns are really marching on that side. In fact, sorry, but let's just stay with the final position. B4, bishop C2.
That's currently the position.
What if we go B3?
That's the star move.
Isn't that just forcing you to give up your bishop?
Because AB...
We don't take the pawn now.
A3...
Thank you very much. I have a road ahead.
That's it.
That's it.
So you have to sacrifice the bishop.
But there's no joy in Mudville after the sacrifice of the bishop.
You're still stuck.
Totally on the king side.
You're still stuck. So let's say you take with the rook.
Yep.
And the only thing that you can hope in the position is maybe that you will get that A pawn going down the board at some point, and at least the king is not invading yet.
Right.
King on D6 is still cut. Question is, how do I?
Well, the thing is,
how do I convert this?
This is such a bad situation for the king. I'd almost think that I should keep it locked in. Like if I go king E6, you're going to go A4, right? I'm going to go king F7, you're going to go A5. I'm going to go king G6. Can I keep you under lock and key? A6, rook A1. The king goes nowhere.
And if I go rook B6 to defend the pawn,
yep.
I know you're going to go rook A3.
That's exactly right. Oh.
And that's unfortunate.
Yes. That checkmate on H3 didn't disappear. So from the current position, I'll just refresh my board. B3 is a star move. And you know Bach is
the good news for him is that I don't see a lot of alternatives in the position for black. That pawn on A4 is under attack. So you have to either go A3 or B3. B3 is obviously winning the piece, so there's no risk there. A3, you might get stuck.
Right.
So by the method of elimination, I think he's just simply going to go B3. And Liam, down to his last 4 minutes, so under some pressure on the clock as well.
All right. We're going to keep an eye on that game. I'm just going to check in on the game between Kirk and, wait a minute.
Kirk
there
is
we
down
go.
to B3 on
B3 on the board. He knew it, and Liam's just covering his face, saying, okay, there's nothing I can do. I just got to give up my bishop and hope that he allows me, that is to say that Liam is hoping that at a certain moment he'll get to go king H5 and grab a pawn on H6, not getting checkmated, I mean.
But I understand the computer is saying, I mean, I see the computer is saying that black is completely winning, but I'm still not that confident that it's so easy.
Yeah, probably something like knight E6 is actually even better. You just create a pass pawn yourself. You don't worry about H6 and F6. You just go knight takes d4 and push the pawn home. I'm sure the
guys,
yes.
we really need to move to Kirk versus Tani.
All right, Kirk versus Tani. Something just happened.
Something just Queen to f1 was played. This is a huge mistake right now
Over
because
on your board, Cristian.
white is just winning. I have it. I have it ready on my board. Right now, after Queen to f1, King to e4 will be a winning move. You cannot take on e7 because I opened that diagonal. King e4 is on the board.
He's done it.
Queen takes h6, queen takes g7 is a checkmate.
Checkmate.
So, oh my goodness. What he had to do was take on e7. This is still a draw. Take. I get it. You take my pawn with a check, but that's it. That's it. It's all about which pawns are more threatening.
Exactly.
Right?
I think Tani just missed that queen takes h6.
Queen to f1, but he had 13 minutes. His opponent has a minute on the clock. Just spend some time.
I think
it's a crucial position. After king to e4 right now, I'm actually escaping. My king is just escaping.
Wow.
Queen to b1, I just have to be a little bit careful. Queen to h1, then I can just go king to d6 and pick up the bishop. So in fact, what do you do? Maybe queen to h1 first, king to d4, queen to d1, but now I just pick up the pawns.
Yes, king takes c4. Yes.
Oh, this is bad news.
Wow.
For Tani. Tani just...
One slip.
Oh, look at him. I think he understands right now.
Well, now he's seeing queen takes h6, and he's getting that sinking feeling that something has gone wrong.
One slip, and his opponent almost lulled him into this false sense of security by spending so much time and getting down to his last minute. And then playing the move e7. And Tani, without hesitation, played the move queen f1, which is a blunder.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I don't think you have a way to get out of this. And the nice part, take a look at this. This is actually quite cute.
Yeah.
If you go king to f5, queen to h3.
This also still looks winning.
Now I go g4. You can take my queen, no problem.
I'll take your bishop with a check. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's a mate. So
actually, that's very convincing, isn't it?
It is very convincing. It is very convincing. But by the way, it's the only way. I mean, you cannot go to g6 because you're the one getting mated.
Then the role's reversed, yeah.
So you have to sacrifice the queen. But it is convincing, of course. Yeah, there's no way to stop my king from going in. I mean, king to h1, the king goes in. We're going to have an extra piece.
Wow.
Devastating. Devastating because, look, he came back. He was under pressure the whole game. He came back.
Right.
Just to throw it away in one move.
Queen g2 check on the board, Cristian.
Somewhat of a big moment right now. King f5 is the only convincing move. King d4! Oh my goodness.
Why?
And apparently he's winning also.
Yeah, this shocked. I didn't see why that's not winning. Queen takes b2 check.
Blame the engine.
King takes c4 or king c5?
I think you go king c5.
No,
King
bishop
c5
takes
is
e7 check.
We need to
on e7 is check. Bishop takes e7 check. We just
don't. That's fine. That's okay.
What?
That's the point. I think it's fine. King
c5,
the
queen is hanging.
Exactly.
King b5.
Yes, yes.
Oh, that's almost a study because there's no checks to the white.
You can go queen c2, but then after queen to h7, bishop takes g7, king to g8, queen to e6, king g7, I take,
and now
I
it's
exchange,
a winning...
and then I pick up your pawns.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, but Kirk has 1 minute 21 seconds to figure out this whole variation.
So you're saying king c5.
It's not the only way.
Bishop takes e7, king b5.
It's a convincing way.
That is a crazy...
Because you're not allowing any queen checks anymore. So this becomes extremely forced right now.
Right.
If you go king to d5, then I still give you some checks.
Okay.
And in fact, it's not that clear that you're winning
anymore. Okay.
Yes. I guess you have to go back, and then we go into the same idea with king c5.
Oh, no, he's played king d5.
That's okay. You can do that once. Queen to g2. Now go back to d4. That's the key. Just go back to d4.
He's not going. He's going
No.
to D6.
He went to D6.
Correct. That was the move he played.
But now bishop takes E7. I'm
and
not sure
king.
you're winning this anymore. Oh my goodness. I don't think you're winning this anymore.
Well, those are, wow. Talk about up and down roller coaster ride that the players are on.
What a game. What a game.
The wonderful thing about a game like this is for both players, they don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea, of course.
I mean, if they knew what was going on, there would be, you know,
riots. Riots in the street.
Gnashing of teeth.
They saw the bar
yeah.
coming down, coming up.
Banging of the pots and pans. King D6, and you're right, bishop takes E7. King takes E7. By the way, bishop takes E7 completely forced. And this nice move, queen check, not only does it attack the king, it defends the pawn on G7, which means that queen takes H6 is not going to be a mate. We can either go king to G8 or start pushing our pawns and hoping for the best.
Oh, man.
Oh,
what
man.
a turnaround. What a turnaround
Wow.
this one.
You know.
Yeah, just bishop takes E7. There you go. Yeah.
King takes E7.
Queen
But
B7 check.
I have to say, king D4 to C5. Bishop, allowing bishop takes E7 with a check.
Yeah.
You stop. You don't even think
it's
the
a bit
next
of a
step.
shocker. Yeah.
You go king B5 and you go, oh, the queen's hanging. Stop.
And the checkmate is hanging.
Stop my checkmate on H6. That would have been a star finish.
I
Queen B7
think
on the
all
board.
all the way to that queen H7. So maybe I can show it on my board once again.
Yeah.
This whole variation,
with
starting
king
with
D5.
king to C5.
Yeah.
You go bishop takes E7, you hide the king, there's no more queen checks. Now you see that queen H6 is coming, you have to defend against that. You see queen to C2.
And
It's
you
the
think
only
I'm
way for
still,
black.
I'm still in it.
You're still in it. That's fine. Check, you see king to G8. This is the problem. With a minute and 30 seconds, I think at this point you just stop. You're like, okay, this seems to be fizzling out into a draw. But then if you go just a couple of moves further,
A few more ply, yeah.
you realize that I'm first. Picking
Wow.
up your pawns, and I get to connect my pawns very quickly.
Yep.
That's it. They're untouchable. I'll pick up the other pawn and then go to win. So it's a very forced line, but along the way, it's very easy to stop and to make the decision that, hey, I'm just going forward. I'm picking up the piece. This is the one thing that I've seen for a very long time. So I'm just going to go for it. And this is what we have right now. Unfortunately for Kirk, it doesn't seem like this is enough. This might just be a draw.
And he played so very well to get to that position where he could have played king C5 to B5.
Chess is so brutal sometimes.
It is. Speaking of brutal, we still have some rook and pawn endgames that are going on. And guess what? Rachel Lee is in a position where I really don't like what Chloe has done.
Oh my goodness, don't tell me she's going to win this.
We've got it.
Two question marks on the board.
Two question mark.
She might win this. Rook takes F4. Hey, wait a minute. What if I just pick up both of your pawns?
One with a check and forces the king to actually go to a very passive square.
It depends on where you go. By the way, I can take on F4, and then I can also approach with a king myself. So, for example,
You're
let's say
in the
go king
square.
C3 or something like that. I can just go king E5.
Exactly. Whoa,
Oh
whoa, whoa,
my
whoa,
goodness. This is starting to look like perhaps Rachel can continue her streak.
Hey, you know, sometimes when it rains, it pours. This is an amazing result for
what's
Rachel.
the reverse of that? Or when it's
When it's
sunshine, continuous sunshine.
Yeah, sun shines for everybody.
Sunshine continues forever, yeah?
But again, Rachel was struggling out of the opening, and then she just turned the tables.
Crazy good. Sometimes just crazy, crazy good. Wow. So rook takes F4, king to C3. I'm all about munching pawns and maybe coming down and getting behind, but I also like what Cristian was saying, king e5 and staying in the square. And which other games have caught your eye, Katja?
I mean, Olga Sagalchik against Beatrice Marinello.
I think we have a different one that's just about to finish. The Putnam versus Bach.
So in the junior section, Liam, Putnam, and Bach and Go. What is happening here?
Well, I'm citing knight to e4, followed by knight to g3 check, and rook takes h4 will win a rook.
But we have to be careful about king takes
e4, rook
h6.
f3, right?
Knight e4, what?
Rook f3.
No, king takes h6, no?
Knight f?
Well,
Knight
king takes
e4,
h6,
king takes
then I have knight to g3. And then I will pick up the pawn on
rook takes h4. That was my threat.
Oh, so if I take the other pawn, it's not enough.
Oh, he did.
Hold on.
Knight e6 was played.
Knight
okay.
e6?
Yes.
And king takes h6 immediately, right?
Yes, but now it doesn't matter because I'm also picking up the d4 pawn. So just take on h4, go into the endgame, pick up the pawn on d4, and start marching them down the board.
Yep, that's simple as. And by the way, the king on f7 is perfect. It traps the white king.
It's going to take a long time for you to do something with that pawn.
Right. So king takes h6. Bach is just making sure that rook takes h4 is the win that he wants. But it's resigns. Rook takes h4 is absolutely.
He has 8 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to calculate.
Absolutely winning.
I think he's looking at picking up the d4 pawn first. Is that what
well,
he's doing?
No, he's considering knight g7.
Yeah, knight g7 just to guard that h5 square.
With the same idea that we had previously.
Exactly.
Yes. No, that makes sense.
That you don't have rook h5, but knight g7 stops the defense rook h5, and he's reaching for his knight.
That makes perfect sense. I like that move a lot.
Yeah.
It's very decisive. It forces resignation.
Yeah.
Knight g7 on the board.
Nicely
Perfect
done.
play by Bach right now.
Very, very nicely done.
And we have a result in the ladies section. Alexei Wood drew against Ivona Jazirska, but here we have a big result. Liam Putnam lost to Bach and Go. Very good game by Bach.
Absolutely. Yeah, that game between Alexei and Ivona, that was a bishops of opposite color. We'd seen that earlier, and we thought that game was headed for a draw. And I'm still in a shock about Rachel Lee. Is she going to win 4 in a row?
Oh, she has a great chance of doing that.
And also in the senior section, Alexander Shabalov winning ending for quite some time, and now I think he's about to win. His f-pawn is pretty fast. Bishop to d6. I think we're going to see knight to e7 with the idea of king to d5.
Or also king f5.
No? Knight to e7 and king d5, and I'm not going to let you sacrifice
and you
your
want
bishop.
To play c4, c5.
Correct. I'm not
Okay.
going to let you sacrifice your bishop for the passer. So knight e7, king d5, c4, c5, just as you described it. Yeah. And for Vladimir, that one's tough. That'll take a lot of wind out of his sails because it wasn't the opening. In fact, I think he came out of the opening a little bit better.
He was definitely well prepared because he
was.
was blitzing out his moves. I think he had like a 30 minutes advantage on move 10.
Yeah, it was all going swimmingly. And there we see knight e7. Very, very, very nice. But by the way, it does have a threat of a fork.
Knight f5 is a big threat.
So we probably got to get our king out of the way, something like king h3, and then it's king to d5, followed by c4 and c5. And that's what we're about to see. King to g4.
King d5, I can take the pawn on f4 with the bishop.
No, but then I have knight to g8.
Knight to g8.
No, but you have bishop c1 still blocking.
But that's okay.
I think it's
then
fine.
f7.
Yeah. Bishop 8
Bishop
and then
A3,
C4.
But why would we rush? Why don't we play just like C4 right now?
There's that H-pawn that I don't want to see march down.
No, H-pawn. H-pawn hasn't even gotten off the starting blocks.
Yeah, I want to keep it that way.
I would.
So I think King D5 is the right approach. I like King D5.
Absolutely. Let's go. Let's go.
You need to calculate a little bit, but
yeah,
should be enough.
Should be
enough. It's just the old saying, 2 is better than 1, right?
And by the way, now that I see it, the king is actually on the queening square with a check.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go, just for argument's sake, down this road, bishop takes f7, bishop back, I go c4. You don't have h5, and I'm going to go c5, c6.
And that's super fast.
And that's super fast, yeah. So we're expecting... Do we have King D5 on the
Yes, King D5 was played.
Nice, nice. Vladimir knows it's over. Bishop takes F4, F7.
This is the end of the road for his streak.
But
Yes.
it
Still
was
many
fun.
games to go.
It was fun while it lasted.
It was a good streak.
It was a goodie.
3 in a row against other national championships.
Yes, it's always. Here we go.
What is
Bishop takes F4.
Rachel doing? Rachel, I think, just messed it up. And she's no longer winning. But okay, we will go to that in a second.
So bishop takes F4 has been played. And again, what we've been looking at is F7, threatening the queen. Only one move.
F7 has been played too. Bishop H6 as well.
Defending the queen. Oops, sorry. But now the bishop has also parked itself in front of the pawn, which means that when Shabalov launches a c-pawn, it's not even a race.
And C4 is also on the board.
Yeah, because the pawn is going to promote with a check as well. Bishop F8, C5, bishop takes E7, C6. And it's as simple as that.
You're just simply too slow.
Yeah.
And I think after a bishop F8, I'm not even moving that knight. I'll
No,
give it to you. I'll just go C5.
Exactly.
I can go King E6. King E6 probably wins very easily.
But no,
I
I'm
might
with
as
you.
well just keep pushing.
I enjoy sacrificing my pieces. E6.
Yeah,
C6.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. You know, that was what Michael Tal said when he was asked about losing the World Chess Championship. He said that he made all of the Soviet schoolboys and schoolgirls happy because now they could go back to defending their pawns instead of having to sacrifice them. Okay, this game we're calling in Shabalov's favor, which means for the standings that the 1 point gap that Vladimir had no longer exists, and it becomes
half a point
a race, a half a point lead.
I think so.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Just expecting C5. You were saying?
I think Cristian wants us to stay with this position
Really?
until
The game of
famous
Chloe
handshake is going to happen.
Oh, not the handshake. We left for the handshakes. Let me just check to make sure the live board. No, we've got more moves than this. I know we do. King D5. And there is the handshake. Somebody guessed it. Guessed it right for a change. And our congratulations to Shabalov, who was tied for the bottom, and talk about upsetting the leader there by winning.
Cristian has a special guest who had a brilliant game today.
Absolutely. Another upset I would mention is this one, Liam Putnam versus Bach. Bach, first of all, congratulations. 3 victories against 3 grandmasters. I think Liam is still elect, but he will be a grandmaster very soon. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I was feeling pretty good about this game, especially with the black pieces. To get points here is a very nice result.
Absolutely, and it wasn't easy. I mean, you were under some pressure out of the opening. When did you feel like you finally
were relieved of that pressure? When did you feel like you were taking over?
Yeah, I really didn't like my position out of the opening, but after he went queen a4 and allowed me to exchange the queens, I felt like that was a good moment for me, because before then there was a lot of pressure on the e6 square, the bishop. I thought he would have taken it here to damage my pawn structure, but after the queen trade...
That was probably the best.
Yeah.
The best for him, and then you have to contend with that, right?
Yeah, but then he didn't want to do that, and then after the queen swap, it's not as much of a weakness anymore. Because
perhaps he got attracted by the fact that he was having the 2 bishops and you were playing with the 2 knights, but it does seem like it favors you, in fact.
Yes, yeah, he kind of just hung a pawn, I feel, with bishop f5. He probably had to try and defend that c3 knight with some, like rook e3 or something.
That's a good point, yeah, just defend that pawn. Bishop f5 gives up the pawn, and after that, I mean, you really converted well. Did you feel like you had any hiccups along the way, or did you feel fully in control throughout the game?
Yeah, at this point was when it was starting to get complicated, because I wasn't sure what to do with my rooks. I kind of want to trade them off, because that bishop pair is very powerful, especially if we can start opening up that king side with my 7th rank. But there's no clear way for black to really open up or exchange the rooks along the c-file, so I was kind of shifting the rooks back and forth along the back rank, trying to create some space, and of course both of us had low time.
Yes, that was, I think, a crucial part as well. You were also keeping ahead on the clock a little bit throughout the game, so I think that definitely helps, right?
Yeah.
Rook to a3, and now you start pushing your pawns on the queen side. Things are starting to become quite unpleasant for him. I felt at this point that you were already more or less in full control.
Yes, because his king's in a complete mating net, and he's going to lose some material soon.
And then you guys got to this one. Bach, you're on a roll. I mean, tell me, what are you doing differently to prepare for this one, perhaps to prepare against these specific opponents? What's the secret?
Well, I must say, one different thing about this tournament from my other tournaments is that there's a lot of water. there's water, easy attacks as water bottles, so I'm drinking like 3 water bottles a game, and it's been good for my performance. So, yeah, maybe it's the water.
Bottled water for the win. Guys, any questions?
No, our congratulations. We just like the tactics at the end that were just all working in your favor.
And the rook f3 move.
Well, the b3 too, right? Because you get the path, you break through on with the a pawn. So congratulations, a really nice win. Well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And it makes for a very, very interesting juniors tournament as Bach is pressing both Andy and Mishra.
All players here are just, I mean, you don't expect all of these results.
Yeah, and I didn't expect this one either with Rachel. But first of all, let's do the standings.
Let's take a look at the results, because Bach and Go, he won against Liam Putnam, which means he's the co-leader now with Abhimanyu Mishra and Andy Woodward with 3 out of 4.
That's really impressive.
Imagine him being the bottom seed, and after 4 rounds, you're tied with Mishra and Andy. Something good has happened. It must be the water.
Very impressive.
Tani, by the way, is still in his game with Kirk. Should he win, and we know it's very unlikely, it might still be a 4-way tie going on in that game.
Maybe let's check out the game of Rachel Lee against Chloe Go, because Chloe was pushing since the beginning. Then she lost the advantage somewhere. Then she was worse in the rook endgame, but now she recovered.
Well, but the crazy part is Rachel is still the one now with the pawn, with the extra pawn. Rachel was winning there for a moment. We had gone away, and Cristian, if you don't mind, just showing us where Rachel missed her win. She played the move rook f7. It was just a few moves ago. And I didn't like that move. Right here, after king e5, c6.
You mean Rachel missed the win?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. Rachel missed a win. She played the move rook f7, and that was really a bad move. Yeah, that was
a step in the wrong direction. But the win was really not trivial in this one, because if you try to go king to d6, then I just simply go c7, and I pick up the pawn on e6, and this is a draw. But
so do I go king d5?
Exactly.
C7
Exactly.
and then rook
I
d4
think we
check.
still have your analysis board, so
Yeah.
if we switch to mine, maybe
Yeah.
I can show you everything that we
So
need.
king d5, c7,
and then rook
d4 check.
And I want the rook on the c file.
Exactly. I mean, you want to bring your rook to the c file, but the tricky part is after c7.
So
don't
I think
play
right now
rook
we have my
c4.
board. I was just
Yeah.
showing after king to d6, c7, and then this position is just a draw.
Right.
Despite the fact that, you go to g4, and now it seems like you're going here, but I can, in fact, exchange the rooks with rook to e4.
Gotcha.
And this endgame is just a draw.
Yeah.
We will just sit like this.
Mm-hmm.
So the winning plan, and is the only winning plan in the position, is to go king d5 first. c7, not easy stuff. And then rook to d4. Again, going back to the same mantra, rook endgames are difficult. They really are. And this one is over. Marinello gets her first victory in this tournament against
Congratulations
Jennifer
to
Smith.
Beatrice. Yeah. Nice. And then, as you were saying, that Rachel could then, with rook d4 check, get a rook behind the pass pawn, and then she would have been winning.
Correct.
In that case.
Correct. You no longer take
Wow.
the pawn on e6. But we still have some... Okay, so rook to b7. I don't know if we... Oh,
And
yes.
Chloe
we have
has
a
only
lot of,
40 seconds on her clock.
we have a lot of moves that have happened. Let's just recap. After rook to b7, we saw rook to f3 check, king d2, king d6. Rook g7, she's going for the g pawn. And now this is what we have, king to f7. But there's no way to go to g7 is the big problem. You would love to be able to go to g7, but then you lose the pawn on e6.
Right.
Even rook to h7, I think, might be just fine.
But you
in this
can't
one.
drive the rook away after a move like king e3.
Yeah,
right?
rook h7 was played. Seems like a fine move.
Also good enough for equality. Rook to e7 now. Yeah. Good enough for equality.
And it looks like we have a result here.
Yeah, Igor Novikov, it looks like, is claiming a 3-time repetition with the move rook d6. The arbiter is just confirming that's the case.
Both players left.
Seems like they signed the score sheets. And
They had
there
enough.
you go. And again, we're staying with the game of Chloe and Rachel Lee for just a moment because we've seen some upset in our leadership ranks, haven't we? There, Vladimir losing to Shabalov, and Rachel Lee was potentially streaking away from the field with a 4-0.
And Chloe has only 30 seconds, so it's so easy to make an inaccuracy in
Except
the rook endgame.
this one is really, really basic. And I do believe Cristian is with the guest.
We do have a guest indeed. I don't know if we are ready for that just yet.
We'll
are
keep
still
an
watching
eye
this
on
game.
On Chloe and Rachel.
Rook to a5. She's trying to attack from the side. Okay, that's the good
Right.
strategy. The problem is king f4.
Rook check.
Rook check, king g3.
Sorry, rook h6 check.
King f7.
That's exactly what she's doing, yes.
Yeah,
And then king f4.
precisely. That was what I was thinking. King f4 now. So any rook checks from the side is king g5.
It's helping my king to get to your pawn.
Trying. I do agree. All right. Clock times, by the way, for Rachel, she's got lots of times. Yeah.
So king f4 on the board.
And over to you, Cristian.
We are indeed with Alexander Shabalov. Alexander, first of all, you were facing a guy that was, or at least seemed, unstoppable up to this point.
Yeah.
How did you approach this one?
Well, 3 out of 3, and I thought I'll bring some intrigue back to the tournament because Vladimir looked like he's going to just sweep it sweep the field, and I just got lucky, I guess.
So you were enjoying the spoilers role?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice. He's in an extremely good form, and he's still it's kind of the role of favorite, but it's not going to be that simple anymore, I think.
At this point, you guys got into this end game. It looked minimal, right? If you make an inaccuracy, that he's going to come back into the game, but you still had something. How did you assess it?
Yeah, I was pressing a little bit, and but of course it was very close to a draw, and Vladimir uncharacteristically rushed with f3 and missed this defensive idea, rook a4 and h4. After which, I started to have some chances.
That's why it seems like perhaps this was the right...
Rook d4 is more precise.
Right move, but still it's not...
Still rook a4.
Yeah, this one doesn't work because of knight d6, so I guess you have to go king d8, which is very unusual.
King d8, yeah, and no, yeah, you're going to be down pawn, I guess, somehow.
Very unusual.
Yes. And then I still think it's very close to a draw even after this, but g5 was another mistake. He just was upset with his initial miss.
Rook a4, yeah.
Rook a4, right. So instead of g5, he should have kept his pawn structure intact. Maybe it was f6, g5, and something like that. Yeah, but after g5, I guess my advantage became very serious, and I just managed to,
Yeah, at this point, his pawn is completely immobile, while you're just slowly but surely taking over.
Opening-wise, I think the position was familiar to him. He said there were some correspondence games after queen b5. It was all new for me. Just not to get worse, I had to find this queen d5 and castle short, after which I believe it has to be equal, but still I have some pressure with knight on c4.
Yeah, I think you did, and you put enough pressure to destabilize him. Alexander, right now you're on 50%. You already played some of the big favorites of the event, I would say. Onischuk, obviously, that was a big clash in the first round. Akopian, how are you feeling about your shape? How are you feeling about the chances? Because I'm sure you want that title.
I definitely improved after today, right? And but no, I don't know. I always try to fight for the top prizes, and not sure if I'm ready to go for the championship. Well, give me a couple more rounds and we'll see it.
Still many rounds to go. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at the board.
Yep. Thanks.
Congratulations, Shaba. That was a nice and very, very important win, because, as he was saying, Vladimir was playing like he's there to sweep the field and make it a no contest. But the victory today by Shabalov really has thrown the tournament upside down. We still have a game that's going on between Kirk and Tani.
Yeah, let's go to the junior section, because this is really exciting. Ghazarian is pushing, and Tani has only 13 seconds.
There's one move that maintains equality, and it's queen d7. Everything else loses.
Everything else loses?
3 seconds on the clock.
3? What?
He played it. He played it. Can we go back to the video, guys?
What video? He played queen
h6.
d6.
Queen d7 was the only move.
Queen d7, sorry, pardon me.
Only move, he played it.
Oh my goodness. That wasn't obvious.
That was not obvious at all.
Allowing queen takes h6 and...
When you're playing the only move with 2 seconds on the clock, wow.
That was not obvious at all.
Crazy.
Basically what you have to do is keep contact with pawn on g7, not to get checkmated, and then still keep the queen on the light square so that you can attack the king next move. So we have queen h6, king g8, the queen will have to move, and then you start giving your checks once again with queen b5.
I'm not sure I completely follow you, Cristian. So queen g6, just, yeah, queen takes h6.
Well, what I was saying is that if you put a queen, for example, on e7, right? Then I take, and now after queen c6, there's no more checks.
Gotcha.
Because the queen is not on the light squares.
Right. Kirk chose the move queen g5, by the way, which defends against queen b5 check, as well as queen f5.
2 moves that
keep equality, and they're not obvious at all. Both moves are with the pawn, either C2 or B3.
Okay, B3?
Both C2 and B3, yes.
Oh my goodness, B3.
Somewhat wild.
Wait, B3 is wild. C3, C2 makes sense. You just push the pawn, king cannot take it, otherwise I take the bishop.
Right, but C2, you're afraid that since the queen already guards C1, that you're just making it possible for white to eventually play bishop B2 and blockade.
But I'm pinning your bishop, so you
I understand. I understand. I'm just saying long term.
And C2 is on the
C2
board.
on the board.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
The more I'm looking at this
That is
position,
crazy.
I'm starting to feel like perhaps...
And by the way,
we have a result here.
finally,
Megan Paragua drew against Rose Atwell.
that was a real fierce game going on. C2.
Great move.
I would be so afraid that all I've just done is literally ended up blockading my own pawns. Like, okay, so if I go queen f4, just to put something on the board, and if you go b3, this is what I would be afraid of, that somehow the king gets to b2.
But can I now capture the bishop?
No.
No, because you take with the king and I don't have b2.
Okay, queen c5.
Wow. Amazing move. I'm c2. Amazing move. And queen c5 on the board?
Yes. b3.
b3.
Now I'm no longer sure about...
Where is Tani going? He has 55 seconds. He's not getting a second time control.
He's just stretching.
Now I have to play king d2, don't I? Just to... If I'm trying to win, I'm trying to get my king to b2. If I get my king to b2, I feel I just win the game. Queen c4 check, sorry.
Queen c4 played with 10 seconds on the clock.
Oh, who's in time trouble?
Both of them.
Both of them.
Both of them. They're playing with increment right now.
On their increment. Was queen c4 check a good move?
It's fine. It's the position is equal right now. The position is equal, yes.
Just tell me what's happening after king d2? What would be the move? Just the move
You mean king d2 instead of queen to c4?
Yeah, I don't know what black is supposed to do.
I think queen to g4 was a good move after that, and I'm starting to look at picking up some of your pawns.
Queen to g4.
Yes.
Okay.
Queen c4. Let's stay with that one.
Okay.
King h7,
King h7.
hiding the king. Although hiding is maybe a strong word.
Getting the king out of check. How's that for a word? Okay,
king d2,
king
good move.
d2. So actually, it's just a transposition.
Exactly.
And
the queen is going to g4.
Which has happened. Now I'm assuming I get to go queen d3 check and bishop b2.
That is the only move to not lose right now. Queen d3, you have to give the check.
Okay.
Because queen d1 is also a threat.
Queen d1 is a big threat.
By the way, 5 seconds.
Don't forget about the clock.
No, I think the clock says...
My clock is saying 0.
Yeah, but he has still 31 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
Okay,
queen
d3, king
and
h8.
Did you see Tani? Tani played king h8 like, hey, I got this. I know you had to give me a check, and I know I have to move my king. And he could not play king g8. That would have been an egregious blunder. Queen takes b3 check. So only
king
move.
c1?
King c1, yes. Of course.
Well, king c1, maybe just
King
queen
c1
takes
looks like a
h5.
good move.
Yeah. I think we could expect that.
Can we zoom in on the clock? Because I think we have the wrong clock
situation.
Is there a way to do that?
We're getting like...
We are a second apart.
13, okay.
13, and ticking, by the way. King c1.
Okay.
As expected, and queen takes h5.
But now Tani takes the pawn.
Yes,
well, I mean, if it was white to move, white would be winning with the move h6, right? So you got to stop h5, h6 with queen h5. It's amazing that this game has come down to you know, playing on increment and only moves and everything else. So after queen takes, am I playing bishop c3? What am I doing? Queen takes h5. I want to open up possibility of a perpet.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to lose the game, right? But hold on, there's queen h1 check.
Yeah,
what am I
bishop
saying?
c3, queen h1.
Be careful.
Be careful.
Be careful. I think
That's
you have
me.
to start looking at queen f1 ideas. Guys, maybe this is getting dangerous for him.
Queen f1 makes sense. That covers.
Nice move.
With 3 seconds on the clock. Wow.
Well, I think he was getting really shaky at that point because you need to defend the first rank.
Yeah, he was
But
afraid.
now also white has a threat. Queen f8 and queen takes g7 checkmate.
That's right. You have to be careful as well.
Well, this is what I was saying when Tani played the move c2. I'm afraid that my pawns will get blockaded and I'll lose the game because the king will shield and I've got to protect against mate.
Isn't queen g5 just a draw on the spot right now?
Take a pawn.
Queen g4. Well, I guess you want to go queen f4, right?
Yes, I would.
Queen f4. But I think that endgame.
No, you don't trade queens. I'll play bishop e3, king b2, and I'll win. Sorry.
Yeah,
don't,
you are winning.
Don't trade queens
You
like
are winning.
this.
Queen g5 is just bad, actually.
Yes, don't trade queens. This ending, you bring your king up as black, you'll lose the game.
Well, that's
to bishop e3.
Somewhat of a big trap right now if you go
By the
give
way,
that
Tani
check.
has 12 seconds.
Tani has to avoid falling into this trap. Queen g5 would be a mistake. We've established. He's reaching for his king. King h7.
Okay.
My chess thermometer agrees with Tani's decision to play king h7.
Running straight into a check is not an easy decision like that.
No.
Straight into queen d3 check.
Exactly. Well, the queen actually came from d3. Queen d3,
So then
king
we
h8.
repeat.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's just
yes.
And Kirk.
White probably is looking
Kirk
for
is
something
thinking,
more.
I'm winning. Kirk is saying, I'm a bishop ahead. I'm winning. We know it's not true because our engine says that it's a draw, but Kirk's thinking, all I've got to do is
something, right?
I've got to figure
right to hide the king on b2,
right?
And then even if you go queen d1, maybe I can starve some queen
checks
a3, queen f5,
and pick up the pawn. Queen g5, queen f4. We know queen f4.
So why?
The difference was there was an f8 check. When the king was on h8, there was a and he's played queen f4.
So now we're not exchanging the queens.
We're probably going back to h5.
With the same idea of queen to h1 or queen to d1.
Exactly.
Okay. I like this. Queen h5, that's a good move. Maybe queen d5. Why not centralize the queen?
Why not centralize the queen?
I like keeping that queen centralized, to be honest.
4 seconds.
Yes, he went for it. 3 seconds.
3 seconds?
When he played it.
Give his trainer a heart attack. Okay, so can I finally play king b2? And in case of queen d1, queen c1?
But you're not threatening anything at that point.
That is true.
That is the
I
problem.
can't play king takes b3 in such a case.
No, then I
You're
just sit.
absolutely right.
Then I just sit and probably I bring the king.
Kirk is reaching for his king.
King b2.
And he's played the move king b2. Now, on Kirk's side of the board, he's counting on always having a perpetual check. For example, queen d1, he will check on h4, and he'll check on c4.
Queen d1 may happen.
Yeah, he always, white is always counting on a perpetual.
So if you go queen f5 check right now, what's your move? King h6, you go forward, or?
I'm not sure it matters. Does it matter? King g8?
Just don't go king h8, I guess.
Or king f8. Yeah, don't go king f8. Yeah.
Whew.
Oof, was right.
Might actually be a draw in the end, which almost feels like the fair result.
But both guys will feel like they lost a point, or half a point, I should say. Sorry.
I think Tani will be quite happy, actually. The more I think about it, he was lost multiple times, actually.
On, Queen C1.
That's nice. That's still keeping the game alive, right?
So Kirk is saying, let me make a move. Let me play bishop to D2, and then I'll play king takes B3. So I do have a threat, and these pawns are blockaded. This is what I was
also,
fearful
if you
for
move
Tani.
the queen somewhere weird, I may have a check on H1 and go for B7, and you don't have that promotion.
Exactly, and G7 would be a threat of a checkmate. Look, Tani's reaching for his king. King G6. So his answer to bishop to D2 will be?
King F5. And you're just not in time to save that bishop, that pawn.
Because
king
once
F5,
he trades queens, then he goes
queen
king
takes
G4.
B3, king G4.
Oh, you're absolutely right. With the move king F5, he'll be in time to trade off the one remaining pawn that white has in the position.
Yep.
Oh,
one tempo.
What a save.
One tempo. That's it.
Wow.
That makes the difference between a draw, saving it, and
Kirk is like, no, don't play that move. Oh.
Think for 4 more seconds.
Please. And Kirk is just holding his head in disbelief as he realizes that king G4, pardon me, king takes B3, king G4 is just in time. Wow.
Tani just signed the score sheets.
Was Tani just circling it's a draw?
in advance. He just signed them in advance for whatever reason. I don't know. I've never
just
seen
so you know,
anybody.
this is a draw. I'm signing it.
Right.
I've never seen anybody do that before.
I think it's not allowed by the.
No, he didn't circle a draw. He just signed his name.
Oh.
He just signed his name.
And don't forget, everybody, Kirk was down to 7 seconds. Sorry.
G5. Let's go. Who's playing for a win?
Yeah, good point. Play G5.
Take away the F4 squares, or
yeah,
right now
exactly. No queen F4 checks for you.
At what moment you start getting worried as white?
Bishop D2.
Bishop D2. I don't think there's any worries yet, but you're absolutely right.
And now after Bishop D2, King G4, it's over.
Just not G4, right? If you play G4.
No, G4 is unnecessary.
Because then still Bishop C3, and you are giving up that F4 square.
At least unnecessary. Might be losing.
But the point is now we get to comfortably trade queens, play king takes G3.
I think now he's circling.
No, he actually just circled the draw.
I don't think that's allowed by the...
It's probably not. It's probably not. Chris Bird might come and give him a penalty for that.
Right. Yellow card?
Extra 5 minutes to the opponent.
Right. And here we're about to see king takes G3, bishop takes G5, and C1 equals queen. I promoted.
I promoted too. I don't give up the pawn.
I was so close to, you have only one move in this position to save the game. Oh, by the way, promoted to a rook.
And a handshake. So it's a draw between Kirk, Ghazarian, and Tani, Adewumi.
What a game.
Yeah, that was really crazy. They had us glued to our seats there at the very end as they were going down on the clock, both of them.
I mean,
playing
imagine
with
being
seconds.
Kirk's king. Kirk's king was all the time in the middle of the board. Like the whole middle game was in the middle of the board.
Right.
And it was a good king. It was
if
a great
the king had gone to B5, it would have been
that would have been a winning king.
Amazing king.
Yes.
I'm turning to the game between Chloe and Rachel. That's the only remaining game.
Yeah, that's the last game.
This fourth round. And Rachel, who has been nursing an extra pawn for some time, has somehow managed to bring her king all the way. I thought it was on F7. She's brought it all the way to D4.
I thought it won't be able to cross the 5th rank because
I
the
didn't
pawn on
think so.
H5 was going to be hanging.
Exactly. And I'm assuming Chloe wants to play the move Rook E8 here.
I mean,
but then I got Rook check, and I'm still.
I mean, if you take the Rook, that race.
Excuse me. I'm not sure I want to go there.
Don't do that.
Yeah. No.
Don't trade Rooks.
Precisely. There's still an outside. Chloe's down to 20 seconds, by the way, and.
But maybe I can go Rook F8, just not allowing you to give a check on. She traded the Rooks.
That's it.
Are you kidding me?
She traded
can't
Rooks,
do that.
and that's a losing position.
Did she just?
She just blundered the game.
Oh my
In
goodness!
one
Rachel
move.
is winning.
Yeah, E takes. Let's go.
Of course she's winning.
E takes,
What
and
is
let's
this?
go.
No
That was
way.
a terrible decision. She did it with just seconds on her clock, too, like 9 seconds. And
She got afraid of E5. No, I understand that,
Wow.
but E5, E4 just.
But I think you can also take with the king,
Oh
no?
my
Because I'm going to
goodness.
trap your king.
Yeah,
I think you
can do
have to
that.
take with the pawn.
I take with the pawn, and then I can just trap the
Yeah,
king
then
as
I'm
well.
just faster. But
Yeah.
I think you take
king
with the
also
pawn
work?
right now.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
check,
think both of them.
check this one out. Just like you said, you can play to trap the king.
Right, but I think if I take with the king, I think both ways actually work.
Yeah.
Like if you recapture on D5
Yeah,
with the king.
king takes probably works as well. What a turnaround.
Wow.
Persistence is key, I guess, in this
Well,
one.
when you're under pressure the entire game,
Yeah.
you know, you got to forgive yourself for making a blunder when your opponent's always keeping up the pressure.
But
That's
she
what I
wasn't.
Trading when you are material down,
That's-
it's one of the
that-
principles, right?
Right.
It just means she misevaluated this position.
Guys, Chloe was the one pressuring the whole game. She had the better position. She had the winning position.
Not in this rook ending.
Not in the rook ending. Yes.
Where she was
For last hour, she's been under pressure.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Yeah. The early part of the game definitely was in Chloe's favor. I thought she had a winning position.
She did. She did have a winning position.
King G5 on the board. I'm thinking I will just trap and snare White's king with King E5, King takes H5, King F5. Then you've got to go King F6, and then I go D4, and you can't. You got to play H5, and then I'll go King F6. And you've got to go King H7. I'll cage the king, exactly.
I just cannot believe it.
Wow.
So King
What a
E5
turnaround.
is the winning move here. I don't think that's
Rachel
the only.
will be 4 out of 4.
That's what I'm saying, guys.
She will ask Rex, what happened to the Fisher's prize?
I know the answer. I know the answer.
What is the answer?
The answer is, drum roll, Rex said, and I'll quote, if she makes a perfect score, I'll give her the Bobby Fischer prize.
Really?
Really. That's what
That's
he said.
awesome.
Did he? Did he say that?
Well.
Are you officially saying?
No.
Are we sure about that?
I was a witness.
That's a lot
but
of money on the line that you just.
It was a very good dinner at the time that was taking place.
Rachel is going to clip it and then
Right.
send it to Rex.
There you go. King E4.
Somebody will clip this, and
King
if
takes
she
a
scores
H1.
9 out of 9, you're in trouble, yes, sir.
Uh-huh. It's not the way. Sorry. Let me catch up with the players because they are now moving very fast as Rachel says, wait a minute, I can put my queen on the long diagonal and I can bring the queen immediately to H8.
Yep.
And that is after H7.
That's it.
queen a1 or queen d4. So she's tried king g7, too late.
It's not going to help.
Because after king g7, yeah, we will see queen g4 check, and after king h7, queen g5.
Yeah,
even king f5 wins.
King f5
right
was
now.
good, but I like your queen g5 even better. She's done it.
Now everything wins.
Wow, what a wow!
This was a turnaround, guys.
Yeah, it sure was. As we see.
Yeah, Chloe is going to be very disappointed because she played really well the opening. She pushed for an advantage.
She was winning.
Yeah, and then after 5-6 hours of game, you just make one blunder trading the rooks.
Well, that rook and pawn endgame where she played f4, she started getting herself into trouble. Then Rachel missed a very clear win. Then it was a draw, and then that rook takes d5 was the final mistake. And through the magic of television, we can see the blunder. Here, we're expecting rook e8. Rook e8 would have drawn the game, but rook takes, no.
Two question marks.
Two
because
question
this
marks.
is winning for black.
Right. In the race, Rachel was able to queen first. Well, actually, Chloe's not going to be able to queen at all. Yeah, this was a terrible, terrible turnaround. Here, for me, the simplest win.
King f5, king g6.
Exactly.
That's
king f5, bring the king close, h7, stalemate. No, 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 no. I'm going to allow you to make a move, and that move will be king g8, and then mate.
And that's exactly what she's done.
Rachel,
look,
right on the spot.
And handshake.
Her tactics
Wow.
are immaculate. She really can see everything.
Incredible. Perfect score. 4 out of 4 for Rachel Lee.
Wow. Wow. Sometimes you just need a little luck.
I mean, and you need to persevere. I mean, Rachel, she was trying to win that endgame, going with the king to the king side, to the center, just trying every way to win the game with extra pawn.
And how did our day wind up?
It was a pretty crazy day, I have to say.
Yeah,
Wow.
Rachel Lee, wow, perfect score, 4 out of 4, winning today. Clear first, Zoe Tang closely behind her with 3.5 points, also winning an important game. And clear third, Megan Paragua with 2.5 points.
We're going to look ahead and see when Rachel and Zoe play. How about in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have a 3-way tie for the first place. Bach and Go played just an incredible game today and won. Abhimanyu, Mishra, Drew, and Andy Woodward won in a style against Alice Lee, and they are the co-leaders in the junior section with 3 points.
Fierce battle in Tani's game. He could only make a draw. And in the women's senior.
In the women's seniors, Angelina Belakovskaya took down the leader, Jennifer Smith, and now it's the story of 4 ladies who are leading the tournament. Now Angelina Belakovskaya with Natalia Tsodikova, Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith.
After so many decisive games, maybe the seniors slowed down just a little bit because, wow, we were on our edge of our seats.
And in the senior section, Vladimir Akopian, he lost his first game today, but it still keeps him as the leader of the event with 3 points. But then 2 players are only half a point behind him, Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Fishbein.
Wow.
Is Fishbein going to have more than 2% mark?
I hope so. I hope so. Friends and family should have a 5% score. How did we do? Okay, I did good with Zoe. I did bad with Vladimir. I did good with Andy.
I had a fantastic game between Kirk and Tani.
You deserve more. You definitely deserve more.
Didn't have a great day today.
Christian, you got Rachel Lee.
I got 2.5 out of 4.
Wow.
Look, I've been 3.5 out of 4. I've been dominating so far. It's a bad day.
So anything it's less a bad day.
It's a bad day
is a bad day.
But it was still a positive.
It's a positive day.
It's a positive. Final words. You get to.
Well, I think we
sum up
covered a lot of
round.
ground today, and it truly was a very special round because in the seniors, the leader lost.
Yes.
In the junior girls, well, now it's starting to become a two-horse race.
Right.
Zoe and Rachel. And it wasn't easy, especially for Rachel. Zoe seems very consistent so far. She's really putting enough pressure, and her opponents just simply crack. But on the other hand, Rachel was in deep trouble to maintain, consistency in that one and actually defend that position from that worst game.
Good point.
Just impressive,
Yeah.
I have to say. And Rachel, she was rewarded with a little bit of luck. Right now, she's leading with 4 out of 4. Impressive senior
women, the two
Great tournament
favorites.
so far.
The two favorites are
Absolutely,
leading.
absolutely. So, and in the juniors, we have Mishra, we have Andy that right now is catching up, and we have Bach.
A dark horse.
Dark horse, but a great surprise in this event. I mean, the guy is just playing the tournament of his life. Really good quality games, I have to say. And even today with the black pieces, he understood. He came into the studio, he said, Queen A4 was the bad move.
Yeah.
That was the bad move.
And immediately
for
tagged it.
white. So he understood the position. He's showing great skills right now. Just
Exactly.
incredible tournament so far.
One more day before the rest day. We'll come back tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for hanging around and joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow
Good night, everyone.
from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.